Morning, everyone. A familiar portion of scripture that is very unique for all of us today. Psalm 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Our Father and our God, you are the God of this territory. You are the God of this entire institution, the government of the British Virgin Islands. We thank you today as these your chosen ones in this territory stand in this honorable house, the Speaker of the House, the Premier, and the Ministers of Government, the opposition, and all of those that are here today. We ask that your divine presence, O thou art the God of Israel, you are still the same God. I ask you today for your presence in this room that would articulate the minds and the hearts of these thy leaders. And let the ability to prevail in their spirit that wisdom is the principal thing. And therefore, they must get wisdom. And in all their getting, get understanding upon those, God, these men and women that you have so raised up. The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon you. The spirit of wisdom and understanding and counsel and might and knowledge and the fear of God as you conduct the business of this territory. Lord, let it be so. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please be seated. This honorable house has now convened its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning, and my customary welcome to the fourth sitting of the third session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. I recognize our guests, the Deputy Governor David D. Archer Jr. and Mrs. Archer, the Financial Secretary, Cabinet Secretary, Permanent Secretaries, Senior Civil Servants, social commentators, President of the College, members of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament, and persons tuning in on a variety of media platforms. I welcome you all. Today's sitting is special as it's the start of the 70th anniversary celebration of the restoration of the legislature in the Virgin Islands. While I will never preempt honorable members who sit in the well of the chambers and their contribution to this topic, permit me to share a few observations. We often hear that there are three co-equal branches of government: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. In our case, according to the Constitution, the governor is head of the executive branch, the speaker is head of the legislative, and the Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court is head of the judicial branch. But 70 years later, I have observed that this co-equal arrangement is not always practiced. Often, the executive and judicial are given some inherent tools that are not always afforded to the legislative branch. After all, it is the legislative branch that passes the appropriation bill which funds the other two branches. Almost 19 months ago, while the public debated the security afforded to our head of government and premier, there was never a dispute over both the governor and the Chief Justice being afforded the same security, which we support. Again, it speaks to a different standard, or might I say, interpretation of co-equal branches of government. While the other two branches are allowed to have the tools that come with the office, for us in the legislative branch, it continues to be a struggle. Now, I do not want tomorrow's headline to be that the Speaker is requesting special privilege or treatment for elected members. That is far from the truth. All the Speaker is requesting that the concept of co-equal branches of government is put into practice and respected. While I understand that the House of Assemblies or parliaments are rooted in history of the Westminster system, for example, the House of Commons in the United Kingdom from its start in 1341 is of the people, the common man and woman. However, I still believe that the office of all of the 15 members of this honorable House, after 70 years, must be given the respect and courtesies due. As members and the public probe a new constitutional arrangement with the United Kingdom, one consideration, in my humble view, should be the legislature having the power to override an unelected governor who refuses to assent to a bill. There is a process on how a bill is passed, even before it reaches this honorable House. I went back to look at British history, seeking information on the last time a king or queen refused the royal assent. What I discovered is that in modern times, the monarch, governor-generals, or governors will always assent to a bill passed by the People's House on the advice of the government of the day, as the royal assent is now considered a formality. The last time a bill was refused to be assented to in the United Kingdom was in 1708, when Queen Anne vetoed a bill on the Scottish militia on the advice of ministers. Honourable members, after 70 years, it is an insult to this Honourable House of Assembly when 13 elected members pass a bill, then an unelected governor could just refuse to assent to a bill without proper explanation. That can never be good governance, transparency, or democratic practice, notwithstanding Section 79(2) of the Constitution. Many of my fellow speakers in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, who I often converse with, have labeled this behavior as an abuse of power, dictatorship, and injustice to the people. I trust that by the time we are ready to celebrate our 75th or 80th anniversary of the restoration of the legislature, we as a free people will not have to face such issues. And finally, I will allow, during members' contribution to the resolution on the order of the day, members tapping their desks or visitors in the gallery clapping. With that said, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 3, statements by ministers. Item number 4, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. Roman numeral 1, Statutory Instrument 2020, the number 135, a proclamation by His Excellency the Governor under Section 83(1) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 UK SI 2007, number 1678, appointing the time and place at which the fourth sitting of the third session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. And 2, Statutory Instrument 2020, number 134, imposition of a curfew, number 39, Order 2020.
Pursuant to the Curfew Act of 2017, Section 3(2), the floor is now open for debate on the imposition of curfew, number 39. With no member wishing to debate, I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to lay on the House Statutory Instrument 2020, number 133, COVID-19 Control and Suppression, Entry of Persons, Regulation 2020. This being the particular regulations of which we are now moving forward in this era of pandemic. Thank you.
I thank the minister. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 6, subsection 1, Roman numeral I-1, on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, I'll first like to make an amendment to the motion, Mr. Speaker, so that when I do get going, we can move fluently. Mr. Speaker, in the last paragraph where it says, now therefore be it resolved, it says, Mr. Speaker, on the third to the last line, who have served with distinction in the House of Assembly, but we please insert the word in the Legislative Council and the House of Assembly. So the last paragraph should now read down, therefore be it resolved, the House of Assembly recognizes and commemorates the 70th anniversary of the restoration of the Legislative Council and the achievements of the early legislators and all successors who have served with distinction in the Legislative Council and House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I do move this amendment.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded to add the word Legislative Council in the resolution on the order of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The resolution is so amended. I call again upon the Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move the following motion, stand in my name. Mr. Speaker, whereas in 1950, the then Legislative Council was restored after its dissolution in 1901 through the perseverance and dedication of local legislators who paved the way and strived for its restoration. And whereas the 70th anniversary of the restoration of the Legislative Council is a notable milestone in the development of the Virgin Islands, to remember and commemorate the determination and vision of legislators who served with distinction in the Legislative Council and paved the way for its restoration. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the House of Assembly recognizes and commemorates the 70th anniversary of the restoration of the Legislative Council and the achievements of the early legislators and all successors who have served with distinction in the Legislative Council and the House of Assembly to enable the overall economic, political, social, and cultural growth and development of the territory. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion, and while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, to read from my notes, Mr. Speaker, as you would appreciate that events such as this will require some research and, Mr. Speaker, in-depth research.
Permission
so, Mr.
granted.
Speaker, do I have your kind
granted.
permission?
Permission granted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. That is so important for us. Mr. Speaker, before I do start, I would like to do the unconventional thing, but the only right thing, Mr. Speaker, and I crave your indulgence because it is your honorable house. If all of us, Mr. Speaker, can start this in the right way by standing and giving a moment of silence for all our forefathers who have gone before us, 70 years before, and even before that, and made this possible. So, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, could you lead the way for us to have a stand and rise in this honorable house and have a moment of silence? Mr. Speaker, we thank you for allowing this, and may the souls of our dear people who have gone before us rest in eternal peace, as we thank them, Mr. Speaker, for all they have done for us, and Mr. Speaker, that all they have paved the way for us to be able to do. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I present to this honorable House my humble research, and I love to research, Mr. Speaker, it's very challenging but still rewarding to look through the lens of our forefathers 70 years ago. Challenging because I was not around 17 years ago. So to look through that lens, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to see what we have today. How did we derive with what we have today? And look back and see what the challenges were. And Mr. Speaker, even see what the challenges still are. So Mr. Speaker and honorable members, my dear people of the Virgin Islands, I do say a pleasant good day and God's blessings to you and your families. And I ask you to join with me as we go down into the past, the corridor of time in the past, and look through the lens of our forefathers 70 years ago and beyond. Today we pause to honor the legacy of our ancestors with the convening of this special sitting in recognition of the 70th anniversary of the re-establishment of the legislature of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands. 70 years ago tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, for the very first time following the election of 4 representatives, our people began a journey towards self-determination. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to note that the self-determination conversation did not just start. And today, 70 years later, in the midst of a global pandemic, in the midst of economic challenge, in the midst of our recovery, we take time today to reflect on the foundation that we have laid through this institution, which allows us to choose for ourselves, to create for ourselves the future which we want, a future which we secure for future generations of the Virgin Islanders, just like our ancestors preserved for us to have today. Mr. Speaker, today it is most important that we take this time to reflect and honor the efforts of our foreparents, because they have laid the foundations for who we are and where we are today. It is important to reflect on this history now, at a time where we grapple with questions about where we want to go as a people. Today there are many who will think that our past does not matter. But as much education as we have, there's no education without reflecting on history. And when I say history, I'm talking about the history of these islands, the story of our Virgin Islands people in these islands. For some, they are focused on the present. But the question I ask is, what do we really understand about the world we live in if we do not understand how we got here? Mr. Speaker, we do not encourage our young people enough to know who they are. When our students study abroad, they learn about somebody else's history, about somebody else's story, about the pioneers of their advancements, systems, and discoveries. But as Virgin Islanders, we have many discoveries too. This way of not talking about our history reinforces in the minds of our people we are not enough, that we are not capable, we are not intelligent. And today, we know that is not true. Mr. Speaker, we must tell our own story. We have a story to tell, and no one is going to tell it for us and not tell it in the manner that we can tell, because we can see through our lens, because it is in our DNA, and we can see through our lens more clearly and more accurately. The story of our foreparents, the story of how we came to be, the story of how the foundation of our community was laid. It is time for us as a people, and especially our young people, to understand that we didn't just get here. It didn't just happen. Someone toiled and burned the midnight oil and plowed ahead and moved in one direction forward for the people of the Virgin Islands. A foundation which sustains us till today because of their labor, through the morals and values and the belief in God, the peace and indeed the abiding love which we all today enjoy. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to stick a pin and speak about the belief in God. That is why, Mr. Speaker, every event in the Virgin Islands starts with prayer, because that is what our people believed in. It is in our DNA, or belief in God. It's not by accident. It's not by accident it's engraved even in the Constitution. It's not by accident, because our country, the Virgin Islands, recognized from Morley that had it not been for God on our side, we would not be these beautiful Virgin Islands that we are today. And had it not been that the people of the Virgin Islands allow God to use them and let them be the vessel in which He used as the conduit to allow for His purpose for this territory to be fulfilled generation after generation, then we would not have these beautiful Virgin Islands as we have today. There are people who are on a mission to rewrite our history. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we understand that history, if slowed down, also means His story. And we have to be careful between His story and our history. Mr. Speaker, so there are those on a mission to rewrite our history, Mr. Speaker, who want to tell us how to think and how to feel about our story. But our story speaks to us, and our ancestors continue to speak to us, and we feel their presence in the spirit today as we pay homage to the greatness that they have laid for us. The restoration of our legislation was a defining moment in our history and a major achievement for the people of the Virgin Islands, born out of their own desire to shape their destiny. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that from the 1950s and even before, it was always, Mr. Speaker, in our DNA that we have the desire to shape our own destiny. It is not something as premier that I'm here saying today. It is something that you can research and see that the words that I use today are not words that I'm using to sound politically correct or to get independence or self-determination for the wrong reason. It is because it is one of the missions that God has placed in our heart as a people of the Virgin Islands, and it is inevitable. And woe be unto any man who tries to stop the inevitable that God has already placed for His people. And in the early 1950s, our people made a decision for themselves. We would not be who we are as Virgin Islands landers if we did not make those deliberate decisions for ourselves. And I caution today that we should be careful about letting other people make decisions for us. And while I'm telling you to be careful about letting other people make your decisions, I'm also encouraging us to make informed decisions. Because where there's a lack of information, it will always be replaced with misinformation. And where there's a lack of decision in the best interest of the people, there'll always be a decision made to continue to have people governed against their will. Decisions based on facts and on the truth. And the truth is in our history. Mr. Speaker, the reality was that up until 1950, decision-making for the Virgin Islands did not take place in any substantive form on these islands. I want us to understand that. The legislature and no decision was being made here on these islands. We have come far. Our history records that such decisions in many critical areas did not speak to the needs and well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. Prior to 1901, a colonial legislature had been put in place to keep order in the colony among the plantation owners and colonial authorities, Mr. Speaker. From 1901 until 1950, the Virgin Islands was put under the Leeward Island Federation, stripped of its status as a colony, and reduced to a mere presidency with a local commissioner. This is our history. There remained no legislature in the Virgin Islands for half of a century, Mr. Speaker. No legislature in the Virgin Islands for half of a century, Mr. Speaker. During this time, governance, development, and care for the needs of our residents obviously declined significantly. Indigenous Virgin Islanders had no elected representative to redress their concerns. We were considered too small, and get this, too illiterate. But this one is the crown of all, and too economically unviable. This is our history. Mr. Speaker, in the late 1940s, our history records that the Virgin Islands were the poorest presidency in the Leeward Islands Federation. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to hear this again, that in the late 1940s, our history records that the Virgin Islands, these Virgin Islands that we know now as being prosperous, were the poorest presidency in the Leeward Islands Federation. This is our history. We were the most deprived. We were deprived of health care, of roads, of schools. It was often determined that we did not have enough people, that we were too small for such investments to be made in the growth and development of our community. When a hurricane passed through these islands, we would have to find our way to St. Thomas in order to send a telex. Most of our young people even wouldn't know what that is. And I myself never used one. So I had to go and look it up, to go use a telex, to send a telex to Antigua to report on damages and deaths so that we could get some assistance. I need to say this again for us all, especially our young people, so we can understand how far we have come. That when a hurricane passed through these islands, these Virgin Islands, we would have to find our way back then to St. Thomas in order to send a telex to Antigua to report on damages and deaths so that we could get some assistance. Look through the lens of 70 years ago, and that was the norm. But look through our lens now and see that that cannot be the norm. It will never be accepted. But look through our lens and see that we have come a long way. Everything that you could now contact, everything that you could now contact a district representative for today, you had to find a way to send word overseas to Antigua, and at one stage, St. Kitts, to relay the message. The reality then was that when our nominated representatives asked for a road or school, for example, they had to justify to the members of the General Assembly why we needed it. The account of history, of this history, by Dr. Quincy Lettsome states, and I quote, "The Cottage Hospital, now known as Peebles Hospital, was opened in Roetown in 1929. The cotton industry collapsed in 1923, and the colony was severely struck by the Gale hurricane of 1924. By the 1930s and 1940s, agriculture and fishing were thriving industries. The Civic League was initiated by a Tortolian, Hope Stevens, was organized, and this drew a petition which requested the Secretary of State to restore the Legislative Council. Unfortunately, this request was not granted." End of quote. It is this kind of uncaring, unfeeling lack of concern for the well-being of the people which in 1949 propelled our ancestors to use their feet and demonstrate for a better way of life And guess what? Like I say today, they used what was in their hand to get to the promised land. It was a frustration that the people were experiencing that when Mr. Theodolph H. Faulkner from Anegada started to speak about the issues, it resonated with them. And it did not take long as a people we knew what we wanted. We knew what would be in our best interest. This action in 1949 led to the institution of a constitutional commission led by Mr. Howard Penn in July of 1950. And by 14th August 1950, a new constitution was gazetted, making provision for an election by November of the same year. This led to us having elected a representative sitting in the first session of the Virgin Islands legislature by 5th December 1950. Mr. Speaker, today, we are again seeing where decisions are being made for us, and these decisions are out of touch and out of sync with the realities on the ground. And our people are suffering for it. But I will return to this in a bit. It took a historic uprising of the people from 1947 to 1949. So 1950 didn't just happen. It came as a result of an uprising of the people. In protest of their neglect to drive the constitutional changes that restored legislative decision-making to our shores. The real impetus for addressing the issue of elected representation in the Virgin Islands arose out of the anguish felt by Mr. Faulkner, a humble fisherman from Anegada, who had come to Rotown with his pregnant wife. Our history is rich, and while we promote education, our history taught us that it was the common man with their faith in God is who push ahead to build the Virgin Islands. An issue arose between Mr. Faulkner and the medical doctor at the People's Hospital, with no representative of the people to whom he could make a complaint or have assistance in seeking redress. Mr. Faulkner decided to take the matter directly to the people. For nights, Faulkner took to the rostrum in the market square in front of the administration building. He spoke to the issues that concern him and the need for the people to have a say in the governance of the country. Faulkner's public outcry resonated with the people as more and more persons gathered around to listen to him nightly. Eventually, a political groundswell emerged, and on the 24th November 1949, it culminated in the largest political demonstration in the history of the Virgin Islands. The people led by Mr. Faulkner, I, Glanville Fonseca, and Carlton L. De Castro marched through the streets of Rotown in Tortola to the office of the commissioner, who's now the governor, where they presented a petition setting out grievances pertaining to the manner in which the presidency was being administered. The petition stated in a quote, "We are imbued with a desire to decide our local affairs our own selves. We have outgrown that undesirable stage where one official or an official clique makes decisions for us. We are seeking the privilege of deciding how our monies are spent and what shall be our presidential laws and policies." End of quote. As a result of the demonstration, a committee was set up in February 1950 to make recommendations for the establishment of a legislative council. This is our history. We have come far. The committee, which had widespread representation from all the villages and out islands, met, deliberated, and recommended a constitution. In July 1950, the Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed by the Leeward Islands Federal Legislature. The Legislative Council of the Virgin Islands, which was established, provided for 8 members, of whom 2 were ex-official members, 2 nominated members, and 4 elected members. The commissioner was to preside as president of the Legislative Council. Mr. Speaker, none of this would have happened if it was not for the work of the Civic League, the British Virgin Islands Pro-Legislative Committee of America, and the brave men and women, our ancestors, who stood up in the 1940s to ensure that black lives mattered. None of this would have been possible if Faulkner had not sensed the injustice and found the courage and the determination to speak out against it. There's a saying that out of sight is out of mind, and the Virgin Islands were out of the sight of the federal colonial administrators who were making decisions all the way in St. Kitts, and therefore we were out of their thoughts. Can you imagine that all the way in St. Kitts is where our fate was being decided, because that is where they were lodged at that time, being the federal colonial administrators. The evidence shows that when decisions about what is right for the people of the Virgin Islands or what Virgin Islanders deserve is made hundreds and thousands of miles away by people who do not know what the Virgin Islands looks like, except in pictures, the people always suffer. The evidence also shows that bringing back the Virgin Islands onto the path of having decision-making taking place on the ground in the Virgin Islands was the impetus for our modern development, and that we can care for our Virgin Islands interests and our own Virgin Islands people. Imagine back then they were just fighting to get the legislature to be meeting in the Virgin Islands. Suffice it to say, the road after 1950 was not a smooth and easy one for our people. The Legislative Council comprised of 8 members, 2 ex-official members, 2 nominated members, and 4 elected members. Requirements for standing for election included income, property, and a deposit, which would be forfeited with failure to garner a certain percentage of votes. This is so important because the section of the deposit remains today still in our laws in order to run for a seat in the House of Assembly. And also that failure to garner a certain percentage of votes, your deposit is forfeited. This is our history. So it's important to know where these things came from. But it's interesting to note that after a while, income dropped off, which was a way to determine who would have run, and property dropped off. But the general elections held in November 1950 was the first time that indigenous people had a right and opportunity to directly cast votes for representatives, albeit that voter qualification included a literacy test. So you can tell now that before then, unless they could determine that you could read and write, that you couldn't vote. And it was determined by those who still try to determine things for us today. And because it was the law, it was accepted. But through our lens, now looking back to then, we can see the greatest abuse of human rights. But when something is perceived to be the norm, and we are afraid of those who have made it the norm, we generally just go along with it and not open our eyes to realize that they have put a glass ceiling over us. Our Virgin Islands legislature has undergone various phases of evolution over the last 70 years. So many persons ran for office, but there were a few of us who have been fortunate to win a seat in this honorable house now. Can you imagine over 70 years, all the members that passed through this honorable house? I know each one of us listening to me today can think and just start in our mind and remember them from back in the 50s straight up to today, and knowing that those persons, their strong shoulders are the ones that we are standing on today. And we thank them. We have seen the configuration of how the membership is composed changed a few times. And in 2007, we changed the name to the House of Assembly with some operational changes as well. Matter of fact, in 2007, many things changed in the Constitution in the favor of us as Virgin Islanders. But up to today, we allow persons to have us to interpret it their way, and not the way that it was scribed by the crafters of the 2007 Constitution. And those days are coming to an end. During this time, our eminent legislators have done tremendous valuable service to our Virgin Islands people. They and we have passed budgets and numerous pieces of legislation for the safety, development, growth, and management of our islands. We have seen our legislative framework in modern times for financial services. Just to cite one example, is a model that stands proud in the global industry. But we have also seen in 1977 where our legislators passed a Public Health Act that gave the Minister of Health, in 1977, give the Minister of Health the legal authority to be the one in charge if there was ever a health pandemic. And let us stick a pin in that so you can understand even more. Had that not been the way, when this, as well, children will say, this bad boy COVID-19 came along, we would not be the captains of our ship in the middle of this pandemic. That is the magnitude and the foresight of our forefathers. That even in modern times when they tried to fight that legislation, it was written with such strength that it held up when those who were trying to challenge it to go in a different direction were trying to get it put down. And I put it to you to tell the people of the Virgin Islands and to ask each other, have we handled this pandemic well? Have we made our foreparents proud, those who passed it in 1977? Please do that independent of whether you would like any sitting government or not. Just ask yourself. And ask yourself, isn't it time we do the same for disasters and hurricanes and every other thing that hit us, where our people 70 years ago and even before fought for us to move towards self-determination. So it's nothing that I'm saying just today. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the positive lessons for us on this journey is that we can do it. But what's amazing is that some of us still don't see that we are doing it. Mr. Speaker, I was told about a story one time in psychology class about a rat where this big glass bowl was placed over him with a cover, and the rat could have only go and hit up on all sides of the glass and never move any further. And they kept the rat in there for one whole year. And when the year was finished, they removed the glass border and sealant from over the rat. And that rat still went to those little areas where the borders were and wouldn't cross over, because he was already programmed that he could go no further. Mr. Speaker, it took the rat quite a while to understand that he was already free. He just had to act himself accordingly and take the bold step and cross over that imaginary border that existed, that was placed there physically, so that they can always think that it is there in reality. But really, it had already moved But the rat did not move his thinking. So he stayed in bondage when he was already freed. Let's not fall down that same path. We have the ability and the talent to effectively govern ourselves. And this is not anything saying because I have researched the 70 years or I'm in government. We have to strengthen our institutions so that no matter who leads, we show the world that we can police ourselves. And we don't need anyone to police us. That is what our forefathers done in 1950. Set a path of an institution and strengthening the institution with laws, with regulations to make sure that we walk down that path. And that is what we must do. Because we must have those institutions strengthened before we move to the next level. And Mr. Speaker, we have the ability and the talent to effectively do this and govern ourselves. All legislators may not always see eye to eye. But one thing that we have in common is that we all want what's best for these Virgin Islands. But in the spirit and form of the true, healthy, participatory democracy, we dialogue and debate, which is healthy. There's nothing wrong with debating and seeing other sides and doing so respectfully. That doesn't make one side weak and the other side strong. It doesn't make the one side smart and the other side less intelligent. It's just difference in views. And Mr. Speaker, but in the spirit of true democracy, we have to press on. And we have to consult the people. And we have to find the middle ground, just like our forefathers did. We continue to build and strengthen our institutions. Mr. Speaker, all the laws that we need to put in place, we have to continue to do what our foreparents did and put them in place. Whether it be the integrity in public life, which should include all board members, all elected officials, and I dare to say every governor and workers in his office, whether from the UK or otherwise, and I'm not talking about a present governor. I'm talking about the institution of governor. And no one is going to convince me in the 21st century that any man or any woman can be above reproach, because no one does what's expected. They only do what's inspected. And there must be inspection on the ground for all of us. Every elected official, family, your friends, your board members, all of it have to fall under the integrity legislation and in public life. And that is what we have to do and continue to do. And that is what this government is going to make sure that it does with other legislation, to strengthen the institution, to keep ourselves honest. Because the truth of the matter is everyone has to do introspection at times and keep yourself honest. Because we have married to the institution of God's principle for these Virgin Islands. And we have to stay true to that union. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to build and strengthen our institutions. That is how we're going to honor the legacy of our forefathers. To ensure that no elected official or no public officer, no board member, no governor, no worker in any public office can go rogue without the systems and institutions making sure that they are accountable. This is what will honor our forefathers' efforts, among others. Another positive lesson is that our people have proof that they have the power to effect change when they advocate for what they want and for what is in their best interest. Our journey shows us that we can have a voice if we are willing to speak up, instead of bowing our heads and accepting the cards that are dealt to us by others. And we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, who is in the boardroom of our minds when we go to speak up. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the 1940s and 50s, as I did my research, I recognized that there was an aspect that didn't come out as much, but due to my experience, I realized what it was. There were those who were trying to tell some of the persons during that match to don't mind Faulkner, don't mind them. They planted seeds of division among our people. But because the destiny and the purpose was greater than those who were trying to possess us, it came true. And one thing I've learned over the years is that when destruction is your motivation becomes your destruction. And Mr. Speaker, the negative takeaway, which is a positive, depending on if you look at it as a source of awakening, is that the BVI suffers when we are dictated upon. We do better when we make our own decisions and manage our own affairs. This is why present and future legislators must not only think about today. We will not be here all the time, for sure. Give time a chance, none of us will remain in here. And I can say almost with confidence that 70 years from today, none of us will be in here. And probably none of us will be alive. So we must not only think about today, but about the future. Legislators, all of us need to envision our roles and the roles of the present and future legislature in the context of advancing the self-determination of the people of the Virgin Islands. It cannot be election after election that we come in here and the only aim is to get the government out so we could be the government and to remove from the opposition and vice versa. That cannot be our only aim, although that will always be prevalent in politics. It has to be that when we land here, if it's one thing we will agree on, is how do we advance and promote and build the institutions so that no matter who sits in government, they will be accountable to the people, and more so accountable to God. So we cannot allow ourselves to become complacent with the status quo. We cannot allow ourselves to be satisfied with the current system merely because we as politicians feel safe in its current construct. Come in 2020, we're going to wake up this legislature, this House of Assembly with some legislation that's going to be dynamic, but it's going to make sure that the institution is built on a solid foundation and further built on a solid foundation that was already given to us by our foreparents. And we cannot accept that we have come to know our legislature to be what it is and don't move forward even stronger. Nor must we accept the fences that are erected around us. No more glass borders. Let me say here, Mr. Speaker, that threats to prosperity and self-determination comes in many forms, where there are many large countries now preying on small countries that have lifted themselves from the bootstraps. As a prideful people, for decades and decades, these small countries laced up their boots and built this economy through development, through legislation, and through its people partnering with those who offered genuine help. We fell many times, but we got back up, and we got back up together. We made mistakes, but we corrected them like honest people would do, like people who are on a mission would do. And I dare to ask Mr. Speaker to show me what country or person that never make a mistake. Mr. Speaker, my father used to tell me that the only difference between those in the prison and those out is that their mistakes were discovered and dealt with by the law. And I couldn't understand what he was telling me when I was younger, but I got older, I understand what he meant. But now all mistakes are not only where they're detected by the law in prison. Our young people have to battle now with their mistakes being on Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and out there forever. Our little mistake while they're young and is held against them for a lifetime. And we, some of us in position, have not learned from our forefathers. We too hold them to that mistake, not recognizing that we ourselves were not perfect and we didn't come from a perfect family. And we need to do what our foreparents did. In today's world, could we imagine with the status quo that a fisherman would come from Anegada and say, let us go and march and move into certain dimensions to put us into a new paradigm in the BVI? Could you imagine that? Let me tell you what he would hear. Do you have a bachelor's? Where did he go to school? Does he have a master's? This is not downplaying the education certification. But what is amazing is they'll ask even if he has a doctorate. But what is even amazing about what I'm saying, for those who are saying, why is he picking on the educational experience? We should get it for sure. But then some of our own people, even if he came with a doctorate and he didn't come from the right quarters, would be asking, well, who is his family? Does he come from the appropriate last name? What village is he coming from? So we pay attention to the minor things, and we major in the minor is why we are stuck in the mud. Because in the 1950s, they didn't care whether you were a fisherman or a farmer. They didn't care whether you were up in the status quo or in the middle. They cared about the British Virgin Islands, and they didn't say, follow me. They say, let us go together and restore the House of Assembly in 1950. Because the Bible says that anyone working in one accord will accomplish more. What have we learned from our foreparents? Are we moving in one accord for the better of the BVI, or are we only moving depending on who we like that's in power? So we made mistakes, and we all will, and we correct them, and like honest people would do. Now we are seeing the rise of scavenger behavior, where global strategic plans and global public relations strategies are the thing of the day to undermine and undo the decades of progress of a people. It is amazing when you look back at the history of the 70 years. And look with me, Fonseca. I heard some of the things that were saying about Fonseca when he was moving forward, and I said, wow. And I was trying to tell one of my daughters about it when I was doing the research home, because my whole living room was full of papers, and my wife nearly threw me out for this 70th anniversary celebration with all the research that I was doing. And even although there's internet, there's certain things you can't find on the internet, and certain things that I still like to take up the physical book and read. And when you look and see what he was going through, I can help you to see it, because some of you mightn't see, because you could say 70 years ago, but I could help you to see it, because what about H.L. Stout when he decided to build a college? Those very persons said, we will not finance the college. Those very persons said, our college won't fit into the BVI. Those very persons told him that the BVI is too small. Does that sound familiar? It's too small for a college. Does that sound familiar in the 1950s, in the 1940s? We're too small to make our own laws. We're too small to have our own legislature. What was will be again. But it's important for us to understand that history never repeats itself. People repeat history because they don't study the history to make sure they don't repeat it. So we stay ignorant of reading, we stay ignorant from reading, we stay ignorant from our history, we stay away from it, we don't divorce ourselves from it, and we make the very mistake. And it's only when we make it is when we go and read and realize, this happened before, I shouldn't be here. There was a reference point. I remember one thing that the late H.L. Stout told me. He said, you can learn from books, and you could learn from the mistakes of others. And he said you could learn from your own mistake. But he said your own mistake usually costs you more in every respect, time, money, and otherwise. He said you'll make some of them, but learn from the mistake of others and from books. So we're seeing persons now trying to use PR strategies to put us in a negative light so that persons won't believe in persons who have come forward. That is not new. H.L. Stout was so unpopular when he was doing the college. that it brought on the need to have at-large. The history of the at-large is quite unique. But when I analyze it, most historians say that the at-large system was just brought on to get H.L. Stout and the Virgin Party out of government. But again, the ingenuity of our people, he started to promote, vote for those four at large and you're voting for me. And he turned it around. As a matter of fact, up to today, I just use it. But then we saw persons like R.T. O'Neill. Do you remember when he was doing the 4-lane highway? Where you going with a 4-lane highway in the BVI? It doesn't make sense. Now today, not only we have a 4-lane highway going all the way up to Bargos Bay, the Minister of Transport has come here and turned it around and put a 4-lane highway going straight to the whole of town. And this one might sound controversial, but I give him his credit. Look at when another legislator who passed through this corridor and still here, Honorable Julian Fraser, says it's time for street lights. We want to crucify him for that one quote-unquote mistake, but history will take care of that. But now we have those stoplights, sorry, not street lights, the stoplights. They come like nothing now. It tells us that if we don't move, we will not have anything that future generations can build on. But I go further and look at Dr. Diaz, the Honorable Orlando Smith in his seat. And when he went in the 2007 Constitution, building on all those other constitutions starting in 1950, and incorporated in it that with 10 years experience, a Virgin Islander must sit in the seat of Attorney General. And that's nothing against anyone present, or past, or more so past. But the reason all these gentlemen, I could go back to Cyril B. Romney with his success in financial services, and H.L. Stout and his success in that, and Dr. Willard Wheatley and his success of making sure that we got off of granting aid, and we never had to go back there since, and we can go all the way back and we could come forward. We have shown how we have grown as a people, how we have built institutions through laws. And today we have a Virgin Islander in the seat of AG, first time since nearly 20 years. It did not happen by happenstance. And if we didn't put it in there, I can tell you that it wouldn't have happened. That's me. Hold me on that. But had we not stuck to our guns to make sure that the Constitution is adhered to, it also wouldn't have happened. So whenever you see these individuals start to move the territory, I have seen in the past from 1950 up to now, that there's always a PR campaign that is launched to try to divide the people from their representatives, whether opposition or government, because they do not want us to understand that the glass ceiling and border has been taken from over us, and we can cross over. We just have to have the mindset to take the step. So we have seen the global campaigns that are asking us to forget the legacy, the fight, the progress, the prayers, and the contribution and tireless work of our forefathers, successive governments, and a hard-working people of the Virgin Islands. But we will remain laser-focused as we advance in our constitutional review. We cannot have a constitutional review where persons are telling us what we can review and can't review. That's the glass ceiling and border. That is what our foreparents fought against in 1950. As we move forward into the future, we must keep our eyes open and pay close attention to these new and rising global campaigns that are on the ground in a rampant way in our countries. It's not just here, it's all over where small countries decide to rise up. What these countries do is they come with their agenda for their people and country, and they market those things as being good for us. And some of us buy into them in a creative and blindsided way. They talk about all our faults and nothing about our good side, which are many. And some of us fall for that, and we just see our faults. So when you ask these global countries for specific assistance relevant to the true needs of the country, you'll not get that specific assistance because it's not mutually aligned with their plans. Instead, they offer you what they want according to their country program, and in many instances, strong arm you to take it through making public announcements and rhetoric that paint you as bad and them as a savior. I keep saying this for years, and I come close to close, and I would say that while I was doing my research, some things that I found that have astonished even me that I said 20 years ago. In case people think that I'm saying this now as premier, I will do a quotation before I end to show what Andrew Altuve I said 20 years ago. So whatever I'm saying now about self-determination and our willingness to move ahead as a people, it's not an Andrew thing. That is in our DNA as Virgin Islanders. So we are our own saviors. God has put it in us. It's not to be disrespectful to anyone, but we are our saviors. So they create a public perception management to get what they want into your country, and still the true needs that you want are not taken care of. But you feel good. But you're not doing good. So your needs are not being taken care of, like social programs to help your people in the middle of a catastrophic pandemic, and many more that we have seen in the 1950s straight up to today. You see, some of these global campaigns are not about what is in your best interest, but rather what is in the best interest of the larger countries. These are things we must continue to keep our eyes open to. As regional leaders, we have discussed these common things as well. What we have also recognized as well is that in some of our regional countries, these larger countries bring in the head of their global communication campaigns to help with persuasive management to further push their agenda of their country in our country, and initiatives in an effort to make the people believe through an emperor clothing lens. In 1950, we saw that straight up to today. As a matter of fact, I challenge anyone in this room and who will listen to my voice to take the 1977 Public Health Act that put the Minister of Health in charge of a pandemic, not Kevin Malone, the Minister of Health, the position, and try to pass that today. I'm a firm believer that's lost slip through, because at that time we were still what was considered to be a non-profitable territory. So a lot of things were allowed to slip through that was given to local legislature, that if we try them today, we will hear a different story. That is not a progressive situation. In fact, these global campaigns are designed to make small countries look the least and them the great. I want to know when our people in the Virgin Islands are going to open their eyes and understand that greater is He that's in you than he who is in the world. Some persons say that my personality is a little aggressive. No, I'm just confident in the God who produced, manufactured, and put me on the earth for a specific purpose, and no devil in hell is going to detour me from fulfilling what He placed me on earth to fulfill. That's what I learned about the life of H.L. Stout. That's what I learned about the life of Cyril B. Romney. That's what I learned about Granny Fonseca. That's what I learned about Faulkner. That's what I learned all the way back to Drunken Law. And until our people's lens become clearer and understand that you are the future you're looking for, we'll forever be confined by that imaginary glass border. So At times, I've seen in the 1950s up to now that those of us are not helping us. It may seem so, but the truth is they are helping themselves and are not truly helping us to achieve the autonomy as set out in Article 73 of the United Nations Charter. As a matter of fact, Article 73, as we go into it some more, I will tell you about the decolonization that must take place of all colonized territories by a certain time. We have to read. And may I add that Article 73 in the UN actually came in the late 40s when there were worldwide confusion and riots and wars, and they decided that a lot of countries are rising up saying no more to the big country that was ruling them and ignoring them and bullying them. So they put it in there from then. But as we see with the history of the Article 73 of the United Nations Charter, after a while they realized some persons were not meeting this mandate, so now they have put some set dates for these things to happen. But let's look at today. Statues that couldn't come down before are coming down through Black Lives Matter. Laws that couldn't be changed are being changed through the Black Lives Matter march and other marches and other areas where people are now standing up for their rights. So whenever a change is coming, there usually is a worldwide riot or disagreement on different topics. Whenever you see that, you know that is not the end, but rather your beginning, because history has taught us that the birth of our progress always comes through these dilemmas. So they are putting a footprint in our countries, setting up for themselves to take us back to where we were before, only fit to be a bird sanctuary. But we serve a God of reality, not illusion. And we must not let anyone let us forget from whence we came. Because there's something about purpose that we must understand as a people, whether it's in the BVI or any other country that has gone through this. That you can get rid of the person, but you can't get rid of the purpose. You may be able to delay the purpose for a little while, but you cannot deny it. So persons can target the current premier of the BVI as an example and say, well, he's talking this self-determination, he's doing this, he's doing that, let's paint him black, let's do this, let's show that he's not worthy, let's do the other, and once we move him, everything will be all right. You may be able to delay, but even with the moving of anyone which you don't have the authority to do, you cannot deny it. I heard about a lady who couldn't get children, and the doctor said it was impossible. And eventually, when she married, she ended up with a baby boy. But the marriage while she was pregnant got so rocky that she tried to do abortion. And she tried to get rid of that child in many different ways and forms. And every attempt failed. And that child born and went on to do some great things. You cannot deny the purpose of God for anything. I don't care who you are. So we must not let anyone let us forget from whence we came and who we are and who we serve. We must not let anyone let us forget that for decades we have been on this road, navigating on our own and creating true partnership and meaningful exchanges with those who truly wanted to see our progress. We must never forget that the blue economy or environment or natural energy or freedom, it is what our great God of the universe blessed us with, and we will continue to embrace what he has given to us. We must never forget that we are descendants of African slaves, and we must never forget our history, because in our history is our will, our fight, our constant pressing forward, our hope, and our success. We must never let anyone let us forget that we have built our strong institutions, and we will continue to do so through the grace of God, and the Virgin Islands will continue to be great as we continue to serve a great God. Mr. Speaker, our journey from 1950 to now, our journey to this moment has been marked by visionaries and patriots recognizing that those fences need to be constantly pushed back and even removed until we are no longer fenced in. As long as you are fenced in, you are not free to control your destiny. But with freedom comes great responsibility. So let us not fool ourselves. We cannot become laws unto ourselves, but that's what the laws will do, keep us in check. And we have to remember that this House of Assembly or legislature is a key institution for driving the advancement and self-determination of our people, and we have to thank our forefathers for what they have done for 70 years prior to us, that we can be here today. 70 years ago, no one knew that there was going to be a Julian Fraser in this house. 70 years ago, no one knew that there was going to be a Natalia Whitley in this house. 70 years ago, no one knew that there would be Mag Action Man 1 in this house. 70 years ago, nobody knew that there was going to be Kai Reimer Action Man 2 in this house. 70 years ago, no one knew that there was going to be a Marlon Penn in this house. 70 years ago, even although he's one of the older but most active members, no one knew that there was going to be a Kevin Malone in this house. 70 years ago, no one knew that there was going to be a Alva Maduro Keynes, a Shireen Flax, a Sherry DeCastro, Eileen Parson, Miss Smith, Etlin Smith, in the house. Because women, Dolores Christopher, how I could forget the giant, rest her soul. Thank you. No one knew, but because our forefathers were fighting for what was right and not worrying about who is right, they passed laws to make sure that they're here. And let's not forget Miss Mercer, who was the first lady that ran and break the barrier of people running, yes, out of Bargos Bay, to attempt to run. Let's see through her lens the audacity of this woman to go run through these set of men. But she did not know that although she lost the physical counting of the vote, she won the election. That is what you do when your institution builds. So whatever it is that is seeming as not the norm now that needs to be addressed is addressed with legislation. So that 70 years down the road, persons would have an opportunity to be here. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I want to caution us as a people about tuning out messages that God sent for us based on who bring it. I went to school with Yellow that's on the street. We were in primary school together. And here's something I was walking, coming down the road. Other than the usual what Yellow likes you for. She told me, don't go in that direction there, Premier. But she just called me Andrew because of what some persons are doing and some construction and some other things. A gentleman who was next to me asked me, Premier, what you doing stopping to speak to you? He should have just said how he had feeded somebody like Yellow. I told him, I don't understand what you're saying. Every one of us on earth has a purpose. I went my way, and he didn't study Yellow, and he went his. When I heard way, a piece of plywood fly from where it was and hit him there in his hand. He come wrong, he said, fire, should I listen to Yellow? But you see, he was looking at the messenger, and he wasn't looking at the message. Don't look at me as Andrew Foy, whether you like me or not today, as Premier. I love everyone, I don't hate a soul. But I sense some of them there falling in the slave mentality while I'm speaking on. What is he saying? Who we think he is? We're not studying him. I'm not coming here today as Premier Andrew, although I can't divorce myself from it. I'm coming here as a Virgin Islander telling us to take the scabs, as I say, and the yampy out of our eyes and start to see us for who we truly are. Start to see yourself for who you truly are. Start to think for yourself. Start to make sure that you let your children know that one day, 70 years from now, remember this statement, one day you will be the governor of the Virgin Islands. Tell our children this. Now those who are listening to me now will say, what nonsense is the Premier saying? The structure is one in which this is how we go about it. We don't want persons now just putting persons to quail us down because they are black as governors. We want our governors coming out of the Caribbean, from these OTs, from us as people. And if you're afraid that we wouldn't govern ourselves and be lackadaisical, put the governor of BVI over Cayman. And put the governor of Cayman over the BVI, and put the governor of Bermuda over Turks and Caicos, and put the governor of Turks and Caicos somewhere else. But we have to birth governors. Again, some is saying, there he goes again. But 70 years ago, no one saw a woman in the legislature. And 70 years ago, if you didn't have money, you couldn't run. And if you didn't have land, you couldn't come into the house. We have to look beyond the man-made barriers that continue to stop us from progressing to where we are. And let me give you a live example as I close so that you can understand it even better. I've never seen anyone in the Virgin Islands build their home after they've gotten all the money. Anyone who ever built a home know that you start in faith and you keep going, and so you get a little helping hand here, and somebody give you a ton of steel here, and you keep going there, and the bank give you the money, it's not enough, and you stretch it more and more, and you keep going, and when you finish building and you get in a house one night when you're lying down, you wonder, how in the world did I get this house built? I didn't have the money. That's in the DNA of Virgin Islanders. We move forward with what is in our hand. That's why the greatest economists couldn't understand and can't understand the BVI up to this day. We have to open our minds and understand that the Lord said that once there's a will, there's a way, meaning that once you take that step as Virgin Islanders to that next level, the Lord will put the things in place because He sees us have the will and the right mind. So, we must never let anyone let us forget that we are built on strong institutions. And as I said, we'll continue to do so through the grace of God, and the Virgin Islands will continue to be great as we continue to serve a great God. Mr. Speaker, as long as you're not fenced in, as long as you're fenced in, you're not free to control your destiny. We have to remember that this honorable House or legislature is a key institution for driving the advancement of self-determination of our people. And I would say that I hope that we keep this in mind as we move forward with our impending constitutional review. Our legislature is a product of our constitution. A constitution transforms and transcends any political party. Therefore, as we reimagine our constitution, we must also reimagine our legislature in a new future that is based on the aspirations of our people, our longing to shake off the vestiges of slavery and colonialism, and our desire to take control of our affairs instead of being dictated to on what others feel is bad for us, what is good for us, or what is good, period. As a reminder, Mr. Speaker, again I say Article 73 of the United Nations Charter, which addresses the situation of territories like ours, whose people have not yet attained a full measure of self-government, mandates that we must keep continuously moving towards self-government. It is coming whether you want it or not. Don't let anybody fool you, tell you that FOI trying to carry you to self-determination. It is in Article 73 of the United Nations Charter. Either you prepare for the future or the future will prepare for you, and if it prepares for you, you will not like the outcome. So various United Nations studies, papers, and pronouncements advocate that in order to achieve this, we must develop our institutions like our legislature. That's why I don't need anyone to tell me that we're going to bring in the integrity in public life. It's coming. I don't need anyone to tell me about whistleblowing. It's coming. I don't need no one to tell me about all those other laws. It was in the speech for the throne, many before, but these are coming. So that when we are no longer here, we will ensure that even if we are here, that we police ourselves and everyone is policed properly. This is our duty. Never let anyone make you feel that unless they put you in the right direction that you can go. Get up the morning and pray to God and ask for wisdom, and He'll put you there and put the right people in your path. And this is why I encourage that we must reimagine our legislature. We must critically examine our current arrangements and ask ourselves, what is the next step that we can build in the staircase of self-determination? We're not saying that it's going to come next year. We're not saying it's going to come a few years from now in terms of 3 or 4 years. But every step that we take should be building towards self-determination. Every step that we take should be building towards us becoming better as elected people. Every step that we take should be building towards us increasing our aspirations and making sure that we put things in place that they are fulfilled. Every step that we take has to be about how do we progress as a people of the Virgin Islands and not let persons come and have us take retrograde steps from what our foreparents have given us. And Mr. Speaker, and this is why I encourage that we must reimagine, I said, our legislature. And Mr. Speaker, this is the part that I come towards a close with. Because I love researching these things. I like to see where I came from. I like to be around old people. As a matter of fact, I grew up around a lot of old people in the Caribbean village in West End, mostly those two areas, and some through the Capones, but it was mostly Caribbean West End. I like to be through them because I like to sit down and hear them talk. Sometimes they used to say, young boy, what you through us for? I like to be through them. They tell you things in parable that help you. And Mr. Speaker, 20 years ago, not 50 now, 20 years ago, I found this when I was researching, 20 years ago. On the 50th anniversary, Honorable Vanderpool, of the restoration of the legislature in the Virgin Islands, I quote from a very good friend of mine, somebody that I know well, Andrew Altuve, 20 years ago. And I quote myself, that was said 20 years ago. I needed to bring this because when you listen to some person, they're trying to label me as, where he going now? How come he's saying that now? And that meant that they wasn't listening for 20 years. But they become more concerned because now I'm reaching the seat of Premier. That's what they need to say. That they're concerned that he carry on with this. And I quote from Andrew A. Foy, 20 years ago. Democracy, and let me speak like him, democracy is based on the notion that a people should be self-governing. As John Stuart Mill wrote in 1862, in a representative democracy, the legislature acts as the eyes, ears, and voice of the people. The restoration of our legislature was therefore inevitable. We should applaud the efforts of those pioneer legislators, some of whom were not afraid to stand up and demonstrate for the re-establishment of our legislature, and all of whom worked tirelessly to effect the changes and pave the way for our modern-day legislative system. End of quote. I reiterate those sentiments on this 70th anniversary of the restoration of the legislature in the Virgin Islands. All legislators and legislatures are accountable to the past, present, and future generations of the Virgin Islands. Our pioneer legislators and civic-minded stalwarts fought to earn us the right and the power to legislate for our development and for our advancement to self-determination. In 20, 50, 70 years from now, I ask, how will we answer the question of what have we done with this power and this legacy that we have now? Did we allow those who seemed like they were giants in the land make us think that we were grasshoppers? When really, God is with us and it was always the other way around, but we never saw ourselves as the giants and them the grasshopper? What would we have done with this power and this legacy in our hands? 70 years before, we are clear what was done. Because of them, we are here now. Because of them, we have financial services. Because of them, we have a college. Because of them, we have administration campus. Because of them, women can now run for politics. Because of them, we also have a 4-lane highway. Because of them, we were able to keep a lot of land for our people. Because of them, a lot of our people were able to go to school. And because of them, we were able to make the US dollar our main currency. Because of them, we made sure that we stayed in outside of the Leeward Islands Federation and started to farm and create certain things for ourselves. Because of them, now we have our own Virgin Islander as the Attorney General. Because of them, we can move in a free country now and debate each other, even if we don't agree, but be respectful about it. Because of them, we have done and been able to benefit many things. I asked you to start from in your home. 70 years from now, what will your child say is your legacy as a leader? Because everyone in this country is a leader. You start to lead from home. And then I ask yourselves, 70 years from now, what will you want the legacy of the BVI to be? That we could have moved, but we didn't. And we spent 40 years in the wilderness, which we do not need to spend. We could have changed and asked for some change and have a governor 70 years later, but 70 years later, we are still having a governor coming to us and not from our own country. What are we going to do with the power that we have now? What legacy are we going to leave? It cannot be that I remember that I took Andrew Foy and his government out of power. Soon they even won't remember you who had taken us out of power if it happened. That's not a legacy. Or we took out Orlando, or we took out Ralph, or we took out... That's not a legacy. That's going to happen anyhow. Even if they didn't take them out, time takes you out. Somebody have to come, and somebody got to go for some who come in. What are we doing with the time we have now? Those who walk with me, I must say as Premier, know that when I say this, they're making fun of it. I run an accelerated ship. I hate to know that you're in meetings after meetings and nothing is happening. I hate to know that we're talking about things in a month gone, 2 months gone, 1 year. When I wake up in the morning, I finish saying my prayers and do my devotion, and I always think back on our ancestors, and I always make sure that I tell the children, my wife, I love them, and my mother, and because I realize without their support, you could be no one, and I move forward. What are we going to do with this power we have? Because it's not our power, and it's not our legacy. It's the territory's legacy. So I know that as strong BVI people, we can do anything we put our minds to. I know we are proud of our BVI heritage, and we're going to do it with BVI love. I know we are proud of the accomplishments of our forefathers. True Virgin Islanders understand that we are torch bearers, and as all good torch bearers, we must keep the flame alive and pass it forward. Mr. Speaker, I pay homage to those who have led the struggle for our people to be able to represent themselves and to pursue their aspiration. I pay tribute to all those who have carried this torch over the past 7 decades and more through their role in re-establishing a legislature in the Virgin Islands. I pay homage to them and I thank them. And I pray that our legislature will continue to grow from strength to strength and to advocate our Virgin Islands people. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want us to be able to celebrate our differences and not exploit our weaknesses. I want us to be able to celebrate our strengths and not make sure that we try to make us weak. And as a young boy, when I started to play music, I always remember a song that I heard by Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney. And it says, Ebony and Ira, we all know that people are the same wherever we go. We learn to live, we learn to love each other for the need to survive together alive. Ebony and Ivory. We're always going to have differences. But we cannot major in the minor as Virgin Islands people. To get to the next level, we have to major in the major and leave the minor, because, Mr. Speaker, our tomorrow is 10 times greater, better, and brighter than our yesterdays. I thank you.
I thank the Premier. Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I raise the second motion. And while I'm on my feet, I will go ahead and give my contribution, Mr. Speaker.
The floor is now open, and just to say that the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition has agreed that persons will speak for 35 minutes each. I wanted to break for around 1:30, so members in the gallery who wish to leave can do so in an orderly manner. So with that, I'm guided. I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier of the Virgin Islands said it quite well, and certainly I don't want to repeat what he has said, but I'll use this opportunity to emphasize certain points. I think the Premier was quite comprehensive and quite powerful in his delivery, Mr. Speaker. I first want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I applaud you and the members for convening this special sit-in. And I also want to recognize all the persons in the gallery. Dr. Angel Smith was here. I don't see him now, but he was here, and he's one of our historians. And he can certainly explain the significance of this particular event. When you have events such as these, you have to explain the significance. What does it mean to have a 70-year celebration of the restoration of your legislative council? Persons might just hear it and say, well, okay, 70 years and that's it. But any group of people have to have ceremonies, symbols, activities which signify something. They're symbolic in nature, but they have a purpose. They have a goal. Why is it that every 4th of July, Mr. Speaker, the United States, they have fireworks, they have persons having parties, they have celebrations, they have a flag that everybody puts on their driveway, they have flags in their vehicles, they sing anthems. What's the reason for it? Are they just songs, meaningless activities? These are things that say something is important. And what is it that's important on the 4th of July to the United States of America? Their independence. And just about every independent country that I know, they have big celebrations celebrating independence. Why do they celebrate it? Because it's important. Every group of people on the planet have a longing and a desire to be control of their own affairs. Only some people here in the BVI are confused, I should say. You look all over the world, Mr. Speaker, and persons are telling you this thing called independence is important. It is worthy of singing about, partying about, dressing up about, making sure you don't go to work about. Every nation on the planet has a longing to be in control of their own affairs, Mr. Speaker. We don't have an Independence Day, but we, since slavery, and if we look at the entire world, Mr. Speaker, the history of the world, there was a time in the late 1400s and beyond, where individuals and groups expanded, the age of expansion. And as opposed to just governing themselves or the people in their particular area, they went about colonizing people, taking them over. And since that time, persons have had a longing and a yearning for freedom. And in the Virgin Islands, we have not yet attained a full measure of freedom. But we have had events along the way which have been significant in our march towards freedom. And this is a major one, Mr. Speaker. This is a major one. Among the first of those events in the Virgin Islands would have to be any form of emancipation that our people fought for, I will say. And of course, I come from Langlok. My ancestors were among those who were manumitted on Nottingham Estate. Those were among our early victories in the march towards freedom. And of course, in 1834 and later in 1838, when the British Emancipation Act came about and was enacted, when the entire Virgin Islands was freed from the vicious institution of slavery. And then we came after that, Mr. Speaker, and we had different forms of colonial control. Whether we were a part of a presidency, whether we were part of a crown colony of the Leeward Islands, whether we were a standalone colony with the dissolution of a Leeward Islands federation. And we have so many different iterations of this thing called colonial control. And we should mention, Mr. Speaker, that this, for those persons who have not studied history or not paid attention to history, it's not just the BVI in this situation. They used to call the British Empire the empire where the sun never set. That means all over the world, as long as the sun was shining in an area, there was an area of the British Empire. This is all over the world. And we have different iterations or different versions of how they administer colonial control. So all of those things I mentioned, crown colonies and federations and presidencies, are just different iterations of the same thing. What we see here today, Mr. Speaker, what we experience here today is just another iteration. Mr. Speaker, 1949, with Theodore Faulkner. In fact, let me go before that, Mr. Speaker. Let me go to 1938 with Hope Stevens and the Civil League with persons like H.R. Penn, where they submitted a petition that we might have our own legislative council restored, which was taken away in 1901. because they recognize the conditions in the Virgin Islands and recognize for the Virgin Islands to grow and to develop, you needed your own representatives. Not just going to Antigua or some other area to make representation for your people. You need your own. But in 1949, the population was under 7,000 persons. And 1,500 persons marched. What percentage of the population is that? That is very close to 25% of the population. If we had a march today with 25% of the population, you're talking about a march of close to 10,000 persons. 8, 9, 10,000 persons. Mr. Speaker. That shows you that the people themselves united with the cause of us having our own representation. It was not just a matter of a few persons saying that we want this. The people united overwhelmingly with the desire for our own representatives, Mr. Speaker. And it must be said that the petition itself specifically mentions the fact that we have to have our own representation, Mr. Speaker. So, this journey that we are on today is not a journey that just started. And it's important to say that that first election in 1950, which was as a direct result of that march, after that march, a commission was set up, and that commission started planning for that first legislative council since it was taken away in 1901. And you had probably close to 70% turnout for that election. And you had the elected members, you had appointed members and elected members there. But those elected members, I want to say their names, because it's important that we know these things. And I recognize my responsibility as Minister of Education to ensure that these things are known by the people in the community. Those 4 members were Representative H.R. Penn, Representative Bruce, Representative Fonseca, and Representative De Castro. The bus remained in front of the House of Assembly building, Mr. Speaker. And that was a victory and a step towards a fuller measure of freedom. And since then, we've been making some progress. In 1967, of course, we had some constitutions before that. Before I go to 1967, I should mention that we had a new constitution in 1953. And then we had another legislative council that established constituencies. Because that first legislative council everyone was elected at large. And then we have these constituencies. Why? Because it's important that different areas have representation. You can't just bunch everybody together, like when they bunch all of us together for the Leeward Islands colony. People got forgotten. The Premier already said that this was the poorest presidency because we were forgotten. We were neglected. And I'm going to get to that neglect in a little while, because that has been our experience under this United Kingdom. But we had constituencies now, so that down in the west we're not forgotten, down in the east we're not forgotten, in the country we're not forgotten. And of course we had to develop those since then. That Legislative Council in 1954, I believe, had 5 constituencies. And then we saw Theodore Faulkner, who matched, actually became a member of that Legislative Council in 1954. And you see my grandfather's brother, Leslie Malone, the late great Leslie Malone, became the first representative of the East. That's the type of legacy that I have to uphold. My great uncle, Leslie Malone. And we have H.R. Penn and Glanny Fonseca and I believe Wilfred Smith in the 1st District. And then, of course, we go on to 1967, where we introduce a ministerial form of government and we elect our first chief minister. And we have ministers. And things start to move, Mr. Speaker. Things start to happen for us, Mr. Speaker. Persons don't understand what colonialism is like here in the BVI. We don't understand it. That's why we're not sure whether us controlling our own affairs is the right thing to do, because we don't really know the alternative. Things started to move for us when we got our own representatives. When we have our older persons tell us about what the BVI was like, what the BVI was about in the past. When you used to be walking around with no shoes. And I remember a discussion some older gentlemen were speaking about, well, how you used to wipe your backside in the past. It sounds crude, Mr. Speaker, but that really is the crux of it. We had to be using bush. But we speak about these things, Mr. Speaker. We speak about the fact that the Methodist Church and the Anglican Church were the ones who established schools. And we remember these things because we didn't have anything, and we were a small family-based society, and we were happy. We didn't even know what we did not have. And we worked hard, and we built something. And that wasn't too long ago. What conclusion must we come to about the life that we had? Yes, we praise God. We loved our families. We went to the beach, we swam, we had fun. But we suffered from great neglect. Nothing was happening here. The entity that was responsible for us did very little to nothing to help us to grow and develop and to advance in life. When did we start to get schools for ourselves? Build government schools and build institutions, build roads, and when did these things start to happen for us? When did we start to meet with investors, form partnerships, and start to develop the economy? When did that start to happen? You think we just got to where we are today just like that? Some persons say the financial services. Things started happening before the financial services got here. And even when the financial services got here, it needed leaders to make decisions and to enter into partnerships, relationships, to pass legislation, Mr. Speaker. Our people made this happen. Some persons, after it was already constructed, want to take credit for it. They want to say, this hair that you have here has nothing to do with you. You're just a bystander and you're benefiting from it and you do not deserve it. Our people built this. Nobody will tell me different. Before we got elected to that legislative council in 1950, nothing was happening for us here. And I'm not discrediting all of those who fought before, who are nominated members and whatever else we had here. But when we elected our own people, things started to move. Our resident historian, Honorable Calvin Malone, Minister for Social, he will tell you the legislation that was passed that started to get things going for us. And then you get 1977, when we got our own Minister of Finance. A huge step in the right direction for us, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, we have this new constitution in 2007, advanced us further. And now some persons are confused as to whether we should continue along that path, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not confused. Mr. Speaker, I want to, with your permission, I would like to read something, an address given by my grandfather, the late Dr. Willard Whitley. This address was given at the United Nations in New York. And this was after a visit by the Special Committee, which is known as the Decolonization Committee. And this Decolonization Committee had to do a report on the BVI. And Dr. Willard Whitley was responding to this report. Bear with me for a second, Mr. Speaker, as I bring it up. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I read? This is Dr. Willard Whitley in responding to this report. I would like to single out for comment what I consider to be the central point in the report. That is that my government intends to operate the new Constitution to be given later in the year until 1980. I should say, Mr. Speaker, that this was in 1976. The year of the next general elections, and at that time to introduce a constitution giving full internal self-government. What further step will be taken after the attainment of full internal self-government will be decided at a later date. We've been talking about this later date for a long time, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say that. You are perfectly correct in stating this, for we, the government and people of the British Virgin Islands, have accepted the year 1980 as the target date for the attainment of full internal self-government. This means, of course, that between then and now, we must strive even harder than we did in the past to keep our noses above high water mark. I would just like to speak briefly on a few of the areas that will require our continued vigilance and our strenuous efforts over the next few years. And he goes on to outline, I would say, a roadmap to full internal self-government. As you all are aware, the British Virgin Islands was granted a new constitution in 1967, which bestowed upon us a semi-ministerial system of government and which we are still using today. There was an attempt made in 1969 to increase local autonomy, but this came to naught, and it was not until 1973 that any real progress was made. In that year, in response to a request from the British Virgin Islands legislature, the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs appointed a commission to examine possible future constitutional evolution, taking into account the wishes of the people as well as the local environment. The commission reported in due course, and out of its recommendations, together with inputs from both the executive and legislative councils, progress was made towards the acceptance of a new constitution just short of full internal self-government. Naturally, the next step will be full internal self-government. We feel that that is the logical step, and we hope to be able to demonstrate to our people as we go along the virtues of the political status, a stage long reached by some of our Caribbean neighbors, example, the Associated States. Tourism with emphasis on aquatic activities has been the mainstay of our economy, and we intend to continue with the orderly development and expansion of this industry. However, we well know of the need for diversifying the economy, and therefore every effort will be made to resuscitate agriculture. This thing has been talking about for a long time. Livestock and fisheries, and to develop light manufacturing. In addition, we intend to promote the area as a financial center, and towards this end, we intend to enact as soon as possible an exempt bodies ordinance. Government does not yet balance its budget on current account, and over the years, the territory has been a recipient of budgetary aid to help to bridge the gap. However, it has always been government's declared policy over the years to progressively reduce and finally eliminate budgetary aid or granting aid. That's an important point, Mr. Speaker. Our progress has not been bad. We have severely restrained expenditure over the years, while at the same time exploring all avenues for increasing local revenue by tapping traditional sources as well as seeking windfall revenue from such endeavors as the minting of gold coins. Compare, therefore, our approved granting aid of $575,000 for 1976. Just imagine that, $575,000 in 1976 to where we are today. With 1976, with our actual GIA of $1,113,000 for 1971. So that shows you, Mr. Speaker, I won't go on all day, but that just shows you, you go from 575,000 to 1 million based on your stewardship as a way of showing you're responsible and able to manage your own affairs. And that's in finance. But we have other areas that the governor is now responsible for. And when they tell you you can't go into those areas because you won't be responsible, we have demonstrated that when we take subjects away from the governor that we can administer them responsibly. Because we have confidence in ourselves, in our own integrity and our own people, even though some persons want to undermine that confidence that you have in yourselves. Because when you want to dominate the world and control the whole world, you have to persuade them that they can't do it for themselves. You can't manage your own affairs. You're not mature enough. Even in 2020, you're not mature enough to manage your own affairs. They tell you that you're corrupt, that you lack transparency, accountability, etc., Mr. Speaker. And we even have some of our own people who help them make those arguments. What word do we refer to those people as? Who fight against their own people, seek to undermine confidence in the leadership of the people. And let me just say, it doesn't matter if it's NDP, VIP, PEP, any other P. We are better off governing our own affairs than anyone else, Mr. Speaker. Let's fight it out with an election and see who's going to be the one to take us forward. But without a shadow of a doubt, we're better off with any other party governor than being forever controlled by foreign entities, Mr. Speaker. I continue. In fact, my government feels that with good husbandry and careful housekeeping, granting aid will be reduced to an insignificant level by 1980, and that thereafter good financial administration, all other things being equal, will see us home and dry and keep us on the path of solvency. Almost all the development aid which the territory receives for its Capital Works program comes from the United Kingdom in the form of grants, which over the years has been applied to the development of a proper infrastructural base. We have applied a considerable amount to the development of communication by land, sea, and air. We have created a network of roads, particularly on Tortola, the largest island. We have built a deep water harbor at Port Purcell capable of handling ships with a draught of 22 feet. And we have a fairly modern airport with 3,600 feet tarmac-covered runway, an outstanding terminal building, a control tower under construction, and lighting on order to be installed before the next tourist season. An increasingly large portion is going to the development of a proper water and sewage system in Road Town, but which will be extended in due course. New schools and clinics have been built, and now preparatory work is taking place on a 50-bed hospital. Our annual allocation of development aid is $750,000, and during 1975 we spent approximately $1.4 million. I'm showing you, when we got in control, things started to happen. The education of our youth has been a prime concern of my government, and over the years we have invested heavily in both primary and secondary education. The United Kingdom wasn't doing that. Not only in recurrent expenditure, but also capital. My government has been guided by the belief that a country's greatest asset is its youth, and that only through full development will they be able to adequately contribute to the advancement of their community. This becomes increasingly more important as you approach self-government, when ideally your indigenous people should be able to replace expatriate staff in positions of responsibility. Indeed, we are looking at target date 1980 in the face, and it behooves us to look more carefully at our system of education. This is why we restarted that scholarship program. It's important. This is in fact that we have done, and we found a certain deficiency, particularly at the secondary level. We were therefore led in 1975 to appoint a team of 5 educators to survey the state of secondary education. The team has now submitted its report in a draft, and as soon as the final version has been received, studied, and accepted, my government will set about to implement the recommendation. This move should then put us straight on the right track. As far as higher education is concerned, this still has to be sought overseas, and my government is making every effort to secure scholarships and fellowships for its people. My government, of course, contributes to the University of the West Indies, and there are a number of British Virgin Islands students studying there, and also in other institutions in the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States. And I just have to comment shortly, Mr. Speaker. I can't forget H.L. Stout with a comprehensive education in 1968. That was a step along the journey. All of these scholarships, when we send persons away, that's a part of us building ourselves. And we're not sending persons away on scholarship for nothing. We're trying to equip ourselves for a greater measure of control of our own affairs. Just one more section, Mr. Speaker, and I'll conclude this. I'll skip some of that. Let me just go straight to the end. But Dr. Willard Wheatley just gives a whole roadmap. He speaks about the public service. He speaks about training persons in nursing and policing. This is what reading, and make sure that it's going to be available for persons. Okay, I'll just go down. Finally, these are the qualities which contributed to our modest success, and we feel that these same qualities will help us in the future, but with one significant addition, that is, ability to make sacrifices and to undergo a belt tightening so that we may get out of granting aid by 1980 and yet be able to maintain our accustomed standard of living. Finally, I would like to say that we are small, but smallness should in no way inhibit us from attaining our goal of full internal self-government. History is replete with examples of small territories that have become not only self-governing, but went on to full independence and proceeded to make their due contribution to the larger world community, notwithstanding their size. I need go no further than the Caribbean to mention the independent states of Barbados and Grenada, or the self-governing associated states. I understand that Dominica and St. Lucia are now thinking of independence. Gentlemen, it is our determination in the British Virgin Islands to move forward. I wish at this point to say to Ambassador Blyden, on behalf of the government and people of the Virgin Islands, best wishes and success in this new appointment. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Willard Wheatley, then Chief Minister of the Virgin Islands, speaking about full internal self-government and the march towards it, what is required to get us to that point. I wish he could see me here now. He did not know that his grandson would be here continuing the fight that he and all of those others started before. And that's all our responsibilities here. We have to carry on a legacy. We have to fight. You don't think those guys were fighting administrators and commissioners and governors before? They're fighting to keep you where you are, and you fighting to spread your wings? You don't think we had these fights before? But we were always resolute. Just like Dr. Willard Wheatley said, we have to march forward. We cannot stop now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I won't go any further because I think the Premier really covered the really important points. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, with Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie made an address to the United Nations in 1963. And this inspired Bob Marley's song, War. But it is really about, Mr. Speaker, the fact that all people across the world have to be recognized as equals. We have to recognize ourselves as equals all over the world. And this is a part of the reason why the United Nations was set up after the Second World War. This age of persons colonizing others has to become to an end. And this is why the United Nations set up a decolonization committee. This is why the United Nations has that we have to periodically report to the United Nations and let them know what's the next step. How are you progressing towards being a more self-determined people? Not that you come to the House of Assembly and you try to pass some legislation and months later you still can't get it enacted because somebody decides that they're not ready for you to go that direction. Is that self-determination? It can't be. Mr. Speaker, I'll end with two quotes by Haile Selassie in that speech to the UN. The goal of the equality of man, which we seek, is the antithesis of the exploitation of one people by another, with which the pages of history, and in particular those written of the African and Asian continents, speak at such length. Exploitation thus viewed has many faces, but whatever guise it assumes, this evil is to be shunned where it does not exist and crushed where it does. This evil is to be shunned where it does not exist and crushed where it does. It is the sacred duty of this organization to ensure that the dream of equality is finally realized for all men to whom it is still denied, to guarantee that exploitation is not reincarnated in other forms in places whence it has already been banished. And my last quote before I close, Mr. Speaker. That until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, that until there are no longer first-class and second-class citizens of any nation, that until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, that until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, that until that day, the dream of lasting peace and world citizenship and the rule of international morality will remain but a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. And until the ignoble and unhappy regimes that hold our brothers in Angola, in Mozambique, and in South Africa in subhuman bondage have been toppled and destroyed, until bigotry and prejudice and malicious and inhuman self-interest have been replaced by understanding and tolerance and goodwill, until all Africans stand and speak as free beings, equal in the eyes of all men, as they are in the eyes of heaven, until that day that the African continent and the Caribbean region will not know peace, we Africans will fight if necessary, and we know that we shall win as we are confident in the victory of good over evil. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I heartily support this resolution to recognize this special day. In fact, the 5th of December was the first sitting of that restored Legislative Council. The 5th of December is tomorrow, so tomorrow actually marks the day. And I heartily and enthusiastically support this resolution to recognize the significance of this day and actually to enact this into one of our recognized public holidays in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier and member for the 7th District for his contribution. Honourable members will take a 5-minute recess. When we return, we will have the member for the 6th, followed by the Junior Minister for Trade and the member for the 4th. This House is in 5 minutes recess. and the Leader of the Opposition that we will entertain 2 speakers, following which we'll break for lunch and then we'll return for the other speakers. With that said, I recognize the Honorable Alvaro Medura Keynes, member for the 6th District. I'm sorry, Honorable Fraser, you had a question?
I already called the names of some speakers,
Yes.
and now you're saying that you will entertain 2 speakers. Maybe those 2 speakers might be the ones who want to be short. I don't know if the ones whose names you call might want to push their turn back so they could speak longer.
I don't. Well, they're saying no. So what we'll have is member for the 6th, the Junior Minister for Trade. When we return, we'll have the member for the 4th, and then followed by the Deputy Speaker. So that's the list that, those are the members that caught my eyes. With that said, and in the interest of time, I will recognize the Honorable Alvaro Medura Keynes, member for the 6th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me on this 70th anniversary of our restoration of the legislature. I feel it's only fitting to pay tribute to those brave men and women trailblazers. Howard Penn, Glanville Fonseca, Carlton de Castro, Brondell Bruce, all building on the night after night lectures of an irate Anegada fisherman, Theodore Faulkner. Later would come Anando Scatliff, and still in our political infancy, a Montserrat-born Dr. Q. William Osborne. Today I praise my sisters, the super brave women who knocked on the doors for years begging to be let in. I speak of brave Millicent Mercer from my village, Bargos Bay. Miss Millie was dragged through the political mud, but she fought on that day of voting, election day. She was not elected, but she proved women could try, and oh, how they did. So many years later, Mrs. Eileen Parsons and Mrs. Patsy Lake knocked again and again, getting more resignation with each try. Finally, there were 2 victorious women. We had arrived. Eileen Parsons was elected the first of us to an at-large seat, obtaining 1,675 votes, the most cast in an election up to that time. Ethelyn Smith was elected the first female to a district, winning over a former chief minister. Today, we as women are sought out by parties and make up part of each party ticket. Mr. Speaker, we have really come a long way, baby. Today, I stand to say thanks to all who went before, those who tried and did not make it, and those who have their photograph on winning display in the House of Assembly. We proudly stand on your shoulders. I sincerely hope and pray that we will forever guard our freedom of having free and fair elections. And I say thanks to the people of the District 6, Miss Millie's district, who freely went to the polls and by their votes sent me to be their representative so I can join the long list of men and women trailblazers. I humbly see this as another vote of confidence in the ability of women to make significant contribution to the continued development of these beautiful British Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 6th District. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles.
Good afternoon to my fellow honorable members of this House, and a very special good afternoon to the esteemed listening public of the territory of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to read from my notes.
Permission granted.
If any day, today I earnestly hope that the people of these beautiful islands have dedicated their time and interest to observing by radio and any other accessible format the proceedings of this session and those which may follow it. Mr. Speaker, today the Virgin Islands as a territory, but more importantly as a culture and as a people, celebrates the milestone of an act of nation-changing independence. Today, the territory of the Virgin Islands is reminded that who we are goes beyond fungi and fish or pea soup. What represents our distinctness goes beyond turtle doves or hibiscus flowers. Mr. Speaker, today we stand in this esteemed House, perhaps a little proud of what we may have done to have been entrusted by our noble people the honor of representative servitude. Yet today of all days, I want to give a poignant dose of humility to the men and women with whom I share presence in this House. In 2019, and of course, presumably in our careers and personal lives before this, we campaigned and established ourselves to the electorate as possessing the integrity, intelligence, compassion, and resolve to enter the political arena and steadfastly serve the interests of those who allowed us to assume power. Mr. Speaker, it was not a function of our own wit, grit, or deportment, though. The burden and pleasure of leadership is ours to bear because thousands believe that their zeal and desire for a better British Virgin Islands could be expressed in a national management strategy by us. So I ask my fellow leaders today, how have we fared? Mr. Speaker, the old people have a saying, fishermen don't say his fish stink. But as the voice and ear of business people in the BVI, one critical lesson that I have been afforded, particularly during this period of constant and precipitous change, that one of the most valuable tools for success in our arsenals is the impartiality and candidness to self-reflect. After 70 years of self-determined legislation, it is on our shoulders to continue a tradition of good governance fueled by perpetual and symmetrical dialogue with our people. When we gather ourselves to champion causes in this House, we must not do so on our own volition or for the voice of our own ego, but because we know that after 70 years of men and women who built a legacy of prosperity, freedom, and opportunity, we must fight on to ensure another 70 more. Mr. Speaker, in reading your press release on this monumental day, there was one theme in particular which stood out for me, which is the youth of our democracy. In the grand scheme of nation building, 70 years is but a generation. In 70 years, we have seen tremendously powerful hurricanes, disastrous floods, global upheaval on every imaginable front. Most recently, we have been assailed by the invisible, but oh, so tangible threat of COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, when confronted by such pressures, it is only fair to expect that a young democracy as our own will make mistakes. The challenge of leadership and, in fact, of humanity is not to be faultless. It is to be brave and earnest enough to address our own shortcomings head on and pivot to a more practical course. Mr. Speaker, I would also add that the burden of leadership is one that can only ever be undertaken by collective passion and wisdom. On so auspicious a day, Mr. Speaker, I would think it's sacrilegious to sully the playing field with anything but constructive criticism. As we celebrate today our continued gradual and sure progress towards longevity and independence, I petition us all to demonstrate true BVI love. We stand today, as we have for months, in the throes of a prolonged crisis to which we still cannot see a definite end. We cannot be divided, we cannot be disturbed, and we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted. 70 years ago, men and women who look like us, sound like us, and share the God-given qualities and values we learned around the coal pot, with the sand in our toes and with bird song in our ear, demanded a stake in our legacy. They resolved that the owner should and would be on the people of the Virgin Islands for their own self-determination. Mr. Speaker, I veered away from a historical statement today, but I will not allow myself to end today without mentioning the names Fonseca, De Castro, and Faulkner. My colleagues have passionately and masterfully reminded us today of the past of our fledgling territory. What I find both stirring and somewhat amusing about the story of our first inclination and actions towards independence is that the occasion might have not seemed at the time to be so grand. Mr. Faulkner was what we may call a fisherman. I may be wrong, but I have no reason to believe that he was of any great wealth, status, or prestige. And we know that in those times, many of us were learned only in the rigor of life and the studies of their environment. Yes, this gentleman, hailing from a sister island no less, was motivated and personally empowered to rally his people toward what has now been a historic moment. In 1949, the Virgin Islands community, led by people whose tenacity and spirit have been immortalized as representatives of our culture, marched to the then colonialized administrators and set in motion the events that would birth a new government, one in which we served ourselves. If the 70 years of plenty since has taught us anything, it is that our decision to reclaim and reimagine our islands to be our own was one that we have reaped benefits for 1,000 times over. We went on to build twin pillars that catapulted us to relative supremacy in the region and as global competitors. Our children are safe, fed, and educated, and within their brightness lies potential to carry forth even higher heights. There is no limit to our competence, no upper bounds to our creativity. H. Lavity Stout, one icon of a man who served here before us, famously uttered the scripture, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Mr. Speaker, I have said it many times, and I will never stop. The history of the Virgin Islands was in the hands of capable, incredible sons and daughters of our own. With this breath, I declare that its future will as well. And I will, Mr. Speaker, conclude by reading the lyrics from a song that I performed many years ago, "A Nation to Build." We have a nation to build and a country to mold, and it's not ever going to happen by guessing. Though it may be uphill, we must rise to the role. Every last citizen must add their blessing. Don't forget, we come from a history of separation. Divide and rule was colonial MO. We must reverse that trend. See life through a different lens if we want to build a better tomorrow. We are all in the same ship of state. Everybody sailing. Sink or float, we all will share the same fate. The collective duty is ours to stop us from failing. It is we alone who must make the BVI great. Where the mind goes, we know the body follows. So let us tune our minds to the national good. And heaven knows we will see some blessed tomorrows when we put nation first and unite the way we should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development. Honorable members, we will take a 1-hour break for lunch. It's now 2:15. We'll be back at 3:15 sharp to start. And when we return, on my speakers list, I have the member for the 4th, the Junior Minister for Tourism, and the Deputy Speaker. And now added to that is the senior member for the House, representative for the 3rd, Honorable Fraser. With that, honorable members, this House is in recess until 3:15. That's 3:15. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its session. I call upon the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, representative for the 4th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with pleasure that I'm here today to speak on this very special occasion, as these momentous times in history requires that we all pay attention and take note and use these momentous historical occasions to learn from them and see what lessons we can learn to put to good use, if I put it that way, in a simple way. So, 70 years of the Virgin Islands having a legislature, or as you call it now, House of Assembly. Perhaps should not be a momentous occasion, comparatively speaking, to other countries in the world. So one may ask, as I was speaking to someone in the United States earlier today, that why we're here in the House of Assembly, when they were surprised that we were so excited about having or being able to manage our own affairs from a legislative point of view. The question would have been, what was happening to our little territory prior to those 70 years? And in her notes in the foreword that was written by Dr. Pearl Verlaque, the late Dr. Pearl I. Verlaque, on the 50th anniversary of the legislature, 1950 to 2000, she wrote, Mr. Speaker, if I may just quote from her in that particular rendition that was so well put together by that committee. The foreword is written by Dr. Paul Verlaque, and I'll quote one or two paragraphs from it. The establishment of a legislative council may seem of little significance to many who today take the rule of law and the efficacy of strong political institutions for granted. One understands the difficulty young Virgin Islanders of this century must have comprehending life without elected representation. In the 1940s, it would have been equally difficult for their forebearers to understand just the opposite. What a difference half a century makes. And the late Dr. Paul Verlaque continued, actually, what a difference a year made. However, faltering the initial results of the assertiveness of 1949, of Mr. Faulkner and Mr. I.G. Fonseca and Mr. Carlton Licastro, it was the taking of their destiny into their own hands that contained the seeds of what exists today, and by extension, whatever will exist in the future. Virgin Islanders should never be permitted to forget 1949. The present legislature is to be commended for making that celebration a memorable event, and we dare not forget. So it was very important that we didn't and we don't forget this 70 years celebration of being able to come in this honorable house as a group of elected officials by the people of the Virgin Islands to remember that occasion. But what can that occasion, Mr. Speaker, teach us? In this 2020, in the year of our Lord, I'm sure as the Attorney General would put it, in the year of our Lord 2020, what lessons can we learn? I want to speak, Mr. Speaker, from an overall perspective that 70 years as the House of Assembly or the legislature was reestablished in the territory should be a remembrance and a call for us for unity in our land. Unity in our land, Mr. Speaker. The Virgin Islands is at a point in time when I strongly believe we need unity in our land. Mr. Speaker, we are a people who have evolved. We are a people who have changed. We are people, Mr. Speaker, who have grown from strength to strength. We are people, Mr. Speaker, over the past 70 years who have acquired more knowledge, more economic growth, more economic upliftment. We are more knowledgeable, not just locally, Mr. Speaker, not just regionally, but I dare say, Mr. Speaker, everyone in this room and many persons across the territory of the Virgin Islands are people who have evolved globally, internationally. We can tell you a lot about Europe. We can tell you, in my days in school, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even have a good idea of a place called Russia and what was going on there, of the Middle East, of all these places. A place called Afghanistan, a place called Iran, what is their significance? Yes, we read in the Bible of Israel and Jerusalem and all those things, but all these other places, we weren't knowledgeable of them. But over the last 70 years, Mr. Speaker, not only are we knowledgeable of them, but we can speak about them intelligently. By whatever means we learned about them, and by whatever means we learn of what impact, of what usefulness, of what relationship they may have to our little territory, the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker. We've learned over the last 70 years that there may be of economic significance to us. Who would have told me, when would I have learned 70 years ago, or those who were alive at the time and trying to govern themselves, and us who grew up over the last 20, 30, 40 years in these areas, who would have understood or would have believed that in 2020, China is of great significance to the economy of the Virgin Islands? Direct, not only indirect, because it used to be indirect when we used to hope that the U.S. and China have a good trade, and when we trade with the U.S. or get told from the U.S. that we can benefit. But the Virgin Islands, the territory of the Virgin Islands, is now directly in trade with China. I think the last number I heard was that 60% of a financial services business comes out of that region. Now, who would have understood that? Who would have believed that? I dare you, and I dare go back and have a little chat with Mr. Faulkner and Mr. Fonseca and Mr. DeCastro and my good Chief Minister, Dr. Wheatley, and all those who've gone on before. Mr. H. Levy Stout in his time was probably beginning to get a little bit of it, and Mr. C.B. Romney when he traveled, but they've got a little bit of it. But none of them would have imagined, Mr. Speaker, even now, that 60% of the revenue from the financial services business which support the economy would have been coming from China and Hong Kong and these places. So there are lessons to be learned. And I'll come back to that because when I have a few minutes to speak on the issue of self-determination and independence and interdependence and independence, I'm not making mistakes with those words. Dependence, interdependence, independence, and self-determination. Those are words that you must think about because they're all related in the context of this 70 years growth that we have had since those good, honorable men were brave enough to go out and fight for our rights. Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know the funny thing is, we sit back here and sometimes we are fearful. We are afraid to talk up and speak up as to where we think we should be and what we should be doing. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Faulkner, when he had an issue with his wife in the hospital, would have been afraid to go out there on the rostrum and talk and see what he had to say. Fearful that these are people ain't gonna follow us, some people ain't gonna believe us. They're not going to be willing to go forward and stand up to the powers that be at the time. So let me not waste my time and go to talking about it. Imagine if that had happened, Mr. Speaker. We're here celebrating today. But there would have not been any celebration if somebody, even one, was not willing to stand up and speak up and gather, help, and get people to understand what it meant to be governed by persons other than yourselves, with no interest in yourselves, when you're capable of doing the same for yourself. If that one person or those three persons and those who joined together in forces with them to fight had not done that, Mr. Speaker, where would they be? And nowadays people are this talk that there's no way we're going to ever be independent. We need the British, we need whomever, we need everybody else. Mr. Speaker, somebody got to stand up. I stood up one time at a Sunday morning well. I think it was the year, I can't remember the year it was, now many years. And if you go back to the same document as the Premier said, you will see where in 1999, I said self-determination is a must for the Virgin Islands. Go back and read the document and you'll see my picture. I had hair at the time. as Honorable Shari Castro discovered. But if you go back there, I wouldn't even quote it, Mr. Speaker, but you'll see where I said clearly that, Honorable Malone, you're laughing at me. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that I said that we do have to work towards self-determination. 20 years hence. 20 years hence. Since then, Mr. Speaker, we have the college was open, but we have developed it to a higher stage. Since then, Mr. Speaker, we have done so many things in the territory. At the time, Mr. Speaker, we were probably operating a budget of less than $100 million, and we got to a budget of over $400 million since then. On our own accord. I checked and looked back to see if there were any loans from the United Kingdom, any loans from the United States to the Virgin Islands, any loans from any territory to the Virgin Islands. The European Union, here and there, yes, but we have paid them back. A little grant here and there from the EU with the college and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, most of it all was the people of the Virgin Islands supporting themselves and really determining the future on our own. And yet we don't believe that we can. Yet we are living in fear. Yet we are worried. Until somebody comes to us, Mr. Speaker, and says, listen, you gentlemen, we think it's time that you cut your navel string from your mother and go on your own. When that time happens, we're all going to be scrambling to say what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Well, in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we need to prepare and move on to see what we can do to move to the next stage. We are learning from 70 years that these good gentlemen fought for us for, to be able to have our own legislature and sit in here. There's no way Mr. Kairama would have been in here if these people didn't go and fight for us. No way. Especially being in here with a lovely suit, what's it called, Mr. GQ, with that lovely gray and green there. But it's a lesson, Mr. Speaker, for us to learn, for the younger persons to learn that they can aspire to something that they can do that once before they couldn't aspire to that, Mr. Speaker, because no one was guiding them or leading them. But in 1949, on that march, things changed. What year are we going to aspire to, Mr. Speaker? And I leave it to the young people. What year are we going to aspire to, Honorable Dr. Natalia Wheatley? What year are we going to aspire to? That we're going to take the next step. Who is going to be the brave soul? Who is going to be the brave soul? Every time it's raised. Well, let's see what it's going to cost to be independent. Let's do a cost analysis. Let's set up a committee to do the cost. Let's set up a committee to do this, a committee to do that. The day that the United Kingdom says goodbye, follow the United Nations demand. Take Article 73 of the United Nations Charter and do what it says. The day that they say that, and the day might come sooner than we think. This COVID thing will cause a lot of things to happen sooner than we think. The United Kingdom is scrambling right now to find a way to balance their budget and to be able to deal with the issues of Brexit and to be able to get the economy going again and to be able to do a lot of things. Do they have time for you, for us? Who knows? The time may come sooner than we think. And I am not afraid to speak up about it. I am not fearful of what people are going to come out, go there and tell me, well, you don't go sit down and behave yourself and cool up and let's be in peace where we are. Where is our pride? Mr. Faulkner had some pride. He could have continued under the status quo. He could have gone away from the hospital and say, let me take my wife back to Antigua and hope that she lives and survives. But he decided to stand up. And what was the result of that? A legislative assembly of the Virgin Islands was created 1 year later, Mr. Speaker. That was the result of one man willing to stand up. and to fight for a cause and to fight for his people. Mr. Speaker, and since that time, we've been building institutions that the Virgin Islands can continue to operate as the Virgin Islands, and not as a colony, not as an outpost, not as some place where in some mind that has a distance that this is a little place out there flung somewhere into the ocean, out in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Caribbean Sea, that whatever happened to them, happened to them. If they come and call for a little help, we will figure out a way to do it, but let them be. Let them linger. Whether they sit in the doldrums, or whether they sail, whether the wind is beneath their sail, or whether the storms come, let them fight their cause and their case. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I like that. Because in my short time, the storms have come. The winds have blown. There were times when we were in the doldrums, when nothing was going. Nothing could push us along. Mr. Speaker. But even in those times, Mr. Speaker, this territory of the Virgin Islands, and it's not a cliche, the people of the Virgin Islands have been resilient. I didn't say the international help was there. I didn't say, Mr. Speaker, that some white knight showed up and buttressed us for our survival. Mr. Speaker, we, the people of the Virgin Islands, stood up and were resilient. I don't mean we alone now. Many years gone of our forefathers, they were resilient. They sailed their boats to St. Thomas with their cattle to make a living. They carried their little ground provisions down and came back up with a few pennies to take care of the families. When things got really rough, the men jumped on a boat and sailed in rough waters across to Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, to help to plant cane, to come back with a few pennies to support their families. Some drowned in the process. Some drowned in the process, shed their lives, just for the resiliency of the people of this territory to survive. And they have come true over the years. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why we are fearful that we can't come true again. Why do we think we need somebody to keep holding our hands to guide us along? Why do we think we need to have somebody to think for us? Why did we send Ms. Charity Castro to school? To come back and sit and bow down to somebody and pray? Why did we send them? Mr. Speaker, the lessons that we should learn from 70 years, I'm not going to go back into the history of it too much because the Honorable Premier made a very good presentation on the whole history of it. I might mention a few things here or there, but I want us to know the lessons that we should learn from 70 years of us managing our own affairs in the legislature and translating that management of our own affairs, creating and making our own laws and our own rules and our own regulations, even though, Mr. Speaker, those rules and regulations, up until now, in today's day and age, when the United Nations is calling for decolonization, even though, Mr. Speaker, up until now, we can sit in here, look at us, with our shoulders up, feeling we are big, we're passing laws, we're making rules, we're making regulations. But yet, Mr. Speaker, when it comes down to our Constitution, we have to take those laws and those rules that we pass and ask the United Kingdom to sign off on them. Every single law we pass in here, we have to go up to the government and say, can you sign this for me, please? As the 13 of us who have been elected are no use. No use. Elected by the people, but yet we have to go through And, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, whether we like it or not, whether we want to have a homosexual law or not, whether we want to have our gambling laws or not, whether we want to have our marijuana laws or not, or whether we want to have any law, is dependent on the United Kingdom agreeing, although a people have stated through their 13 representatives what they should want, we have to still go and get that. Mr. Speaker, is that what should happen in this day and age? I want Mr. Faulkner to come back and help us to, excuse me, ladies, help us to man up. I want him to come back. Because we must stop being wimpy and wishy-washy and squishy-squashy. And we must start, Mr. Speaker, to think for ourselves and know that we don't need to be bowing down to anyone. We have enough common sense. For God in heaven's sake, to know what we want for ourselves. Come on. The United Kingdom decided that they wanted to do what they want for themselves, and they Brexit. They told Europe, go to whatever. We're going to run our own things. But yet down here we feel that we can't do the same. We have to be here waiting for somebody. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I use the terminology, and Dr. Nate and Dr. Nathaniel Whitley and all those other good historians who study these things will put it in a different way, but I can put it in a real simple way, Mr. Speaker. There is independence. There is self-determination. But in all of those, Mr. Speaker, there is dependence and there is interdependence. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, people misinterpret what you say when you speak of self-determination, of independence. No country in the world is independent. The great United States just learned that, if they didn't know before. If they want to pull out of all the international conventions, what problems they're going to have? They want to pull out the climate change convention, you're going to have problems, Mr. Speaker. You want to pull out the international treaties of nuclear development, you're going to have problems. You can't make decisions on your own no matter how great your nation is, no matter how big it is, no matter how people live in it. The world is interdependent, dependent on each other for various things. So when you speak of independence or self-determination, it doesn't mean that you're here alone, drifting out into the sea. You have to build relationships with every single nation that you can be able to develop and grow and survive, and you be a benefit to them, and they can be a benefit to you. That's how it works. So I don't know why we are so fearful. And I am going to continue my fight for it. I started on a Sunday morning. Well, the next day they called me in, some authorities at B, and put me over the thing and gave me a few lashes. But I'm a big boy. I can take my lashes and keep going. I can take my lashes and keep going. We need to take the lessons of this 70 years, of what happened 70 years ago, and see what can happen now. I don't know why the premier was there coining and trying to be softy about it don't have to be this year, next year, or 4 years. It could be 10 or 20 years from now. What are you talking about? It's time that we start putting a plan together. I might not be around, but at least start putting a plan together so we can determine our own direction. We shouldn't have to allow the United Kingdom to legislate for us what we might not want. They've tried it even up to recently. We marched, but what happened since that march? When they decided to legislate and say, I register whether you like it or not. And what else is coming? And they tell you plain out, your constitution says that we can do it, so you can't do a thing about it. Mr. Speaker, is that what we want to continue to be? And it's time for us to start building these institutions so that we don't have to depend on anyone like that. It's time for us to start looking, Mr. Speaker, as what is best for us as a country, our own country. It's time for us as a country, as a people, to begin to unite. To begin to unite. And I want you to say yes when I start talking about what I mean by beginning to unite. I'm coming to that. Because we have been pulling each other, living with each other, saying we need each other, but when the time comes, all of a sudden there's only some people who are important and others not important. This is our own community. We need to start working and living together to the benefit of all of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do you know who was John Charles Brudenell Bruce? Do you know he was a Caucasian? He was white. And he was a member of the first House of Assembly. Now, I had a hair talking about his name, but nobody never said that, you know. We're afraid to say that. I had a hair calling his name all the time. One time I didn't even realize it until I went in the house. I know he was Miss Bruce, the lady down there by the landmark father. That lady has contributed so much to this country since she's been around that, you know, when are we going to accept our own people as our own people? Whether they're black or white? People in the Virgin Islands who have contributed to this country, whether they're black or white, when are we going to accept them? When are somebody, our own political parties, going to invite them to run? I step on some cons there. But it's the reality, Mr. Speaker. If we are out fighting for racism, against racism, there's racism on both sides. There could be racism, black racism, white racism, Asian racism, or whatever racism. It's not right. These people live among us all these years, and when the time comes and they push up the head and say they want to run for office, everybody on the corner. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. But the time going to come, what are you going to do? They have a right. They're one of us. They're part of us. Brundle Bruce, John Charles Brudenell. I used to call him Brundle, but it's Brudenell Bruce. He sat in these halls. He sat there with Howard Reynolds Penn, Carlton L. de Castro, and Isaac G. Fonseca, the first legislature of the Virgin Islands in 1950. The Premier quoted this morning from, what his name is again, Ray Charles, and what other man's name is? Ebony and Ivory? Huh? Stevie Wonder, I mean, and whoever the other man's name was. Paul McCartney, that's the man. Ebony and Ivory. You're talking about white and black. What are we trying to say? Live together in harmony. Well, there are a lot of white people in this territory who live together in harmony with us. They have their rights too. I hope when we're speaking of unity, that we know we should be the unity should include them also. And I hope one day another one is in here representing their kind in this House of Assembly. I put it on the table, whether you like me for saying it or not, and I know I'm going to hear a lot about it, but I put it on the table. Representation should be for whoever is among us, and we should unite and be represented. Mr. Speaker, I tell you already, I represent, as we say, I represent the island man in here. That is unity. I'm an island man, the way we put it. I'm from Anguilla. And I don't think I've misrepresented the people of the Virgin Islands in any way at all over the 20 years nearly that I'm in here. So I represent them. All those people who come down the Caribbean islands, all over the place, who come and make here their home, 25, 30, 40. I'm here 62 years. I can leave that name that you're my little son. Dr. Natalio, I'll be collecting Social Security next year. But my mother brought me here when I was a year old, year and a half. This is my country. I am part of this country. The people here have taken me in, have treated me well, have treated my family well. The indigenous people of the Virgin Islands have been good to us. And that is unity. I had never begged. I begged bread, but they've always given me. The people of the Virgin Islands, the people in Hunter's Gut, when I grew up there, embraced all of us. My mother kept bringing her children from Angola, and they embraced us. That's how the people of the Virgin Islands are. That's the nature of Virgin Islands people. I can attest to that. I'm not asking you. I didn't hear about it. I know the people of the Virgin Islands are gracious and kind and embracing to people from all walks of life. That is why when I hear people start talking about the indigenous people of the Virgin Islands in negative, I say, hey, you go sit down. The Virgin Islands people by nature are friendly, gracious, embracing, and have always welcomed people from all over the world. There's always a bad egg or two here there who try to pretend like they ain't like that, but that's not how they were taught. So when I read a stupid blog sometimes that talk negative things like that, I don't even pay attention to it because I know the real nature of the people of the Virgin Islands that I have grown up with, that I have seen all over the Virgin Islands, has been a nature where they've always been embracing to other people from all over the world. So you see black people all over, you see white people, you see people from down the islands, you see people from all over the place, including Asia nowadays, who are being embraced by the people of the Virgin Islands. We are all one people. And we need each other. We are dependent on each other to survive and grow and develop, Mr. Speaker. So I want to encourage us to continue that spirit, the spirit of unity. I can call names from all over. Virgin Gorda, names of people that show up over there, and Mr. Speaker, good names. The other day I was over there and somebody was mentioning Chrissy Yates. It's probably about, how long ago I was in banking, about 35 years ago, when I opened up a first account for her in Virgin Gorda. Names like those, Adamsons. And I can go down the list and call all kinds of names, the Westwoods, the Regals. All these people have spent years in the Virgin Islands and have contributed to the Virgin Islands. They belong to us. They're one of us. They're part of us. So we must always make them feel like we are united as one people. They will fight for us. So let's unite. I hear us, Mr. Speaker, 70 years later, after we become a people who are fighting for ourselves. I hear sometimes the negative to people from Santo Domingo. Mr. Speaker, Santo Domingo saved us one time ago. They saved us. Are we going to be ungrateful and not be thankful to them for when our fathers and grandfathers could have gone down there and make a little money from the cane fields and come back up here and bring a little support for us? And now that they are dependent on us economically, are we going to turn our backs on them and not embrace them? And those who have rights here, because the father or the grandfather or the whoever was from here, that they've come here and have claimed their rights, we still want to make them feel like this is not their rightful place. They belong us. They belong us. I have a friend who has come back to contribute a teacher to the territory from Santo Domingo, not knowing that her father was from Anegada. And now her children are here contributing in the music industry and different industries. They're part of us. I hope one day that we will see one of them run for office and come in here and represent their people. Hope they'll run for office one day, somebody from Santo Domingo. Yes, that's unity I'm talking about. That's the unity I'm speaking about. We need to unite. We need to stop pretending that if you want and that's why I spoke about last time in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. That thing we put in the Constitution, that you have to be technically you have to be an indigenous person to be any office, in any serious office in the Virgin Islands. Whether you belong or not, if you're indigenous, you can't hold the seat of a deputy governor, you can't run for office in the future unless you're a grandfather like me. Mr. Speaker, that is disuniting the people of the Virgin Islands. It needs to come out. It needs to stop. We need to think differently. We need to embrace each other and know that as a group, as a people, we can work together to make this country great. But don't make people who have made this country their home feel like it's not their home. Let's get that behind us and let's move forward in unity. Mr. Speaker, 70 years later, let's learn some lessons. But Mr. Speaker, one last thing, if you can time me, I want to make sure I have a few more minutes. I want to speak about. Because, Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I said, that we have to build our institutions, but we have to build our independence in different ways. And one of those ways we have done very well in over the last, I don't know, 40 years, 50 years, where we no longer have to depend on anywhere for granting aid. But we need to take that economic development and growth a step further. And I hope the financial secretaries, and I hope the Minister of Finance, and I hope that the Cabinet, and I hope that the Leader of Opposition, and all of the members of this House, and even yourself, Mr. Speaker, forgive me, will listen. Because we have to create economic independence also. We must not have to send this document at some point to the United Kingdom to ask them to approve a budget. The medium-term fiscal plan, or 3-year plan, that every year we have to send to the United Kingdom to get approval for money that we are raising on our own. But we got to get sent up to the UK to get them to approve that we can accept the money, receive it, and spend it. We can't determine how we should spend it. We have to get them to say how we should spend it. This has to be approved by the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, we have to strive towards economic independence. And as little as we might not respect it, as much as we might not respect it, I want us all to understand the significance of building reserves. The significance of building reserves. And I'm not talking, Mr. Speaker, about building reserves by stipulation of the United Kingdom government. I'm talking about building reserves for our own protection, for our own future, for our own dependence. So there's a method, Mr. Speaker, that even many business people, many very rich persons use. Mr. Speaker, you save your money and spend other people's money. Let me say that again. How you become resilient and independent is that you save your money and spend other people's money. Now, somebody will say he's a crazy man or what? Well, I'm not sure how far I'm not from that. But we need to think about that statement I just made. We need to build our reserves, and I put this proposal to the previous government of which I was a part, and I put it again to this government, and refer to another government. Save and borrow. Save and borrow. The days when we were collecting $400 million, we should have been putting aside more of that money and borrowing more to accomplish our infrastructural development. And, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, being very frugal in our spending of our recurrent operations. But we need to be able someday to wake up, Mr. Premier, Minister of Finance, and see someday not too long from now, and it could happen, and see $500 million sitting in an investment account that nobody can tell us that we can't run our own affairs with $500 million sitting down there. I'm not talking about Social Security money. That's not ours. That's not the government's. That's the people's trust money. I'm talking about the government every year putting aside perhaps $20 or $25 million, regardless of how difficult it is. Make the sacrifices, put it aside. 20 years from now, you wake up. Honorable finance man who knows about these, businessman who knows about these numbers too, are Honorable Malone. 20 years now from wake up and you have $500 million sitting in some investment fund that you can then tell the United Kingdom, don't tell me my business. I have economic independence. It's sitting out there, $500 million. And we need to work towards that. It needs to be even, to me, enshrined in some legislative agenda that every year you're forced to put that there. Now, I'm not saying don't spend any money, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying put it there, but go to a bank and say, listen, I have $500 million over here. I want to borrow 20 million or 50 million or whatever it is. Dare any bank refuse you at that time to borrow that money? Because you have the same cash out there sitting down. So you are now economically independent. You run your own affairs, you borrow your own money. You want to get you can approval for it. You don't need to earn again. No approval anywhere. You have your money sitting there. Somebody will say, man, that can't happen, that can never happen. You see this budget say 300 and something million this year, and all of it going to spend it. We need to borrow, even borrow 60 million to balance it. That's because 10 years ago, we didn't have 300 million, and we were surviving. We need to get back to the point where we operate more frugally, more fiscally prudent, and be able to put aside some money for the difficult days and become economically independent. What have we learned 70 years hence, Mr. Speaker? Are we going to continue doing the same thing that I have been doing for the last 20 years, having been in this house? Are we going to continue the same way and operate the same way? Operating the budget the same way, not looking for a new direction, not trying to get away from the United Kingdom, approving the budget, not move along with some resolves that we can build up, that we can say to anyone, we run our own affairs, Mr. Speaker. We have to build these institutions and make sure that we can survive on them, Mr. Speaker. But it's from that backdrop, Mr. Speaker, that I will conclude by saying the lessons of 70 years should not go by unnoticed. We need to take those lessons, understand the mentality of those men 70 years ago, and let us as a people begin to use that same mentality, that same bravery, that same vision that they have taught us, that same willingness to go past, Mr. Speaker, and do things that look undoable. HLV South, if he hadn't taken the step he took in 1968, I would have dropped out of school in 7th standard and never get a secondary education. Because I didn't pass my grade 5 exam. But look where I am now. I didn't pass it. I failed mathematics. Something called quadratic equation or some big name like that. I couldn't understand. I didn't pass it. I did everything else good. My English was super. I got A's for whatever the other subjects, social studies or something. But mathematics, I didn't pass it. So I would have been a dropout. Who knows where it would have gone? But HLV South decided that no more 200 people alone going to secondary school in this territory. No more only 200 of the brave and highfalutin and the brightest. But let everybody have a chance to get a high school education, a secondary education, and therefore next can go on to tertiary. And there it goes. You know how many persons have been able to get that education since that, Mr. Speaker? So that's what we want to be. We want to be brave like that. Take those steps. He was fighting for his people. Faulkner was fighting for his people. Fonseca was fighting for his people. H.R. Penn was fighting for his people, Mr. Speaker. Carlton de Castro, the white man, Caucasian John Charles Brundle Bruce was fighting for the people of the Virgin Islands in the House of Assembly. Let's embrace everyone. Mr. Speaker, and many others who I wouldn't even name here have done that. And what I admire, Mr. Speaker, is that those who were so brave have left some people in here who have come along. When I hear Dr. Nathaniel Whitley speak, and I remember his grandfather who was out there battling a teacher. What the song was? A teacher, he wanted to be a leader. That was his theme song, you don't know. That was his song. I remember it, long time ago. And he became a leader. He fought for us. It was in his time that we got out of granting aid, I believe. He fought for us, and Ned's father was the financial secretary at the time. A little bit of Trumpism there, father and son. But they did well. Many of these people, I look in the house and I look at people who have been following the politics and all the things in the past and see them in the house sitting now. Mr. Speaker, I saw Honorable Fraser up and down behind Mr. Sills, who made a great contribution. He went to all his campaign meetings, and he was able to take over. We have people who can do it. I tell people I am moving out of the scene because I have trust and belief in the young people. When I look around this room and see them, young Turnbull has a future. Honorable Marlon Penn. I'm not saying that Honorable Fraser doesn't have one, but it shouldn't be too long. And then I look across the aisle and I see all the wonderful young people who are forging forward to lead the country. I didn't say anything about you, Mr. Malone. You have a few more, but not that many more. But we are pleased to see that young people are coming forward. Honorable Maduro Keynes have made, what is it, your third term? And up to you how much more you're going to go. But we are saying, the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that we have young people coming forward, and we need to encourage them to come forward and do what's the right thing for the territory and lead this country. Whether you're on that side or this side, I'm always excited to see when the young people are moving forward. So I give them my support. Honorable Carrie Ryan will tell you he was running against me last election. I tell him I'm going to allow you to resign from your job and go forward, but I'm going to campaign against you. And that I did, but he won. He won. We sit down in the car in the parking lot. We had long talks, and we still have long talks. He and I were up in the hill, not in my constituency, up in the hill, trying to help someone yesterday. We didn't get there, but we'll be there on Monday. Okay? So we got to help. We got to support our young people going forward. Shari Di Castro is there, putting forward our points, leading in our tourism sector now in the difficult times. Mr. Speaker. So we got to keep fighting and keep encouraging. And sometimes people think that it's just the government side is necessary. The leader of opposition has to do a great job, and he's doing a good job. Our leader, the leader of opposition, Honorable Marlon Penn, a young man, not so young, a little youngish now still, but he's doing his job. He's doing his work. And I always tell people, in fact, somebody told me one time a while ago when I was in government, today's opposition is tomorrow's government. You wouldn't believe it, but if you go to the history of the BVI, you see what happens. So in between is Honorable Smith, who's neither young or old, but doing a good job. We want to thank everyone, Mr. Speaker. I use that backdrop just to say that after 70 years of being in the House of Assembly, I want us to continue to encourage young people to keep getting involved and get involved. I admire you, Mr. Speaker, for the job you're doing with the Youth Parliament. Very important job. The mayor tell you he was one of them before. It gives the young people a glimpse of what it is, what we're doing here, and we're not just in a highfalutin institution who has no relevance to them. And one day they can be in here taking over from us to go forward. Very, very, very important. And you have not flinched on it, even when we into the difficulty of COVID and whatever else. You have kept it going. I want to encourage you to keep with the committee that takes care of the Youth Parliament. I want to encourage you all to keep working at that. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, I want to say that I am pleased to remember 70 years ago when we had our first re-establish House of Assembly legislature, and want to thank those stalwarts whose shoulders we sit on, and all of their families and children who even suffered because they spent so much time trying to move us forward. I want to say a big thank you, and I want us to learn the lesson that we will unite as a country. Unite as a country, Mr. Speaker. Every man in here, almost, Mr. Speaker, woman. I don't want to say boy or child, but every man, woman here has some interrelationship with somebody from another country, almost. And I went through the only person that can really tie to somebody from outside is Honorable Free. In fact, his son ain't from here. So that is true. Your son ain't from the United States? So everybody in here have something to, and if I go down the line, Mr. Speaker, including the Premier, whose wife's father is from Nevis. But it's the truth. I bet you have a U.S. passport, yes, son. But that's nothing. But we're still united. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I go from the back, Honorable Madeleine Keynes. Her mother is a Kittian. And I wouldn't tell her her husband, well, the sweetheart is from Nevis. But we are united people, Mr. Speaker. I was there trying to figure out where Sherry DeCastro got DeCastro name from. And I remember her grandfather from Radio Antigua. That's not where he's from? Honorable Sherry? Yes, he was a good man. He did a lot of work for customs. Right here in Tortola, people don't remember him. Mr. What his name was again? Aubrey. I always connect Arthur with Aubrey, but Aubrey DeCastro. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I pass over Honorable Sherry. Her mother is one of the best Antiguans you could have met, who could cook the best food you could find. And her husband. I could go down the line, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Smith, Honorable Deputy, should I speak about you? Honorable Deputy Speaker. I wouldn't tell them where your wife is from. Okay? So I'm saying you go down the line. I can't talk about the Attorney General right now because, yes, she just came in, Mr. Speaker. And I could talk about Dr. Natalio, and all others. And let me see. Mr. Reimer, his Honorable Reimer, his wife's father is from Nevis. Am I not right? Dr. Vincent really, I can't tie you up too well, but I got to figure that one out. I haven't figured it out yet. Honorable Captain Malone, his wife is from the United States of America, one of the best states in America, Louisiana, where you get the best food in, what a place is Louisiana, down in, where they go down there to get all that dancing and fetting? New Orleans, that's the name I was trying to get there. But no need to know, I live so much other things. I mean, Mitch. So I'm saying you go down the line, Mitch's wife's father is from Dominica, my good pastor. So all that, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, my good leader here, we know his background. His wife's father, we call him President, he's President Ford from Antigua. His stepfather, sorry, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. So you got his wife, I went down to a nice wedding in Santa Domingo some time ago. His wife, father, right there, live in St. Thomas, but from St. Kitts. That's how we live. That's how we are. We are together, Mr. Speaker. And I won't talk about you, Mr. Speaker. That last name, Willock, is not a name. Mr. Speaker, your Willock is right there from Montserrat. But we have all the blood mixed up. That's how we are good people, Mr. Speaker. That's how we are good people. And we want to unite like that. And you go to the voters list, and the names in there are no longer just Smiths and Penns and O'Neills, and there are a lot of different names in there now. And you go to the graduation of the high school, pick up the graduation paper next time, and see the kind of names you see on there. But that's how we are growing and evolving. We are growing as one people. So let's unite. Is the theme of my discourse. Unite. Unite here in our land of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And let's see some of our political parties start bringing in some Caucasians, some Santo Dominions, some people from St. Vincent and Antigua and all over the places. And let's join together. And let's get out of this nonsense that a minority can rule a majority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District. I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always good speaking after the member of the 4th. Because every time he starts something, he finishes it. Mr. Speaker, I want to start out by using a quote that the Honorable Member of the 4th said. Take note and learn. Mr. Speaker, that's a serious statement and it's a very good one. Because we have to learn, you have to sit and learn when you come in here. And that's something I did when I got in here, Mr. Speaker. He also said you have to have unity and togetherness. Very important. Because that's what our forefathers had. They had unity and togetherness. That's why they were able to accomplish what they have. Because of that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to adopt most of what all the members have said and what will be said after. Because I know there's a lot of history going on in this room, and I know I cannot even touch where they've gone. Because you see, I, as a young man, never had the inspirations for politics in my life. I never see it coming this way. But now that I'm here, I'm learning, and I'm soaking up in all that is being shared, the wealth of knowledge that's being passed on to us. Mr. Speaker, our forefathers rest on my shoulders. And I feel that I could carry that weight because they have prepared me for it. That's how I feel. A lot of us say that we walk in on the ashes, we walk on the ground that they have toiled on. But I feel as if I'm carrying that weight, Mr. Speaker, because that's what we were made for, to carry the weight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make a commitment here today. Because I realize that we do not really carry our pride properly, our national pride. But there's a reason for it, Mr. Speaker. Because we don't show it. We have not acknowledged it for years, Mr. Speaker. These great leaders that we have, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. DeCastro, I'm not going to take all the names. We do not have a monument or a statue of any of these individuals anywhere in the Virgin Islands standing up in our ports of entry. And that's something that should be done. So that when people come in, they can see our history, see what we have, see who has developed what we have, who has created what we have. So, Mr. Speaker, I am today going to donate $5,000, Mr. Speaker, to the first statue of any one of our leaders. Put them up, Mr. Speaker. We need to put them up. We need to recognize our people. That's what national pride is all about. You have to take care of your own so they can take care of you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the key word is togetherness, unity. Self-determination is a must, Mr. Speaker. It's a must. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've made a few notes because sitting here, I've been going through so many things in my mind emotionally and listening. It's too much, it's overwhelming, Mr. Speaker. It touched my heart when you listen to what a lot was said. Mr. Speaker, our forefathers were people. People who care for people more than they care for themselves. They were people about togetherness. They were people about God, Mr. Speaker. About God. They were God-fearing people. That's the advantage, and that's what our forefathers had over a lot of us here today. God was in the midst of what they were doing. They pray every day, every night, every morning. That was their breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Mr. Speaker. And we need to go back to that, Mr. Speaker, to God. Because He's the one who does protect us. He's the one who leads us, Mr. Speaker. Our forefathers believed in God. They prayed every day. And that's why we're here today. Because God guided them. God gave them the wisdom to do the things that they have done. Because they were not for themselves, but they were for the people. It's always about the people, Mr. Speaker, not about themselves. Mr. Speaker, a foundation has been laid. We don't have to create a foundation. It's already laid. All we have to do is continue to build on this foundation that was given to us. And don't look back. Stay forward. That's what we need to continue doing. We cannot be coming in this house and try to bring each other down. We have to build each other up as a nation, Mr. Speaker. That's what our forefathers did. And we got to continue that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, words cannot describe the way I feel today and how proud I am to be a Virgin Islander. Cannot. Because, like I say, my shoulders are broad. And I will continue to hold that weight till all young people continue to hold that weight as well. Because that's what they built us for, to hold the strain, Mr. Speaker. Hold strain. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying to everyone that we need to respect each other. And that's what I mean by respect. And we respect each other. That's what I mean. We can disagree to agree, but we can respect each other. We need to respect people's time. We need to respect everything that we do here in this house. People out there, they listen to every word that we say. And they're going to take it and turn it and twist it to how they want. But once you have something in your head and it's good, Mr. Speaker, that's what will come out. Don't care if somebody try to twist what you say, it's going to come out the right way. And that's why our forefathers could have done what they did, because they had nothing but goodness in their heart for the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, they had a song that Sam Cooke used to sing, saying, change is going to come, Mr. Speaker. Well, change has come, Mr. Speaker. Change has come. Mr. Speaker, I will never lose hope or time, because time will come. There will come a time when you believe everything is finished. But that will be the beginning, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make a quote, Mr. Speaker, a quote by Albert Einstein, when he said, if you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or object. That's Albert Einstein. That's the foresight that our forefathers had, Mr. Speaker. That's what they had. Before I finish, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm a very short speaker. I still am. I want to make one more. I want to say one more thing, Mr. Speaker, and this is by Abraham Lincoln, and I'm going to leave us with this. I will prepare, and one day my time will come. Our time is now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contributions. I recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Correction. I recognize the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. DeCastro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your kind permission to refer to my notes, as I've taken the time due to this prominent occasion to make sure that I catalog, having done some research through our history books, my remarks today. Mr. Speaker, 70 years. As I reflect, all I can say is what a milestone. But colleagues and fellow Virgin Islanders, how exactly did we get here? We've heard of this great history from many colleagues in the room. But I believe that to answer this question, we need to first understand the significant role that our foreparents played in securing the Virgin Islands' successful legacy of representative government that has us here in this house today. Mr. Speaker, picture people having been subjected to a system that represented the interest of the Crown, and where the economic, social, and infrastructural interests of the people and the territory were largely ignored. A system where the wealth and freedom of a people still felt like an optimistic theoretical premise. Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that our foreparents were being treated like hordes, dependent on the mercy and conscience of a shepherd who was solely motivated by his own economic ambitions. This was not at all an acceptable way of life for a people thought to be free, Mr. Speaker. Our ancestors simply just would not have it. And so in 1950, after a 48-year hiatus, Virgin Islanders organized and stood up for representation that would reflect and protect the Virgin Islands and its people. Their collective voices called for, and I quote, "We the people of the British Virgin Islands, theoretically a free people by reasons of the fact that we are supposed to be British subjects and citizens of the British Empire, are today in numbers assembled as a demonstration of protest against certain conditions under which we have hitherto been forced to live. One of the purposes of this demonstration today is for us to achieve a measure of political freedom for ourselves and the generation of the future." This is parts of the petition read at the 1949 March. Mr. Speaker, this march was considered then a monumental moment and movement in our history. And as such, it is credited today as the catalyst that triggered our transition from a dependency to our people working tirelessly to advance our political and constitutional development. It is on this legacy that I stand today. And as such, in honor of this 70th anniversary, I wish to acknowledge the sacrifice of those who stood firm and recorded, and as recorded by the Virgin Islands story of St. Thomas, a rambling sound is coming out of the British Virgin Islands. They made their voices heard. And today, with utmost sincerity, I say thank you. Thank you for charting the course. Because of their rumbling sound, we embarked on a journey, Mr. Speaker, of making colonialism a subject of our past and not a construct of our future. In this light, Mr. Speaker, I wish to call on the generation of today to seek to understand this great legacy and the shoulders on which we stand. We should be proud, but being proud and not having in-depth knowledge of the source of our pride is dangerous, as without that ancestral prowess and understanding, we are likely to be easily swayed. We know very well the quote by George Santayana, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Mr. Speaker, this conviction for me today is also the fuel for my firm belief that Virgin Islands history should be mandatorily incorporated within our education system. I remember very vividly learning about Christopher Columbus and the Arawaks and the Caribs, and I'm not saying that those parts of history don't have their place, but Mr. Speaker, let our rich history, the knowledge of the active participation of our people in the legislative development of our territory not just be gained by happenstance. We have to make deliberate moves towards ensuring that our people understand and know the names. H.R. Penn, Hope Stevens, H. Laverty Stout, and the list goes on, and I'll call some more names as I go on. We must become deliberate about this, because if we educate our people in this way, they will understand who we are and the kind of stock from whence we came. Mr. Speaker, we are a people fashioned in bravery and tenacity, coupled with a yearning for a better way of life for our children. It was this mix of determination and a belief that we deserve better that spurred the charge by Mr. Theodulf Faulkner, who was dissatisfied, as we have heard, with the reluctance of the medical officer to travel to Anegada to see his pregnant wife. This is what caused him to take a stand, Mr. Speaker. This noble Anegadian decided we needed a change. All people needed better representation. And so he joined forces with Carlton de Castro and I. Glanville Fonseca, who both had roots in Anegada, might I say, and they began a revolution. It is therefore safe to say that out of the loins of Anegada, democracy as we know it, representative government as we know it, was born. Mr. Speaker, now, we must understand that these valiant men had genuine concerns for their safety. They could have been arrested for the disturbance of the peace and civil disorder that could have potentially been caused. However, they replaced fear with faith, and in hope for a better and brighter future for all people, they marched against the status quo and demanded betterment. Mr. Speaker, this to me is who we are as a people. It is the true nature of us as a people, and it is on this legacy that we stand and demand continuous better representation so that the tenets of our legislature as a representative government will continue to remain, Mr. Speaker. In the words of historian Quincy Lettsome, and I love this quote, Mr. Speaker, the poet in me just leaps as I read it. They wanted the fruits of democracy. They demanded the spoils of real freedom for themselves and their children to come. Mr. Speaker, we are the children to come. I dare to say, Mr. Speaker, with the desire for a taste of the fruits of democracy, our foreparents planted seeds which began the germination of our political and constitutional developments, where all people, Mr. Speaker, were able to make key decisions that could have entrapped us in another system of insufficient representation, such as the decision in 1958 to remain outside of the West Indian Federation. Mr. Speaker, this seed also germinated into the introduction of the ministerial system of government as a result of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 1967. It was this said constitution that afforded the incremental transitions of administrative responsibilities to all local government, such as the Chief Minister taking over the portfolio of finance, which was previously held by the governor. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this time because our current premier often says the word self-determination, and it almost seems like as if, in our colloquial terms, it's a bad word when it's said. Mr. Speaker, we've heard quotes from legends like Willard Whitley. We've heard the member for the Fort, who has been in this platform for some 20 years, speak of his references of speeches from years ago. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay specific mention to an excerpt from the book Empowerment Through Representation, the Legislative Council of the British Virgin Islands, excerpt from the message of Cyril B. Romney, leader of the opposition in Challenge and Change 1992. This was a publication for the 25th anniversary of the ministerial system. And the reason I want to quote it is because sometimes it seems like as if we think self-determination, this word just came about, and as if it's being misused and abused. But Mr. Speaker, and I quote from this excerpt by Mr. Romney, on the political front, there remains much to be done. The achievement of ministerial government is not enough. It is merely the beginning of the long and rocky road to full self-determination, which can only be achieved with eventual political independence. It is unfortunate that our limited experience of the global movement from colonialism to self-determination infers a questionable connotation of this ultimate state, so graphically highlighted by the communications, media. But I am afraid that I recognize no other ultimate alternative and would advocate, therefore, the focus of national thought in this direction, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this speaks to the reality that our forefathers have continuously sought to lead us in this direction, Mr. Speaker. And if we examine closely the history of this body, we will recognize that since 1967 to 2007 and up to this point, as we seek to continuously elevate ourselves, Mr. Speaker, our people have been making positive strides in the development of our legislative system. Mr. Speaker, our foreparents may not have tasted the fruits of democracy, but they planted the seeds. And today we can say, because of their efforts, because of their toiling, and the successful contributions made by Virgin Islanders over the years, that today we are certainly enjoying the fruits of our success. But Mr. Speaker, the work does not end here. With good work comes more work. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am keen to highlight some of these key markers in history because I believe this legislative body, and by extension the progress of these Virgin Islands, is linked to this history. We must know it, we must learn it, we must become it, and we must take it forward. This was intentional for me to recite some of these things because I need for us to understand and to be cognizant of how we got where we are today, Mr. Speaker. I want us to recognize the value of our democracy so that we can appreciate the contributions made by those who came before us. Mr. Speaker, it should also be acknowledged that within the process of legislative empowerment, this legislature also had to grapple with the concept of women in politics. As such, it would be remiss of me if I didn't shine light on the strong women on the journey, Mr. Speaker, who determined in their hearts and in their minds that they too deserved a seat at the table, Mr. Speaker. Women who endured shame and resentment and pushback by those who felt that women had no place in politics. But Mr. Speaker, these women understood something that we also have to understand today, and that is that those who advocate for progress and change will often pay a price, sometimes a big price. But if they persevere, if they see that the kind of commitment that they have, if they see it through, the changes that can happen, the benefits that we will achieve, maybe not them, maybe not us, but more likely their daughters, their granddaughters, and their great-granddaughters. Mr. Speaker, they will continue to charge forward. We will continue to charge forward. From 1971 to 1999, Mr. Speaker, women like Millicent Morsa, Patsy Lake, Eileen Parsons, Melcia Hodge, Inez Turnbull, Medita Whitley, Etlyn Smith, Irene Penn O'Neill contested elections, Mr. Speaker. Some of them never were elected, but they kept knocking down these political gender barriers, Mr. Speaker, until they broke through. And then we had Dancia Penn-Sala, Dolores Christopher, Alva Maduro Keynes. They sat before me in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, and this is why today I echo their names in grateful recognition of what they have sacrificed, Mr. Speaker. You see, they saw that women are a piece of the puzzle of the legislature. And so here we are today, Mr. Speaker. Because of their willingness to fight, Virgin Islands women now see absolutely no limits to our rightful place in the political landscape. Not only as candidates, Mr. Speaker, but for us to run and hold office, we can also be contributors as a people who actively participate in the political process, as many of us now do. And for all of us who are able to participate, Mr. Speaker, we can now stand in this glorious house we are standing in honor of those giant women. Mr. Speaker, today I am humbled, and just as I think of these brave women, I am proud to be a part of this 70th legacy. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because unless we comprehend the value of the price that these persons paid, the sweat, the blood, the tears, to realize our present prosperity, we may take light and take for granted this great legacy. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I present this notion as a celebration of the 70th anniversary, that we honor the legacy of our foreparents and make a commitment here today to guard it with our life, as they sacrificed theirs for our future. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the hurdles that we had to overcome as a people. And this is why, as we commemorate this 70th year of legislative freedom, we are charged in reflection on the efforts of our foreparents to determine our future and to write our own story. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, let therefore none of us as elected officials take for granted this legacy of self-governance, but only work to improve upon it and ensure that we leave it better than we met it. It is with this personal commitment on my part, Mr. Speaker, that I will stand strongly against anything that threatens this legacy or seeks to challenge our ability to determine our own story. Mr. Speaker, now we are aware that there are prominent voices among us, especially in recent days, that have cast aspersions, seemingly in an attempt to sow seeds of doubts. So they baselessly make accusations. These meritless attacks on our legislative institutions cannot be taken lightly. And so, like our foreparents, let us not allow those with ill intent to define or categorize us, the people and government of the Virgin Islands. If one thing is clear, it should be that after 70 years of successful representative governance, we have proven that we are well capable as a people, that we can and do reserve the right to determine our own story. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, unless persons are willing to provide solid evidence to the things they accuse us of, let us not give ear to it or allow them to define us, especially with tactics that feel like relic from our colonial past. As such, and in honor of what our foreparents have worked so hard to establish, we must all faithfully commit to guard our freedom, as this is only a reasonable expectation of our civic responsibility as Virgin Islanders. And I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in standing guard, we remain proactive in building on and reshaping our identity to ensure that we continue to leave even stronger Virgin Islands for future generations. We must pull on the spirit of our ancestors, Mr. Speaker, and the energy of those who fought for our freedom and ability to self-govern. We know now that we have the willpower rooted in our DNA to be confident in our resolve and work diligently and sincerely in engendering a successful trajectory for the next 70 years and beyond. Mr. Speaker, this today for me is an important piece of the puzzle. Our ancestors were innovators. They were creatives, always on track to continuous improvement. They believed in efficiency, transparency, and effectiveness. They were building our future, and we now must do our part by bringing Virgin Islanders together with BVI Love to continue this great mandate towards which this Virgin Islands was destined for. Mr. Speaker, I will do my part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Trade. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and Senior Member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long. Because those speakers before me were so eloquent and complete. Anything I say now will just be a simple repeat. And I don't like to repeat things that were said. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that with the Premier's opening this morning and followed by the Deputy Premier, a good lesson was given to the people of the territory. Mr. Speaker, I think that when we came here today for the 70th anniversary, we should be building on what took place before us. We had a 50th anniversary, and that was no cakewalk, Mr. Speaker. I think those of us who were around when it took place would agree that it was extensive, inclusive, and comprehensive. 20 years later, we're here in the House of Assembly as members to recap. And basically that's what I'm hearing, a recap of what happened between 1950 and today. Mr. Speaker, in 1950, we brought the legislature back to the Virgin Islands. No small feat by any means. Because you would recall that those men who traveled to Antigua did it in a sloop powered by wind. And if any of you had ever been in one of those sloops, I didn't go to Antigua, but I went to St. Thomas on one. I entered through the window, but that's besides the point. It's not an easy feat, Mr. Speaker, because you get wet from the time you leave to the time you arrive. And if you're lucky, you got a change waiting for you, or you got to wait until what you're wearing is dried out. And I'm sure when those men traveled to Antigua, it wasn't just them. There was everything else. And those of you who would know, we used to get those cooler bags of sugar from Antigua, and I'm sure when the boat was coming back, it brought the sugar with it. So it ain't like members are complaining and can't get here on time, driving from their luxurious homes in places like Lambert, can't get here on time and complaining about the temperature in this room. They make the meeting and they get here in 5 minutes and get home in 5 to be at a meeting here. Well, I came from the closest side, from right down the road, to be in a meeting here. But yet, we complain. What have we done since 1950 that is memorable and worth mention in this house? What kind of advancement have we made since that time? That's what's important. How much have we grown since the time of bringing back the legislature to the Virgin Islands? I heard that in 1967 we brought in the ministerial system of government. Okay. Step in the right direction. Have we gotten much further since then? In 1995, we've seen, I would call it a derogation of the system by not adding more districts, but bringing in a large system of government, a two-tiered system of government, one that has never been tried anywhere in the Commonwealth before. But it was a vicious attempt to destroy a legacy that was being built. And as the Premier said this morning, that same legacy they were trying to destroy, use it to their advantage, and was able to turn it into what it is today. I don't know how many people would know, but the at-large system was not intended to be a part of any party. It was intended to bring balance to what had seemed to be an imbalanced system. Those folks who were elected at large were supposed to be independent and be able to vote against what the established parties proposed in the House, or vote for it. But it would not have been the way it is today, where there's either a majority or a minority, a government and an opposition. In principle, it sounded good, and if it worked, it would have been good. But that was only in principle. It wasn't well thought out. Like I said, it was the first and ever place to be used in the Commonwealth. That's here in the Virgin Islands. Never been used since. I think Anguilla has just gone to that. They haven't learned anything if that's what it did, because this system, as it is right now, isn't functioning as it was intended to function. Well, Mr. Speaker, what are we supposed to be doing if we want to make those persons, the Bruce, the De Castro, the Fonseca, the Penn, if we want to make them proud of the legislature that they left behind? What are we supposed to be doing? Are we supposed to be just talking about what they did and just merely tinkering with the system and consider ourselves successful? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have had opportunities that they never had. They never even seen it. To be a college graduate sitting in this House of Assembly is a vast difference from where they were sitting. When you sit in the room now with your negotiators, as a negotiator, they have to look at you different. Because at all times, those negotiators from the other side came from universities. And when they look at you as someone who, if you were lucky, you had a high school education, if you were lucky. And we know that that wasn't the case. It was 7th standard or something like that. They look at you from that perspective, and you should know it. But now when you go to negotiate with them, you're looking at them from through the same lens that they're seeing you from, except there might be an element of racism involved. But you also have to accept that too. It's real. All of you have been blessed with that gift to have been educated. With education should come a certain level of courage. And if you have that level of courage, you need to exercise it. It is not acceptable for you to be comfortable with the status quo. It's not acceptable. You couldn't live an entire life, and all you have accomplished is the same thing the people before you have accomplished. You can't do that. It's a disservice. It's a disservice. What's your next step? There are other levels for you to climb. What's your next step? Let us hear it. Tell the public, tell the people what's your next step. You can't just say it. You got to walk the talk. If I.G. Fonseca was sitting in the bleachers right now, there are no sections for each of them. They could be socially distanced. Put I.G. Fonseca over there, put Bruce there, you put Penn there, you put Faulkner there. When you get up, what would you be telling them? They're listening to you. What have you accomplished since our time? Ministerial system of government? You added the at-large to the system. You changed the name from legislature to House of Assembly. Isn't that just cosmetic? What has happened to your people? What have they accomplished? How have they grown since the time we have left? Believe me, those questions will be asked of you at some point after death, after life, because that's where you're going to meet those guys. By the time you get there, you'll be meeting us. So I'm going to be, the member for the 4th, he said that he was talking about futures, and he started talking about futures, and when he got to me, he said, well, it won't be long. I told him I'm coming to him. All I'm going to say to you, the last NDP guy that said that I am tired, I'm here standing right now. Don't count me out, my friend.
On your own terms.
Don't count me out. Don't count me down either.
On your own terms.
You got it. Yeah, PU.
Okay.
Progressive United.
Yeah, all right.
But all seriousness, all jokes aside now, but the truth is, I'm looking directly at you guys. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Dr. Whitley. You talk about your grandfather. You talk about your great uncle. Those people had courage. They did the unthinkable. They got criticized, but that's a part of your job. You didn't get elected to make friends. You didn't get elected to make friends. You got elected to serve people. You got elected to make their lives better. And if making their lives better means that you have to explain to them why you're doing what you do, that's a part of it. You got to educate them. People talk about, my good friend from the 4th District, he talks so much about self-determination. He doesn't use the I word because it's a little inflammatory, because some people don't understand that it's not a bad word. It's not a bad word. I mean independent. But you use the more politically correct term and say that you're talking about self-determination. When you look down the Caribbean and you see that you got countries that have been independent since back in 1962 and about, do you imagine Guyana could be 50 years ahead of us? Because that's essentially what it is, 50 years ahead of you. Whenever you do it, that's the amount of years they're ahead of you. I have not heard of a single Guyanese that fell dead because the country got independent. I have never heard of a single Bajan that fell dead because the country got independent. I never heard of an Antiguan that fell dead because the country got independent. But it's up to you to educate the people to a point of acceptance. It's up to you. I listened on my way. I listened while I was outside, waiting to come in. I listened to the speaker passionately talking about the 3 branches of government. Who are you talking to? You're talking to yourself. You're talking to yourself, Mr. Speaker. How you could sit here and complain about something that you've accepted? You are in acceptance of something, but you're still complaining about it. Who are you complaining to? The 3 branches of government. The legislature comes first. No one can argue that. Legislature comes first. Without a legislature, there's no executive. Without a legislature, there's no judiciary. Because it takes the legislature to make the executive, who makes the judiciary. In other parts of the world, maybe mainly the United States, judges are elected. In our part of the world, they're appointed. But when it comes to assenting to a bill, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to assenting to a bill, your creation again. You talk about the legislature. What is the legislature? The legislature is made up of the Queen and the House of Assembly. You know what the Queen is? You've given to the Queen the power to assent. You took the power to legislate. Together, you and the House of Assembly plus the Queen, you make the law. These are things that generation after generation, House of Assembly after House of Assembly comes here and accept. Yes, indeed, you've accepted these things. And truth be told, as it does seem, at least on the surface, as it does seem, at least on the surface, Mr. Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands seem to accept it, as it does seem. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the people of the United Kingdom, in a referendum, took a decision to break away from the European Union. took a decision. And there were forces who objected, even though they lost in the referendum. And it took them 4 years. Hopefully by the end of this year, it would have been completed to execute the mandate of the people. We have lessons out there that we can learn from, Mr. Speaker. The simple thing to do for us, if that's what we want to do, if that's the direction we want to head in, have a referendum. Courageous men and women in the same House of Assembly passed a bill on referendum. We have the Referendum Act. So no matter how much talk you hear about self-determination, unless you see movements such as that, those kind of movements, it's only talk. And at some point, Deputy Premier, at some point, you're going to have to get up and say enough of the chatter. Let's take action. Call somebody's bluff. Tell them to bring a referendum to the people. That's the democratic way to do it. Instead of sitting behind somewhere behind closed doors, talking about people's future and getting everybody upset, because people don't like that. People want to be a part of it. If you're going to take 20 people overboard, if it's democratically done, they will do it, even though they're going to get their clothes wet. But if you force them to do it, they're going to get upset. There are ways to do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know when the constitutional negotiations are going to start or when they're going to take place. I know COVID had a lot to do with moving anything forward. Most things progressive, it had a lot to do with stopping, blocking. But there's an opportunity for us, Mr. Speaker, to put ourselves in a position to start the process of making changes. But you can only expect incremental, small incremental changes in negotiations through a constitutional review. Small incremental changes. That's all you could expect. Radical changes, Mr. Speaker, has to happen on the ground. You put a framework in place in the Constitution to make those radical changes. You got, like I spoke just recently about the referendum legislation. That was an incremental change that can lead to a radical shift if you implement it. But you got to have people who are willing to make that sacrifice. And making that sacrifice as a politician, Mr. Speaker, means that if you are successful, meaning if the people buys it, you can be a politician for a long while. If they reject it, you can be a politician for a short while. Now, most people try to play it safe. You can't do like the member for the 4th District. He's a long-term politician. And even when he goes out, he could come back in. You can't do like him. But at the same time, you can't play too safe either. Because if you play too safe, you end up being just another guy who was here and is no longer here after a while. Make your stay in this place meaningful. I see a lot of, I see bright hopes. As I sit here and I look around, I see bright hopes. I see bright hopes. I see people who are courageous, men and women. But it's now up to you. It's now up to you to make that difference. I listened to my friend for the 4th District, and when he started, I was wondering, I'm saying to myself, he's talking so much about what we need to do as a people, which is right. Talks about us as Virgin Islanders, us as our forefathers and all that. And I'm saying to myself, but this guy, a few months ago, he was in here telling us he's an island man. But truth be told, it wasn't long after I thought that to myself, he started it. He started saying he's an island man, he represents the island people. You can't have it both ways, man. You can't do that to us. You can't be here, you can't, on the river, on the bank, and the river, on the bank. You got an unfair advantage. That's not good. That's not right for us. I like to think of myself as long as you're here, hey, I represent you. I represent everybody in this territory. Everybody. Equally. We have to start thinking, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, about those changes that we need to make. And once we start thinking, I haven't heard a single person as yet, I'm sure that maybe somebody will start talking about it, a single person as yet raise the specter of reparations. I haven't heard anybody mention that. It's not a dirty word. It's not a dirty word. I think people are entitled. I think people are entitled to reparations. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to drop a term. I'm going to drop an acronym. And reparations should be limited to Dovis. And it's not difficult to get to Dovis in order for us to determine who are entitled to reparations. You can't, Dovis, Mr. Speaker, you can't expect to tie my two hands behind my back with a blindfold on, fire the gun to start the race, and start counting, and when you reach the 5, you loose my hands and take the blindfold off and say, go. When I look down the road, the other guy is 2 meters away from the finishing line. And when he crossed the finishing line, you said the race is over, he won. No, so you have to compensate me, Mr. Speaker. That's called handicapping. You have to handicap me. Now it's time for you to compensate me. And I think that everyone who is listening, everyone who is smart enough to listen to this broadcast knows exactly what I'm talking about. This is not something that is being said for the first time. It's not something that's being made up right here as I speak, Mr. Speaker. We have to be fair. There have been a lot of opportunities given to our people. Yes. But like I said, opportunities given to someone when the others have already crossed the finish line. You can't expect us to be successful. You can't expect us to catch up. And that's what our duty is as a legislature. As a legislature, our duty is to make sure that our people are equally and fairly treated. Those who have been handicapped need to catch up. And they may not see themselves as being handicapped, but it's up to us to point out to them that they were handicapped and make sure that something is done in order to make sure that they catch up. I heard about one of the speakers before me talk about monuments, honoring the legacy of those people who has made all of this possible for us. There's nothing unreasonable about that, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely nothing unreasonable about that. Any country you go to around the world, you would notice monument after monument after monument, statues upon statues. That's what you call legacy, Mr. Speaker. We got to have some of those in our territory, and it's not going to cost a fortune. It's not going to cost an arm and a leg to do. But the rewards and the benefits are tremendous. You spend $60,000, $70,000 erecting a statue of someone, a monument of someone. You know what the message that's going to send? You see tourists taking pictures next to these monuments. At the time they're taking the photograph, they may not know who the person was, but they go home and they do their research. And these are the things that they show to the children and grandchildren in years to come. In our schools, the junior minister talked about our history that is taught in school. When are we ever going to think enough of ourselves to make our history a part of our curriculum? When are we ever going to think enough of ourselves to do that? Believe me, the same thing the people who are in the history books have done, we have done it. You think it's a small feat for you to be one of 13 elected members? You think it's a small feat? In this entire territory, only 13 people get the opportunity to come into this House of Assembly every 4 years. And every 4 years, it's not necessarily 13 different people. So maybe 4 new people comes in 4 years from now. Maybe four more new people come in 4 more years from now. Do a percentage on that and see the percentage of people who got the opportunity to be a member of the House of Assembly. So the work you're doing and the history you're making is no less significant than those who you've studied in school. They blew it up. You should start thinking from now, Mr. Speaker. If we, as a legislature, the only time people think about us as being important is when they need a piece of legislation in order to execute something. Then they realize, well, ours is a country governed by the rule of law. And in order to get a piece of law, you got to come here to get it. Outside of that, they don't think about us. So think about it, Mr. Speaker. The work that you do. How important that work is. What are we going to do about this legislature? We don't have a parliament building. We don't have a parliament to speak of. And all of you, each one of you, has traveled to different countries, CPA more so than anything else, and CPA conferences more so than anything else. Or you have traveled on invitation to other countries' parliament. And you can see that they go out of their way to ensure that they make a statement with their home as a symbol of democracy in their country. But yet we're here. Within the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Irma and all, 2020, the budget, $414 million, Mr. Speaker. 2021, Mr. Speaker, the budget, $402 million, Mr. Speaker. Look at where we are. This, if you look around in this facility, Mr. Speaker, it speaks more to me than it speaks to the House of Assembly. If you look up in the ceiling, you will see why. Why are we here? We should all be ashamed of ourselves. Shame as a country. We don't have, yeah, shame. We don't have a House of Assembly, a parliament, and we invite people here. No, fellows, colleagues, I'm telling you, those folks that have gone ahead of you, particularly the ones that we mentioned that brought the legislature back here, they'll be asking you, what have you done? What changes have you made? Of significance, I might add, of significance. Passing a bill, you can pass this bill, as you can see, you can pass it right here in this place, a makeshift place for the House of Assembly. But something of significance, what have you done? Let us commit ourselves to telling the Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance, your first call is to the House of Assembly. You are elected to the House of Assembly, Mr. Minister of Finance. Not because you have become the Minister of Finance, you ought to forget. Not because you have become the Minister of Finance, you ought to forget what makes this country move. We passed the budget. We're in standing finance as we speak. No House of Assembly, no budget. Where is all that money going? Why isn't it that we can't get a facility that we can call our home? You're going to hear the chat out on the street. But those same people who are going to be chattering are the same people who are going to bring their friends to see the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. They're going to use that as a symbol of our success. We have a financial services industry that's worth $500 million. That's only in direct income to the Virgin Islands, but $500 million in direct income to the Virgin Islands. Well, how are we making it matter? We have to make it matter by us doing it. By us doing it. We ought to revolutionize this particular body that we sit in. This institution, we ought to revolutionize it. The first thing we need to do is to go statutory. There's no way you're going to tell me that the clerk and her staff of the House of Assembly is under Deputy Governor. This is where we are. Anytime you want anything, anytime our House of Assembly want anything, we have to go to the House, to the Deputy Governor. And the Speaker is complaining about the Governor assenting to a bill. Let's talk about the things that are on the ground. We can change this. Getting the governor getting the powers to assent to a bill from the governor might be a little more difficult. But not might, will be a little more difficult. But we can change this. But we don't have the fortitude to do these things. We really don't. Most new members in the House of Assembly are concentrating, are preoccupied about the next election. So to get up and talk about things like this might be a little risky. So I'll talk about it. I'll take the risk. Me and my friend here will take the risk. But these things has to be done if you want to be meaningful, if you want to make a meaningful contribution to the development of this legislature. These things has to be done. 5 years from now, another group is going to come right here, maybe not in the same space, talking about a 75th anniversary. Well, let's take note today and grade them on their progress from today to 75. We'll do that. Let's do that. I see from 50, we can say we have a cabinet as opposed to executive council. We have a House of Assembly as opposed to a legislative council. We've added some fancy things like a director of public prosecution and da-da-da. But those are cosmetics. Let's do the things that you can really touch and consider advancements. Let's do those things. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we need to be looking at, Mr. Speaker, is the legislature itself, its formation, its composition. We need more diversity in this legislature. Mr. Speaker, I think we have 6 committees, 6 select committees in this legislature, Mr. Speaker. How often do they meet? What has any of these committees ever done? What kind of staffing, what kind of resource do these committees have? These are committees in name only, Mr. Speaker. There's some work that this legislature has to do. It's not being done. I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, that we have gotten to the point where we need to start thinking about a unicameral system versus a bicameral system, Mr. Speaker. I'm at that point where I think we need to do that. And I'll leave that for others to talk about today. Because I'm sure I'm not the only person who thinks and feels that it's time that our system is advanced. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take any more time because I can see it's getting late and others will want to speak as well. But as it is right now, I'm not sure of the program going forward for the 70th anniversary. I know we're doing the sitting. I don't know what else is left or what will be taking place. I guess that will come out either by one of the speakers this afternoon, or we'll see it in bulletins. But I think it's a meaningful step that we're taking to acknowledge our existence here in the Virgin Islands and making a pledge that we will build on the foundation that was built for us. We'll build on it. It's firm enough to carry us. We just have to make sure that we continue along the same vein that was set out for us, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you, and that's the end of my contribution.
I thank the member for the 3rd District. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give my contribution as we commemorate and celebrate the 70th anniversary of having the House of Assembly and/or Legislative Council return to the people of this territory. And Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to speak for long. I know we have a time limit, so I'm going to do my best to stay within the time of that. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot that has been said today. When we had the debate as it related to the constitutional review and the importance of that, I think we heard a lot of information repeated again today from that because it has its relevance, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a different approach than some of the other speakers, because I believe the importance of 70 years, given all that has happened presently, given all that exists, it is important that we not just continue to do things, Mr. Speaker, but the way in which we do them is equally, if not more important. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can tell me you care about me, but I won't know you care until you show you care. I wasn't around in this honorable house for the 50th anniversary, but I know it was based on the information provided and documented that it was something of significance. I, like the honorable member for the 3rd, I'm not aware of all the other events and or happenings that would occur to celebrate this, but I know one thing, Mr. Speaker, from 2019, after the elections, then we would have had our, I think, first or second informal meeting, which was this anniversary came up, and we had a lot of talks as to what was going to happen and what we were going to do. And, Mr. Speaker, we were met with some challenges, the main one being COVID. And, Mr. Speaker, while COVID did happen and is happening, I believe we dropped the ball, so to speak. And we dropped the ball, Mr. Speaker, in my mind, in my view, and I said we, including me. Dropped the ball, in my view, Mr. Speaker, because I continue to say that we are, for the most part, our biggest problem, we ourselves. And when people or persons view us a certain way, or we are treated less than, we have to look first within. Mr. Speaker, this institution now called the House of Assembly, when you think on the backdrop of where we came from, I believe we owe it to ourselves, and more importantly, we owe it to the persons who came before us, whose shoulders that we stand on, who we will recognize and continue to recognize. We owe them a little bit more. A little bit more class, a little bit more elegance, a little bit more significance in recognizing 70 years. Because, Mr. Speaker, I am only 41. And that is 29 years more than I am alive. So, Mr. Speaker, we have some work to do, because I sat in the last House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, not under this administration. And there were talks about what we were going to do. And for the most part, except some small renovations to the House of Assembly building, which is still not our building, nothing significant has been done. The member for the 3rd is the senior member of the House. He could tell me how long these desks been around.
Before my time.
Before his time. The members that are sitting on chairs, some of which go down without you even pulling the button. Mr. Speaker, they might seem like simple things, but we continue to tolerate them. And if you continue to tolerate something, it means you're okay with it. Until we challenge it, until we change it, then we are just giving lip service. And Mr. Speaker, I am always one that is never afraid to go against the grain or go against the status quo, because I'm always willing to involve myself to not just provoke change, but to have that change realized. We have not had a constitutional review since 2007. There have been 4 administrations since that time, Mr. Speaker. And each of the 4 administrations have all spoken about the advancement of the House of Assembly. Not about the individuals, Mr. Speaker, but the institution of this House. And we are all guilty, Mr. Speaker, of not paying attention and moving to significantly impact the change that is needed to advance. The vision and the intention of those that came before us. Mr. Speaker, we must first always remember, in order to know where you're going, you must first understand where you are. And when you understand where you are, Mr. Speaker, you must also reflect on where you came from. And Honorable Fraser just said it, Mr. Speaker. From 70 years ago to now, that question that he put of what our forefathers would say we have done. In 70 years, Mr. Speaker, we have done some significant things. But the question always bears is, could more be done? And I believe, Mr. Speaker, we would all agree that we could have and could still do more. Mr. Speaker, this is by no way my contribution to be a doom and gloom, Mr. Speaker, but it's just for us to take into perspective the things that we say versus our actions. We have a job, Mr. Speaker, to lead people because that's what they put us there to do. But we lead them in service. We are servant leaders, Mr. Speaker. Because I believe, Mr. Speaker, when each of us made the decision to seek the approval of the public, whether in our constituencies or in the at-large system. If we would be honest with ourselves, we all sought to ensure that we were going to be a part of change, be a part of transforming, be a part of moving the agenda in terms of helping the people, in terms of representing the people, in terms of being accountable to people. We were all going to do that, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes, somewhere along the line, we get caught up in doing a lot of other things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to move, we must first understand that while there is a sitting government, while there is an opposition, while there is ministers, or whether there are ministers, while there is a speaker and an attorney general, Mr. Speaker, we are all members of the House of Assembly. Nobody was elected a minister of anything. We were all elected as members of the House of Assembly. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, if we had taken the time, not in terms of cost, but taking the time to put this thing together, to build on what was done for the 50th. In my mind's eye, Mr. Speaker, we never got to the table to have the discussion. We had a lot of different discussions. But in my mind's eye, Mr. Speaker, I think the 13 of us could have gotten together, even for this sitting or a sitting, and we could all chose 1 or 2 or 3 members that we wanted to give contributions from, and show a true picture of, where we came from. These are the members that we are representing and we are recognizing, not just by calling their names and giving a short, quote-unquote, synopsis or overview in a case, but, Mr. Speaker, the significance of it. Because history will continue to repeat itself if we don't do something different. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to do what I thought should be done. And I'm going to do it my way. In 2014, I was approached, Mr. Speaker, by the then Premier, Dr. the Honorable D'Orlando Smith, November 2014 to be exact. And he asked me very suggestively about getting into politics and representing people because you've been doing work with the youth and you've been doing work with finance and we need young persons. Mr. Speaker, the humility one that I was able to have a breakfast meeting with the Premier of the territory that helped shape and move me was a feeling that I would always hold near and dear. But then for him to ask me suggestively to think about considering being a leader or running for the office for the possibility of being a leader, Mr. Speaker, that was something else, because whatever I do in my life, Mr. Speaker, is always about somebody else. It's never about me. And I don't, and have never, and will never seek recognition for whatever I do, because that's just how I am raised, that's how I grew up, and I just like helping people. That's it. Mr. Speaker, after being elected in 2015, humility was once there again. Because while being sworn in, both times, 2015 and 2019, we were sworn in the multipurpose sports complex. But it wasn't, Mr. Speaker, until I sat in the halls of the House of Assembly and I looked up and all around over my head, and I saw the pictures of persons that not only walked this road before me, Mr. Speaker, but they paved the way and gave me the opportunity to sit in the hallowed halls and chambers of the House of Assembly. It was a feeling, Mr. Speaker, that, again, I would never take for granted. When you understand the significance of what was done, we talk about courage, talk about determination, we talk about passion, we talk about vision, we talk about the decision that the people of this territory deserved and required to be in a position where they have control of the laws and the representation of their people, Mr. Speaker. When you hear the stories of Noah Lloyd and Mr. DeCastro, and you see how it all comes together, Mr. Speaker, it puts you in a different mindset that it is not just being a politician, but you have to stand and try your best to stand in these shoes and walk the road that these honorable men and women walked. Mr. Speaker, I did it before and I'm going to do it again, because I know we may only recognize the quote-unquote founding fathers, but I'm going to call the names of all members, past and present, that had and were given the opportunity to serve in this honorable house, including speakers and clerks, because I believe it is extremely significant. John Charles Brudel Bruce, member of the House of Assembly from 1950 and then 1954 to 1957. Howard Reynold Penn, OBE, from 1950 to 1963. Benjamin A. Romney, from 1950 to 1954. Captain Carlton Leslie E. De Castro, OBE, 1950 to 1954. Glanville Fonseca, 1950 to 1971. Sir James Oliver Georges, OBE, 1950 to 1967. Dr. McWallington Todman, CBE, QC, 1952 to 1954. Theodore Faulkner, 1954 to 1957 and 1960 to 1963. Edwin Harris Leonard, 1954. Wilfred Wilson Smith, 1954 to 1957. Leslie Malone, 1954 to 1963. Joseph R. O'Neill, 1954 to 1971. Waldo E. O'Neill, 1957 to 1960. H. Lavity Stout, 1957 to 1995. Mr. Speaker, there are significant names that mean something to me, that I've highlighted. When you talk about great leaders in this territory, the first name that you still hear echoed is that of H.L. Stout. And you hear talks about how good of a man he was, how much vision he had, and we all in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, past and present, have all echoed the words, without a vision, the people perish. Mr. Speaker, 1995 is when the Honorable Stout departed this earth. And 25 years later, we still hear that H.L. Stout was one of, if not the best leader we had in this territory. Mr. Speaker, we have some shoes to fill. We have some work to do. Because 25 years hence, we still hear his name. It speaks to his legacy, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think Mr. Honorable Stout went around talking about legacy. I think he just lived his life and worked out his vision and executed his love and passion for people. And then we, who are here, speak about his vision. Ivan Dawson, CBE, 1957 to 1971. Mr. Speaker, an honorable man. A man who said what he meant and meant what he said. And one of the things that I recall, my father, who was a mentee of Honorable Ivan Dawson, was any time this politics got in the way of his faith and belief in the God that he served, or any time he was asked to do something that he knew within himself was not right, he would leave. And Mr. Speaker, it is evidence in the history of the territory of the Virgin Islands that he did just that. Dr. Q. W. Osborne, 1963 to 1979. Orlando Scatliff, 1963 to 1967. Terrence B. Letsom, 1963 to 1999. H. Robinson O'Neill, 1967 to 1971. Leopold Smith, 1967 to 1971. Willard Wheatley, Dr. Willard Wheatley, MBE, LLD, 1971 to 1986. Ralph T. O'Neill, OBE, 1975 to 2007, 2007 to 2015. Mr. Speaker, what impacts me most about Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was his memory and his ability to recall history and always be in a position, Mr. Speaker, to put things in perspective so that we can get the full picture of where we came from, where we are, and how we got to this very place. Mr. Speaker, his life spoke to some 40-plus years of being in servitude to the people of this territory. Oliver Sills, 1971 to 1983, 1986 to 1999. Conrad Maduro, 1971 to 79, 1983 to 1990, 1995 to 1999. Riel George, 1971 to 1975, 1995 to 2003. Alburn U. Anthony, 1975 to 1983. Austin Henley, a man from the sand, Mr. Speaker, 1971 to 1977. Prince Stout, 1977 to 1983, 1990 to 1995. Another man of the sand and a family member, both of which hail from the district that I now represent, Mr. Speaker. These are people whose shoes I'm standing in. And Mr. Speaker, if you ask me honestly, I don't believe I have yet been able to fill these shoes, so the people have given me an opportunity to continue the work. Cyril B. Lettsome, 1979 to 1995. Cyril B. Romney, Mr. Speaker, 1979 to 1995. Omar W. Hodge, 1979 to 2007, 2007 to 2011. Mr. Speaker, as a young boy growing up, listening to the campaigns, listening to the Legislative Council at that time and then the House of Assembly, Honorable Omar Hodge was one that always caught my attention, because no matter what he wanted to say, he found a very interesting way, I use that word, to get his message across. Whether it was far out or in between, Mr. Speaker, he called himself, and I think the people determined him, the people's man, till the lady from the bag with the bag came along. Mr. Speaker, E. Walvin Bruley, 1983 to 1999. Earl P. Fraser, member, brother to the Honorable Julian Fraser, 1983 to 1986. C. Lewis Walters, 1986 to 1994. Alfred Frett, 1995 to 1999. Andre Penn, 95 to 99. Angel Smith, 1995 to 1999. J. Alvin Christopher, Mr. Speaker, 1995 to 2007, and 2007 to 2015, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Alvin Christopher was the member that served in this House before me. Him and I have of late started to have more frequent conversations, and I find myself, Mr. Speaker, on every occasion I get, to appreciate him and the work that he contributed and has contributed to the 2nd District and the people therein more often than not, Mr. Speaker, because now I can appreciate it and I see it having been sitting in this seat, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of things I can understand a little bit clearer. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that the continued conversation and relationship that I would have with this young man, as I call him, would only help with my overall development in helping to lead people. Mr. Speaker, Etlin Smith, 1995 to 2003. Eileen L. Parsons, 1995 to 2007. Mr. Parsons is a mentor of mine, Mr. Speaker. one who loves people, and one who always gives encouraging words, but more specifically, she tells you like it TI is. And she's not afraid to challenge you and or challenge anything that goes against the culture or the diversion of the culture of the territory of the Virgin Islands. She was served as an educator, and Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize her. Dr. D. Orlando Smith, OB 1999 to 2007, 2007 to 2019. Mr. Speaker, as I said in the opening part, this was the gentleman and the premier that asked me, invited me to get involved with politics. Ronnie W. Skelton, Mr. Speaker, 1999 to 2007 and 2011 to 2015 and 15 to 2018. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ronnie Skelton has become a friend, has become an uncle, a big brother, and all you can call it, Mr. Speaker, to me, and his service to this territory and the people to this territory, Mr. Speaker, has been impactful. And I believe, just like all these other names that's on this list, Mr. Speaker, when we reflect on their work in this honorable house, when we reflect on the work throughout this territory, again, it should give us something, Mr. Speaker, to continue to aspire to. Julian Fraser, R.A., not sure who he is, Mr. Speaker, the member for the 3rd and senior member of this House who sits on my right, 1999 to 2007 and 2007 to present. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Fraser, he ain't know about this, but Honorable Fraser is one of the members in this House that when I told him I was going to run for politics, said, make sure you're sure. Make sure that you're making the decision and no one else is making the decision for you. And when you made that decision, stand up for what you believe in. Mr. Speaker, I ain't telling a lie on the Honorable Fraser because I was down Seacow Bay. Right here, right down there, in his office. Honorable Andrew A. Foy, now the Premier of the Virgin Islands, 1999 to 2007 and 2007 to present. He always speaks about being my big brother and me interrupting him and my mother's relationship, but Honorable Foy, Mr. Speaker, his life, his legacy, and what he has done for this territory over those 20+ years will continue to speak for himself. And now that he's Premier, he has much more work to continue to do. Lloyd K. Black, 1999 to 2007. Mark H. Vanterpool, 1997 to 2007, 2011 to present, Mr. Speaker. Another gentleman that impacts my life, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say to him and to all the ones that I've taken the time to recognize and single out, Mr. Speaker, that I am eternally grateful. Paul P. Watley, Mr. Speaker, 2003 to 2005. Elmore Stout, a tremendous principal and leader, 2005 to 2007. Dolores Christopher, 2003 to 2007, 2011 to 2018. Mr. Speaker, there is no secret that Dolores Christopher was like another mother to me. Her and Ronnie W. Skelton, after being elected, they both challenged me to get into this house and keep my mouth shut for the first 6 months. And my job was simple, according to them. To read the standing orders, to know them, to read the Constitution, to know them, and then read them again, and make sure you know them, and then speak after. Mr. Speaker, it used to be just about every morning, even before she became ill, that Honorable Christopher and myself would speak. The people that she represented, and including the heart that she had to even have the conversation that she did with the now current member for the 5th District, speaks to not just her generosity, Mr. Speaker, but the ability to bring and encourage young persons to go. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I will hold dear to my heart is her always telling me, the Lord have you here for a reason. And if you know what the reason is, keep going until He tells you stop. Dancia Penn, Salah OBE QC, 2007 to 2011. Irene Penn O'Neill, 2007 to 2011. Vernon E. Malone, 2007 to 2011, Mr. Speaker. A young man, again, that I would speak with, that always spoke about courage. And not just courage for the sake of speaking up, but understanding the impacts that it would have. And that if at the end of the day I am comfortable, that I would not shame the God above and the people that put me there. Speak. Keith Flax, 2007 to 2011. Elvis Harrigan, 2007 to 2011. Dr. Vincent Scatliff, 2007 to 2011. Myron V. Walwin, 2011 to 2018. Archibald Christian, Mr. Speaker, 2011 to 2018. Mr. Speaker, this was another and is another one of my friends and mentors who continues to encourage me and who ensures that if I'm not doing, or if he gets a report that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, he calls me. Alvaro Maduro Keynes, Mr. Speaker, 2011 to present. I don't need to speak about Alvaro, but I will. Her friendship with me, Mr. Speaker, transcends politics, and she's always been an auntie, a big sister that looks out for me, even when I was mentoring youth, but I could go back to Sitco days. So I want to thank the Honorable Keynes for giving up so much of her life. Honorable Marlon A. Penn, a.k.a. Smurf. I got to do Smurf. Mr. Speaker, 2011 to present, a young man that inspired me. When I was thinking about politics, I was looking at him to see what he was doing. And I remember one of the most impactful things that I saw was up on the East End Court when he had an event for the community. And the number of persons that came up, Mr. Speaker, from young to old, young to mature, I don't call anybody old, that came out and put their support behind this young man, Mr. Speaker, is one that encouraged me. And I'm often told from the Honorable Kairaima that he was looking at me. But I don't know how my big cousin was looking at little old me. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Hubert O'Neill, 2015 to 2018. Honorable Dr. Natalia Whitley, Honorable Kai Reimer, Honorable Vincent Whitley, Honorable Carvin Malone, Honorable Neville Smith, Honorable Shari De Castro, Honorable Shireen Flax Charles. Mr. Speaker, and again, I have had the tremendous privilege and honor to be elected and serve the people of the 2nd District. Mr. Speaker, I did say I don't know how much more time, but I'm just going to end here, Mr. Speaker, because I have the clerks. Mr. Speaker, the speakers of the House of Assembly, Henry O. Criqui, 1967 to 1971. Howard R. Penn, 1971 to 1975. Ivan Dawson, CBE, 1975 to 1983. Keith L. Flax, 1983 to 1996. Reuben Vanterpool, 1996 to 2003. V. Inez Archibald, CBE, 2003 to 2007. Roy Harrigan, 2007 to 2011. Ingrid A. Moses Scatliff, 2011 to 2018. Julian Willock, 2019 and going. Clerks, Mr. Speaker, Henry O. Criqui, 1950 to 1957. Ralph T. O'Neill, 1958 to 1962. Julian Clark, 1963 to 1964. Selwyn Vanterpool, I almost said Vanterpool. I did say Vant. 1964. Marvin Flax, 1965 to 1968. Margaret Reimer, 1968. Joshua Smith, 1969. Victorine Robney Valac, 1969 to 1972. Margaret Board, 1973 to 1987. Hugh Arlington Hodge, 1987 to 1998, one of my countrymen. Julia Leonard Massicott, 1998 to 1999. Olivine Pickard Maynard, 1999 to 2003. Denniston Fraser, 2003 to 2004. Alva McCall, 2005 to 2008. Phyllis Evans, 2009 to present. Mr. Speaker, these are persons that have either sat or presently sitting in this House. And Mr. Speaker, it is my duty, because I'm going to personalize it, that when the time would come for me to exit the scene and exit the walls of this honorable House, my plan is that I would have made an impact and a change to help the people and advance the cause of the people of this territory. And Mr. Speaker, my plan, my desire, and my goal is to achieve those plans. Because if I don't, I would have failed myself. I would have failed the people that gave me the opportunity to serve them. But I would also fail the people that stood before me. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to give my contribution on this very important milestone as far as the House of Assembly, the Legislative Council is concerned. 70 years, 10. Just because the members that spoke before me have given a distinct history of what transpired, and I must thank the member for the second for giving that very detailed report of everyone who served in this honorable House, because, Mr. Speaker, it is a distinct honor to be given the privilege to serve in this House. And we stand on the shoulders of all those stalwarts, all those giants who've gone before us. But, Mr. Speaker, permit me to go back a little further than 70 years. Because, Mr. Speaker, I understand that in these days there are quite a bit of students who tune into the House for information purposes. So to make the record a little more complete, I'm going to go back not to 70 years, but to 1774, which is when we had, I should get my years right. Yes, 1774, when we had our very first House of Assembly. Now, the member for the fourth, when he was doing his contribution and given those guys who were first elected once we restore the House of Assembly, he mentioned one named Brudenell Bruce, John Charles Brudenell Bruce, and he did mention that he was a Caucasian. The Speaker, I just want to remind persons that when the House first was established in 1774, they were all white people. They were all white people, every single one, because that was during the slavery period, because you had to have land and property and so forth to be able to participate in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the first local, so to speak, colored people were admitted to the House 63 years later, in 1836. First two, just two. Mr. Speaker, because even at that time, the founding fathers understood the need for proper and full representation. They did not come from Tortola, the first two. The first two persons, one came from Jos Van Dyke, Abraham Chilwell Hill Smith. He hailed from Jos Van Dyke. The second fellow came from Virgin Gorda. These were the first two locals, the mulatto, to ever sit in this honorable House. And that second one was from Virgin Gorda, William Agrippa O'Neill. The Speaker, it shows that from the onset that the entire territory must be represented in this honorable House. Throughout the life of the House of Assembly, particularly after slavery was abolished, it's always been a bit of a challenge because of the requirements to sit in this House. And that's why when it came to around 1900, when the House was dissolved, it was dissolved for a very real reason. Apart from all the English leaving, so forth, because the history shows that around that time, there were only 4 white people left in the BVI. 4. Counted on one hand. So what they found is getting members to sit in the House was a challenge. It was a challenge finding enough qualified persons to serve in this honorable House. And there was no real interest in the UK for us to even sit in the House. So the House just fell apart, so to speak. So around 1902, they voted, just forget about this thing here. But Mr. Speaker, when the people aren't represented locally, it has some serious and very dire consequences. Like the Premier said in his presentation, the person who are then making decisions for you are not living your reality because they don't even live where you live. All local decisions were made at one time St. Kitts, at one time Antigua. And anything you wanted had to be requested through whether the presidency or the colony at that time. And one little note about those correspondence. They were not written in English. They were written in code. And there was a local code book here that the person who received that message go to the code book to decode what the messages were saying. I think one notable person I recall who was skilled at that was Ms. Margaret Ward, if memory serves me right. Those messages came in, whether by telex or however they came, but they came in code. It had to be decoded. It means, Mr. Speaker, if you wanted to build a school and they didn't agree with that decision, it simply couldn't happen. You wanted to build a road and they didn't agree, it simply didn't happen. Mr. Speaker, people started traveling onto the BVI because the place was like nothing, was a backwaters, nothing. And again, the records show from as early as the late 1800s, persons were traveling as far as Panama. So Nips, I think, on the Seacoast Bay, the record shows he was traveling to Panama. Others went to Costa Rica, Cuba, Hispaniola, all over the place to send remittances back to the BVI. So that period between 1902 come up was a very, very turbulent period. But the people then believed in prayer. And God was in the midst, and they prayed morning, noon, and night. I found this, and the etiquette and manners was really strict in those days. People make it first away, tell them wash your hands all the time. That's where we grew up. You couldn't go to the kitchen before you wash your hands. They understood that. Wipe your feet at the door. And they believed in God because they believed godliness was next to cleanliness. So those two things there, Mr. Speaker, were very, very important to the BVI culture. Then we had characters like Mr. Hope Stevens, who was a lawyer in New York, who realized that for the BVI to improve its situation, at that time, the U.S. went from the Danish West Indies to the U.S., so things were changing. It greatly affected what happened in the BVI. And as the U.S. started to get more involved in the U.S. Virgin Islands, situations here got really, really bad. We sold a lot of cattle and produce to St. Thomas. But once the U.S. started subsidizing their farmers, all of a sudden, we couldn't sell our cattle to St. Thomas anymore. So a lot of the times, you had cattle here dying when people were going hungry. There was little or no money circulating then. And these guys who were working with Bondfield along in St. Thomas would have various conversations, Lavity and those guys, and they realized for the BVI to move forward, we had to get more political representation. So a person like Hope Stevens started agitating. But sometimes people talk a lot, but do very little. Remember for the third, speak about that. They talk a good game, but sometimes to move them to action, it's a little more difficult. So when Mr. Taylor Faulkner from Anegada came down, and he being a little more bold for whatever reason, he quickly got a following. Mr. Speaker, Taylor Faulkner is a well-known Anegadian. And a lot of times you think of Anegada, you think of Taylor Faulkner, and rightly so. He did a lot. He was one of the main driving forces behind the March of 1949 that led to the restoration of the Legislative Council in 1950. But Mr. Speaker, I want to add one more name that people should be speaking a lot more about, and that's Alpheus Osorius Norman from Anegada. A well-renowned sailor and a poet. I'll read one of his poems a little later when I come to that. I was reading a poem of his today. He was around in the late 1800s into the early 1900s. I came across a poem he wrote around 1920 this morning, but this is 100 years ago. 100 years ago he wrote this poem, but I'll come to it a little later. So, Mr. Speaker, once we restored the house, right away things began to change. Right away, we start on a path to self-determination. Everybody like I said, think of it as a bad word. But we're on the road to self-determination, meaning we were able to make decisions that affected us for us. We were the one making the decisions now. So if you wanted to build a road or whatever, we could get together and figure out, yes, we need this road here. Let's see how we are going to do it. That was 1950. Then, Mr. Speaker, in 1967, Ministerial Council, 17 years later. Mr. Speaker, we had a very interesting study because being an overseas territory, we won't call that then, your colony, the UK often sent down persons here to do various studies on the BVI. And one such study took place in 1962. The lady's name was Carleen O'Laughlin, however you pronounce it. And her job was to do a survey of economic potential, fiscal, structural, and capital requirements of the British Virgin Islands. Her report, I'm not sure it's well known these days. Well, goes to one on the part of the report when she was looking at, well, what direction should the BVI go? Because they realized now, you restore the House of Assembly, the legislature, things can happen, but what? So you go through all the report, and she kind of gave 3 recommendations based on her work. One of them, she said the BVI should consider amalgamating with the U.S. Virgin Islands and becomes one big territory. Of course, that was thrown out. The other suggestion, she said, maybe you should consider us being a bird sanctuary. because there is a healthy bird population in the British Virgin Islands. I think we're one of two colonies where we have the hurricane bird, where they nest, and some other birds nest in the BVI. So we have a very strong bird population in the BVI. She said, maybe consider a bird sanctuary. And then the third one was to develop your tourism potential. And that's where we are today. Part of why we are where we are today, based on the work that she did back in 1962. Then around 1965, as we were going towards the ministerial system, we had another study. This one was a constitutional consultant. You know the name, Mary Proudfoot. And she too laid out the framework for that first constitution for the ministerial thing in 1967. So, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that we honor those persons who came before us. And when they restored, we went from all-white House of Assembly in 1774. When it was restored in 1950, there was one gentleman. I spoke to his daughter extensively about that experience. It's really worth some research. He was basically asked to run. Ain't like no way when you could just walk in here and they said you're going to run. He was from the UK, spent some time in Jamaica. He was very ill. And from Jamaica, he ended up here. And people asked him, why you don't run? And I must add, in those days, they were paid something like $5 a month. It wasn't no money, because it wasn't about you. It was about giving for the development of the country. Most of the guys you hear other members talk about it was sacrifice. Sacrifice. And when we decided to go towards the tourism wing, we had to work together. And Rockefeller at that time had already established Kenil Bay over in St. John. And it took members of the government here along with the governor to negotiate. And it took a long period to convince Rockefeller to come and invest in the BVI. It took them a long time. Mr. O'Neill was an integral part of those negotiations. He's written about some of it in his notes and so forth. Those negotiations with Rockefeller to come to here. But those days, they used to work together, the government and opposition, to make things happen. The same thing happened over in Cane Garden Bay with Ivan Dawson. When Ivan Dawson decided that he wants to build a school in Cane Garden Bay for his people, the land didn't belong to the government. The land belonged to some people over in St. Thomas. And it was Mr. Ivan Dawson, Albert Ivan Dawson, Albert Raffioni, who went to St. Thomas to meet with those landowners to convince them there was a good thing to do to sell the land to the government to develop a school for the people of Cane Garden Bay. Members spoke earlier about the need for the history to be taught in schools, and I fully support that, Mr. Speaker. A lot of things that have happened is lost because people in the past didn't really value our history. But these things are very important. It's important that the young people know what happened in the past, not to make them feel bad, because sometimes they tell my daughter, well, when I was growing up, I had to go to the well or milk cow. They say, you're making us feel bad. I said, no, I'm not making you feel bad. I'm letting you the sacrifices that were made to bring us to where we are now, and to remind you that you have a responsibility, and that's us now. We have a responsibility to take it from where we met it on to the next level. The member of the thought is right. Yes, it's important to look back at history and thank all those who made the sacrifices to get us where we are. But the bigger question is, when we leave here, what those who are coming after us say about us? What's going to be our legacy? Mr. Speaker, what does the future of this House look like? Let's go 70 years from now. Mr. Speaker, will we have a representative for Anegada, or will it be the same? Will Just Van Dyke have the representative, Mr. Speaker? Will it still be 13? Or will we give Anegada and Just Van Dyke their own representative? Mr. Speaker, these are decisions we have to make, and we have to make them now. Because as the BVI develops, we must have stronger and greater representation from Enegada to Jos Van Dyke. We started out, I think, with 5 or 6 districts. We're now up to 9. It clearly shows that the more you develop, the more representation is required. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the next step would be to make sure that places like Enegada and Jos Van Dyke have their own representation. In the Honorable House, this system we have here is called a unicameral system. It's called a government in opposition. 70 years from now, is it still unicameral or is it bicameral then? Do we push to move it to that next level, or do we just come in here, do our time, and then leave? Mr. Speaker, I think we should leave things better than we met it. We should seriously consider what is the next evolutionary step for this Honorable House. A lot of members talk about the furniture. Well, I'm new to the House, and furniture and those things don't really bother me. But it's not about the furniture, it's about the symbol. And the Minister for the Third is right. You didn't travel to any other country, no matter how poor. It's 2 buildings you're going to see there that you have to take notice of. They're courthouses and they're churches. I've been in some churches through Europe and so forth. Oh my God. Awesome buildings. When you're in there, you feel the presence of God in there. And you see the kind of architecture and things in there. And you go to these parliament buildings and their courthouses and so forth. They're top-notch. If you go to the UK and go down to the House of Parliament, it's a top-notch buildings because they value democracy, and these are symbols of democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about, and we are doing it now, constitutional advancement, we must always consider what is the next step for the BVI. Do we just talk? Mr. Speaker, people think because you say self-determination is like a magic wand, you're going to wake up one day and it's there. No, Mr. Speaker, you have to plan these things. People often tell you where the Chinese are headed because it's planned for the next 200 years, the next 100 years. Nobody's saying you're going to go independent tomorrow. There's a process, but you must start somewhere. You must want it. You create the roadmap, because, Mr. Speaker, independence comes with a cost. But that shouldn't deter you. We have to build various institutions for checks and balances to make sure the democracy works, to make sure your self-determination is working for you. Those who are against us going independent will tell you, well, look at all of them who gone independent. They ain't no better off than the BVI. Mr. Speaker, that's not a reason to not seek for independence. Independence isn't about just that. What about your national pride and your own development? That's not part of it. And this country will be different. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you go through the news, this topic of self-determination is in the news right now, and the issue of the governors in the news right now. And everybody's, I saw a whole column about the governor and the premier and the relationship in one of the papers, I think yesterday. And people are sometimes surprised at the relationship between governors and premiers. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back a few years, and I'm going to invoke the memory of Honorable R.T. O'Neill. He was called before the Foreign Affairs Committee in the UK, Monday, the 3rd of December, 2007. That was the year they had the big election. He was premier then. The chairman of that committee was a man named Mike Gibbs, and the governor was relatively new. And he asked the then premier a question like, do you anticipate quarreling with the governor at some point in time? I'm not sure why they would even ask that question. Maybe because the governor was new. And I'm going to quote Mr. O'Neill's response exactly the way he said it. So I quote, "As I tell people when they are being sworn in, I have said many times, there's always a rift between the governor and those who are governed. Those who represent those who are governed will one day come up against it." End quote. So, Mr. Speaker, what's happening now is not anything new. It has been recognized for a very long time. Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this poem from Alpheus Osuo from Enigada. It's a poem, it kind of fit in with what Mr. O'Neill said there. Written around the year 1920. Now listen very carefully. It's called The Present as History, because we're talking about historical things here. The Present as History. Fort Charlotte's gun as silent now. Fort George's flag is down. No sentry guards Fort Shirley's brow. Defenseless in Rotown. Those are some of the forts that used to guard Rotown in the olden days, for those who might not be familiar. The whites who manned these ancient forts have vanished like the dew. Their barks have left our friendly ports like the pipes they blew. But lo, I see they're coming back. They're coming back to stay. A hearty welcome they'll not lack from Igbo, Kru, and Ve. That's 100 years ago. That poem was written by an Enigadian. I'm not really sure what he was really thinking about, what the BVI was going through that makes it almost so relevant to our situation today. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we must advance. We were sent here by the people because they had confidence in us to make their lives better through making the territory better. So, Mr. Speaker, we must take this confidence very, very seriously. We all know the consequences of not doing it, but we should take it very, very serious. The house is not a place to come and play. It's a place for serious business, where you come to better people's lives. But the house as an institution, Mr. Speaker, which is what we are celebrating today, 70 years of this institution, it's also our responsibility to take this house to the next level. So the next 70 years roll around, and they look back, they could say, well, I could see some changes were made during this particular period. Mr. Speaker, it behooves us all to give it our best to make even the smallest change, just to make sure we leave this place. We're not all here forever. We're all going to leave this house one day or the other. But while we're here, Mr. Speaker, we should do our utmost best to leave this institution much better than we met it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Oh, you want to go? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution on this very, very significant milestone in the history of this territory, the history of this House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the night is fast spent, and I know we have a limit. I promise to be as comprehensive and as brief as possible with my contribution. I think my fellow member from the Far East was one of the shortest so far in the second round. So I endeavor to do my best to not go beyond the allotted time. Speaker, as I sat and I listened to the contributions by many of the members before me, many of solid contributions speaking about the legacy, the history of this legislature. And I'm happy that the member for the 9th, just before me, spoke about the period before the 70 years. I think it was important for us to acknowledge that period and the contribution or lack thereof, and the history books and the historians will tell us that period meant for this territory and the development of this territory. But Mr. Speaker, too, like many members before me, I'm concerned that the legacy of this House that we all sit in and have the privilege to sit in, that is not readily available to the public, readily available in the schools. And I heard the Minister for Education speak very eloquently today, and I'm hopeful that we'll have the proper curriculum changes to ensure that the history of this legislature and the people of this territory is properly chronicled in the school system. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I got a copy of the 50th booklet yesterday. A piece of document comprehensively done, full of expressions, full of information that chronicled that period beginning in 1949 until that time in 50 years, when they celebrated the 50th anniversary 20 years ago. That should be material for any new member coming into this House. It should be part of your package. It should be part of the pre-training that we do to ensure that we all, when we come into this institution, understand the responsibility that we hold in this honorable House. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage you. I know you're on your way to making changes throughout this institution. I know you have some lofty goals and ambitions for this institution. I think it's important for the education, not just for the public, not just for the students within the school system, but for us as well in this House. It's important for us as members to have access readily available and prospective members of this honorable House to understand the history and the legacy and the shoulders for which we all stand. So I would encourage us to ensure that that information is widely circulated. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, like the member for the second before me, and I haven't heard it, I was waiting to hear it from the Minister of Education in terms of a more comprehensive way of celebrating and articulating what this milestone means. More than just the 12 or 13 of us in this House pontificating for 12 hours. It does not do the legacy of our ancestors justice. And I'm hopeful, and I know the minister, and I heard him say there's some work, something, not in this sitting, but that there's some things in the works. And I'm hopeful, Minister, that we could clearly communicate what is in the works to the public so that we could have a properly presented, what is a week or month of celebrations. So sort of put the House to the prominence that is so deserving as one of the three branches of government. And people need to understand what this institution means, and it's about institution building. Mr. Speaker, and the history that was chronicled here today was important. And there's no surprise that the drive for us as a territory to regain control, to start the process of self-governance, and in reinstituting the legislature started with someone from humble upbringings, humble beginnings. Because I think the resident pastor could help me here. I think it's Matthew 5. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. So I'm not surprised that that drive and that push and that thrust started through the agitation, determination, and the desire, as the songwriter said, I want to rule my destiny. I think it's Buju Banton who sang that line. It reminds me of a placard, member for the second, that a dearly departed sister, the Honorable Dolores Christopher, of blessed memory, had during our march in 2018, that is 2018, when we marched the streets of Road Town protesting the issue of beneficial ownership and public register, imposition of public registers. Mr. Speaker, I have to, and they say that DNA don't lie, and my angle today is sort of from the angle of the Deputy Premier, and sort of talk about the socioeconomic development of our territory over the past 70 years. And this is a conversation that many of us have had in different quarters, and in one of the conversations I know for sure a former member of this House, Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton, he's often quoted as saying that every major advancement of this territory, of our people, has happened under the leadership and management of our people. And it's a fact. You hear about the stories of the development of this country prior to the 1950 reenactment of the legislature. And you see the progression in terms of how the BVI has developed over the last 70 years, from a socioeconomic point of view. You see the determination of our leadership, of our leaders. And it's not lost on me, and I take the responsibility of sitting in this House, the privilege, I count this as a privilege, and the opportunity to sit in this honorable House, I don't take it lightly. That's why whenever I get an opportunity to speak, I acknowledge the people of the 8th District and the confidence they bestowed in a young man in 2011 to come to Road Town, now Sikaope, Greater Road Town, I assume, Honorable Fraser. To represent their interests, their concerns, their issues, their aspirations. I don't think that lightly. That's why I'm a member for the 5th, that's why you get the ire of me at times, because I'm working for the betterment of my people. Member for the 7th, my neighbor, he gets most of it because he understands the responsibility we have in our community. Because when I reflect, and you reflect on the development of our people, it is true the determination, the courage of those individuals why we are here today. The ingenuity with, as we heard, with limited education, many of them. But they had good old common sense. They had a common love for the forward trajectory of this territory and its people. So despite their political differences, there was always one guiding light. What is in the best interest of the people of the territory moving forward? So we had infrastructural development. We saw economy blossom with the advent of the member for the 9 raised the point of exploring our tourism opportunities. We saw in the 80s the advent of financial services legislation, the IBC Act, that ushered in a new wave of economic opportunity that further supported the vision of developing our human resources, to ensuring that the next generation was no less off than they were during their period, to ensure that we were equipped with the tools necessary to guide this territory into the next millennium. They played their part. They laid a solid foundation. All the past chief ministers and premiers have done their part. They've done their work to continue to develop and move this territory and this legislature to the next level. And I reflected in particular, Mr. Speaker, on the contributions that members from the community which I hail from have made to the development of this legislative assembly, this House of Assembly, and the overall development to the territory, the Virgin Islands on a whole. And I go to the first representative that we've had, and the member for the 7th so rightfully outlined that, Honorable Leslie Malone. He's the descendant of myself, member for the 7th, and Honorable Malone. Came to this house from Fat Hawks Bay and has made tremendous notable contribution. These are the people whose shoulders on which we stand. He was the one that worked to negotiate the use of the US dollar as legal tender in the territory. And when we were at the point where we know the legacy of property for us as Virgin Islanders, and there was a time where land was leaving the territory faster than the birds migrating in the hands of Virgin Islanders, and we know how precious land was to us as a people. He put in place the Alien Landholders License, piece of legislation that I believe requires some additional adjustments, and we need to look at that piece of legislation. The late Honorable Willa Wheatley, former Chief Minister of these Virgin Islands. You heard the story. The member read out one of his signature statements or speeches at the UN. It was the UN. At the UN. These men had a vision for us moving forward, created the level of financial autonomy that we needed at the time to move forward as a territory. And all the others who've made significant contribution, Honorable Lloyd Black, Louis Walters, Dancer Penn, Salah Kusi, Andre Penn, all the others who before me stood in the gap to ensure that we have a foundation to move forward and help develop the next generation in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, we we have to focus, and the member for the third is so correct. We have to focus on what is the next step. Where are we going to take this territory in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years? The dynamics have changed. The climate has changed. We now have to be more innovative. We have to be determined, courageous, to make the tough decisions that are necessary to shape the trajectory of the Virgin Islands into the next 50 years. We're in the advent of a global pandemic. Prior to that, we went through the shocks of Hurricanes Irma, Maria, and the floods. 3 significant events that shook the Virgin Islands and still shaking our institutions, our economy, and our infrastructure to the core. We have the threats to our economic base. Financial services continue to be under threat. The threat continues to be enhanced by the powers that be. Tourism is now under threat. With the advent of this pandemic, we need to focus on how we're going to move this country forward and this legislature forward into the next 20, 30, 50, 70 years. It is going to take the level of cooperation that we saw with the advent of Social Security. It took the cooperation of the opposition to ensure that the Social Security Act was passed in this Honorable House. And you heard the member for the night mention on several occasions where members from across the aisle worked to ensure that the best interests of the people was maintained and preserved. The economy and the people of this territory and their well-being is all of our business. It's all of our responsibility. So we have to sit down around the table and figure out what is our next step in moving this country forward into this next new paradigm shift. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to reflect. It's important for us to talk about self-determination, and all those things, they're fine and dandy. But it's not our responsibility, the 13 of us alone, it's not our responsibility to force that down the throats of the people of this territory. While we might agree that's the direction that we need to go, but we need to have proper communication. We need to educate. We need to ensure that the people understand what we're talking about. The change that happened in 1949 happened because the people were on board. And the member for the 7th said it accurately. 25% of the population at that time came out and marched for more autonomy to ensure that the people of the day were the ones driving their own destiny, the ones ruling their own destiny. We have to ensure that we bring the people along in this process. And by doing that, we have to ensure that the institutions work. We have to ensure that we continue to build the institutions. the House of Assembly, the court system, the public service, all the institutions, the courts that will be needed to facilitate that next step moving forward. We have to engender the confidence of our people and continue to engender that confidence and continue to talk and have dialogue with them to ensure that they clearly understand the direction that we're going. We have to have a shared vision for the direction that we intend to move forward to. So as we reflect on these last 70 years and the advancement that we've made as a people, as a territory, let's look forward to the future. Let's look forward to what our next steps are as a territory, our next step as the leadership of this country, all 13 of us, inclusive of the Honorable AG and the Honorable Speaker. Let's chart a course that is befitting of the foundation and the legacy on which we stand. So that when we're finished, it could be said, well done, fine and faithful servant. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the legacy of our ancestors. I continue to be humbled and honored by the opportunity that I've gotten to sit and standing in this honorable house. It is not lost on me, Mr. Speaker. I listened as my honorable colleague from the second called out the names of persons who served in this honorable house. And I remember the first time I sat in 2011, and the nostalgia that I felt sitting in that honorable house, looking at the pictures on the wall. I know some of them were missing. I know we now have all of them there. And you look at, there's a saying of these walls could talk. And you only imagine when you see the trajectory and the projection that we've come from 1950 to now. Imagine the conversations in that room, in the back room that we sit to have lunch. Imagine how they discuss how we need to move this country forward, where we were at a point where the budget was less than $1 million. Imagine that. We had a budget then of less than $1 million, receiving granting aid of somewhere close to $500,000. With men and women, well, men at the time, in the early days, who had as much as a 7th standard education. But they were able to guide us to have, within 70 years, look at the BVI. I listened to some, I have conversations, and I always value the conversations I have with the elderly persons within my community. Dr. Charles Whitley, and they talk about the legacy and how they used to get to harvest, used to catch the boats from Red Bay, catch a sloop to go down to King Garden Bay, and then they had tracks, you used to have to walk or ride horse to get to school. That was just about 40, 50 years ago. That wasn't a long time ago. And look at the path that we've charted within the period that we are now. If we don't get our act together, with all the PhD and LLM and MBA and BBA and all the things that we have. And all the letters to our name, the RAs and MBE, what are the ones, OBEs? And the elemental Ps, as my colleague said. And we cannot sit down around the table and figure out a way forward for us as a people and as a territory for the next 25 to 50 to 75 years. We need a good cut behind. There are certain things that has to transcend politics. And our economy, nation building, and building our institutions are some of those things. We have a privilege. We represent 0.002% of the population that get the opportunity, get the privilege to sit in this house. We have a 30,000 person population, and just over 60 of us over the last 70 years have had the privilege to sit in this house. With these kind of privilege, there comes much responsibility. Much responsibility these kind of privilege come with. And I intend to fulfill my responsibility to the people of the Virgin Islands, to the people of the 8th District, and to this Honorable House, and the legacy of the persons who've paved the way for me to be here. I encourage all of us, let us, while we're going through this process of constitutional reform, the process of determining the further trajectory of our legislature, and the people of our territory during some of the most trying times over the last 3 years. Let us put our differences aside and focus on what is important in terms of nation building. And ensure that we have a national vision that both government and opposition could buy into. And that when we go to the people, that we're going, talking with one accord in terms of the future direction of this country. And ensure that the people like Mr. Faulkner, when his time did, when he had 25% of the population following him, and Mr. Carlton de Castro, and who else? Who was the other person? And Mr. Fonseca, marching to ensuring that we ruled our own destiny. That when we go to that next step, the people are also behind us with a clear vision, with a clear plan, not our personal agendas, but an agenda that is rooted in the desires of the people. That has to be our next step moving forward as leaders of this territory. Mr. Speaker, I will now take my seat, but I want to encourage the Minister of Education. Let us continue this conversation. Let us continue the conversation in the public space. Get our historians involved to ensure that the people understand from whence we've come and where we need to go in the next 25, 50, 75, 100 years. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 8th District for his contributions to the motion. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today has been a day of history lessons. And we know the importance of our history. Mr. Speaker, I sat throughout the day, and for this very important occasion, Mr. Speaker, where we convene a special sitting for this 70th anniversary of the restoration of the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility that I rise to make my contribution on this special occasion. Mr. Speaker, I would nearly say today, but the day is so close that I must say that it is actually tomorrow where we celebrate the 70th year anniversary. A very important birthday by any measure, Mr. Speaker. 70 is also biblically significant. It's a significant number where in the Bible it speaks about 70. And anyone reaching this milestone is actually a gift from God. So it's a very significant number, Mr. Speaker. I remember growing up when my grandparents, they actually celebrated their anniversary. And I was a little boy at the time, and I remember hearing them speak about the significance of this day. And Mr. Speaker, I stand proudly here because I can speak to this anniversary, because as I listen to other members, I wouldn't say 70 years ago, but just 7 years ago, I never thought I would be here. So I'm grateful, I'm humbled, and I always acknowledge God first, because only He knows our path. And I also acknowledge the people of the 5th District for having me here during this time. And Mr. Speaker, I've stood here in this House of Assembly on many occasions where I spoke about, renaming the administration complex in honor of Ralph T. O'Neill and various other bills and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled. I'm humbled because I am here at this time. For me, it's a great honor and a privilege to serve in this House of Assembly. And I want to pay homage, Mr. Speaker, to those legislators and members that took their seat at that first sitting of the restored legislature. The council, it was on the 5th of December, 1950. Mr. Speaker, I just heard the member for the 2nd. He called them out. Since that first restoration of the legislature to today, Mr. Speaker, would you believe that it is 70 members that served from that first sitting in 1950 to today? I speak about the significance of the number 70. And Mr. Speaker, I stand here because this, I listened to all members and I learned a whole lot today. I mean, my grandfather, he's the oldest man in this territory. And Mr. Speaker, growing up, I never really heard him speak too much about, the Great March and what took place with, the restoration of the first house of the Legislative Council. Those are things that I learned as I lived on. Well, Mr. Speaker, what I know of my grandfather and my grandmother, actually, because they raised me, is the hard work to get me here. They didn't go to Seventh Standard and all the, you know, to school and all that stuff. They worked hard in the fields and the grounds. My grandfather, he have a multiple of stories, a plethora of stories in terms of what he did to feed his children. You know, he traveled, he had grounds, you know, he had the most, when you go down Soldiers Hill and you look across, you would see a whole field of potatoes and sugar canes, anything that could grow in the ground. My grandfather had it. And you know, Mr. Speaker, growing up, I always wondered how he had me out here going after these sheep and goat and all that stuff, but he had me doing that, Mr. Speaker, so that I could be prepared, so I could be here today. And it's through his hard work and his toil and allow me to get to college so that I can stand here and speak intelligently on some of these matters. Mr. Speaker, that first sitting, Legislative Council, included names that were mentioned before. But Mr. Speaker, I must mention them again because this is the reason that we are here today. Isaac Glanville Fonseca, Howard Penn, Charles Brodnell Bruce, Carlton De Castro, Benjamin Romney, Alva Georges, MBE. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to express my gratitude and respect for the members, those 70 members that served up to today, including myself, my colleagues, and Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure. Mr. Speaker, I also pay homage to those persons, those hundreds of Virgin Islanders who marched. They peacefully demonstrated on the 24th of November, 1949, to push the British Empire to restore the Legislative Council. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues mentioned the celebrations that took place for those events in 2000. Those events started from the 19th of November to the 24th. Mr. Speaker, they included church services, ceremonies, queen shows, special sitting, various events that, Mr. Speaker, we are also planning to have that we can commemorate this special event. And Mr. Speaker, today is not a day where we should stand and complain about what is not happening or what has not happened. But Mr. Speaker, the importance of today is this 70th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, these courageous men and women are perhaps the greatest generation of Virgin Islanders in memory. Their commitment, their sacrifice for the dignity and freedom of future generations deserves to be recognized annually, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, especially the leadership of Theodore Faulkner, Glanville Fonseca, and Carlton De Castro. Mr. Speaker, we speak about where we came from. And Mr. Speaker, it was just those voices that brought a nation together to march. And Mr. Speaker, it could be any one of our voices because we speak about self-determination and where we should be. We shouldn't just stand up here and speak about it now because we are under the camera, but we should educate within our capacity, within our communities, because each one of us in this territory, in this house, represent a district that includes everyone within this community. Mr. Speaker, it was this date in which the people, they set us on that path of self-determination by mobilizing as a nation the first time in our modern history. Mr. Speaker, let us remember that the decision not to join the West Indies Federation would not have happened without the Legislative Council, and that there would be no Legislative Council without the Great March. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the shoulders of our forefathers. They fought for this legislature so we could politically govern ourselves as a people. Let us never forget their sacrifice and celebrate it every year, Mr. Speaker, in our schools, in our churches, public spaces, private places. We need to celebrate it. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this House of Assembly cannot be understated. The legislative branch of government has been central to the growth and development of these Virgin Islands. The early modern foundation of our society was laid in large part by this House. Mr. Speaker, things we today take for granted, like the US dollar as our currency, the ability of banks to operate here on our shores. Mr. Speaker, they were established by our local legislators. Mr. Speaker, other members spoke about the IBC Act of 1984. That was passed by this House that established a highly successful financial services sector. And Mr. Speaker, you know, that contributes to 65% of our government revenue. The House of Assembly is the essential institution of government, without which we would not have the laws of the land and these books to ensure the functioning of our society. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure persons within the community may ask, why is it so important to celebrate the 70th anniversary of our legislature? And Mr. Speaker, I must acknowledge the Premier and for bringing this idea of this special sit-in today, so that we can acknowledge our forefathers, where we could celebrate this special occasion. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take for granted that we make our laws locally. As a people that have emerged from the indignity of historical neglect, of colonialism, self-government is sacred. We must cherish it and defend it at all costs. Mr. Speaker, just as recent as 2018, when we as a people felt that the imperial sting of the UK, the United Kingdom legislating for overseas territories, to force us to adopt public registers of beneficial ownership, we responded just as our forefathers did with a peaceful march. Mr. Speaker, that march was the largest demonstration for human rights that this country has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, as I heard the Deputy Premier mention, that was a percentage of our population. I'm sure the ratio would be basically the same because at that time, it was only about 7,000 residents here in the territory. Mr. Speaker, we sent a strong message to the UK that decisions concerning these Virgin Islands should be made here in this House. The actions were a retrograde step in our relationship with them. And Mr. Speaker, it was a stark reminder that we have to fight to protect our autonomy from those who do not respect our constitutional and political rights. Mr. Speaker, we must always celebrate our self-governance to continuously remind ourselves what is at stake. So, Speaker, another reason to celebrate this 70th anniversary of the House of Assembly is to recognize our own accomplishments as a people in governing these beautiful islands that we have. Mr. Speaker, today, as we continue to confront this COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, it is this legislature that members in 1977 passed the Health Act of 1977 that gave the government the legal powers to respond to this virus. So, Mr. Speaker, some may not understand the importance of that. Well, Mr. Speaker, if this Public Health Act wasn't in place, we wouldn't be here coming to this House speaking about Curfew Act and deciding that we should shut down or we should do this. Mr. Speaker, that would be out of our hands. So it was the wisdom of our forefathers. I say forefathers, Mr. Speaker, but I think I was just about born in at that time when this Public Health Act was passed. But Mr. Speaker, look how prevalent it is today. I mean, there were some amendments along the way, but they had the foresight to know that we needed this so that we today could be here protecting the people of these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, the many laws that govern us and govern our society are also the product of local legislation. So, Speaker, whether it relates to education, to transportation, social security, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. Last year we passed a multitude of acts, some still not ascended to, well, one. Well, Mr. Speaker, we must be proud of what we have done and we are continuing to do. So, Speaker, I know things are not perfect, but we are governing ourselves in the critical areas of life. And as we must go further, Mr. Speaker, that is what our constitutional review will be about. Mr. Speaker, it's long overdue now. And yes, we can come here and complain about what should have been done or should be done. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a phenomenal job of governing ourselves. Mr. Speaker, this government, with the revenue generation, we fund and we finance, you know, a lot of agencies, Mr. Speaker, within this community. You know, I saw a picture earlier where we have, you know, persons running around with, you know, like Santa Claus, giving out gifts. So, Speaker, I'd like to know, you know, who is that local funded, personal funded, or what? So, Speaker, I say that to say that we are doing it all here. And, you know, we should not be fearful to say that, you know, we are doing good. We have been, you know, despite the challenges, Mr. Speaker, we are doing it and doing it for the benefit of our people. Mr. Speaker, we believe in democracy. This House sits at the center of our political system as the primary democratic institution of government. The House of Assembly is the embodiment of the people's political voice and their vehicle by which decisions for the country are made. It is also the place where the government is held accountable to the people. So, Speaker, I think we have the right balance. Because when I look across and certain questions are posed in this House, Mr. Speaker, the public shall feel confident that we are practicing, as we speak, being as transparent and practicing good governance. So, Speaker, we as Virgin Islanders, we cherish democracy and the right of the government to choose our leaders every 4 years who will guide the growth and development of this society. Mr. Speaker, this was a vision from as early as 1949 to see us take our rightful place as masters of our own destiny. Mr. Speaker, by freely exercising our democratic rights and those elected doing their duty as representatives of the people. Mr. Speaker, we must continue pushing forward until this House of Assembly or Parliament is recognized as the highest decision-making body in our land, and not, Mr. Speaker, still having to wait for others to, whether assent or anyone else. Mr. Speaker, you know, I want to wish this honorable House a happy 70th. Mr. Speaker, and all those legislators, those 70 legislators that have served since the restoration of the legislature in 1950. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to do my part to make my family, my community, and the people of these Virgin Islands proud of our legislature, Mr. Speaker, that has done so much for us this far. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you for this opportunity to say these brief words. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin
Malone. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to lend brief remarks to this very auspicious occasion. I am extremely pleased with the level of contributions that have been voiced and expressed by members. I'm very pleased because in-depth research has been done, and it reflects the seriousness of this occasion. Mr. Speaker, I heard each of the contributions, and I would like to begin by associating myself with the contributions made by previous speakers, and to invite all of the students, the scholars, and interested persons to review the many hours of contributions made, because it is only through a compilation of these remarks that we can get a wide sense of what this 70th year celebration means to us as a people and as a territory. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe in observing these special occasions. 2017 would have marked the 50th anniversary since the ministerial system was introduced. In fact, the elections were held in April 14th, 1967, some 50 years come 2017. We had missed the opportunity to bring this out and profile this very important occasion. There were books and records written on the occasion of the 25th anniversary, and those are even today also used as reference books. I would refer to a number of research papers that we've been led to, but I'm intrigued by the report that says the BVI elections and information results. It was produced on 7th April 2014 by the Deputy Governor's Office, and in the history of the Virgin Islands, it makes reference in Wikipedia to this. But I want my very own copy, because there is a lot of wealth, there's a lot of information that is found in that paper. And I will challenge the Deputy Governor's office to bind this document and make it fully available. It produced information from 1950 to 2011. So it is lagging 9 years. So we have to bring it up to speed. It is very important, and I was not aware that some of the information that is found in there was compiled already. And I was seeking to have it done. So all the students that take part in the ZBVI Monday morning quiz, of which I too will become a sponsor to join my honorable colleagues, because I find it to be very informative, and the students are on top of their games. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that it is written and known that after the contributions made by Hope Stevens, as was eloquently displayed before, and as a result of the demonstration of previous years, the Legislative Council was reinstituted by the British government in 1950 under a new constitution. The reformation of the Legislative Council is often left as a footnote in the territory's history, a mere part of the process that led to the more fundamental constitutional government in 1967. The 1950 Constitution was in fact always envisaged as a temporary measure, as it was famously described by Honorable Macwellan Todman, QC, as an instrument minimal as it is intended as its effect. Having been denied any form of democratic control for over 50 years, the Council did not sit idly by. In 1951, external capital was brought in to assist farmers from the Colonial Welfare and Development Office. In 1953, the Hotel Aid Act was enacted to boost the tourism industry. Up until 1958, the territory had only 12 miles of motorable roads. Over the next 12 years, the road system was vastly improved, linking Western to the eastern end of Tortola, and joining Tortola to Beef Island by a new bridge. The Beef Island Airport, now renamed the T.B. Lettsome International Airport, was built shortly thereafter. External events also played a factor. In 1956, Mr. Speaker, the Leeward Islands Federation was abolished. Defederation enhanced the political status of the British Virgin Islands. It was destabilization or defederation enhanced the political status of the British Virgin Islands. We'll get back to that. Jealousy of its newly acquired powers, the Council declined to join the new Federation of the West Indies in 1958, a move that would later be crucial in the development of the offshore financial industry. In 1967, the new constitution, with a much greater transfer of power, was brought into effect by order in council and introduced the true ministerial system of government in 1967. Elections followed in 1967, of course, and a comparatively young Lavity Stout was elected as the first chief minister of the territory. Mr. Speaker, history would recall, and I think that members did a very comprehensive job in doing this. I don't have to recant most of that because I encourage you to seek the information and to bring it out. But I will summarize some of it. While we had 70 elected members, it is important to also note that there were up to date, there were over 544 persons that were nominated throughout the 18 general elections and the 2 by-elections that we've had since 1950. Again, 544 persons nominated, 70 to date individuals, all read out by honorable member for the second, elected members in 18 general elections and 2 by-elections. In our history, we have had 6 leaders of the country, 3 serving as chief ministers and 3 as premiers. So here we are again. Honorable member for the third speaks of the privilege that 13 members would have to serve at any one time. But over those 18 general elections, only 70 have served. 544 nominated, 3 premiers, 3 chief ministers. We've also had 18 political parties. It's going to be important for, as a quiz, for someone to be able to name all 18. There were some parties that have lived a very short life, one election, and some that have lived since their formation. The Virgin Islands Party itself was formed 1971, still alive today. Mr. Speaker, it is critical for us to give recognition where recognition is due. And as we've said, the members before have given a comprehensive history of all the persons that have served during the 70 years of this since the restoration and since the first sitting on December 5th, 1950. But it is those unsound heroes of which I like to give privilege and honor to. You would not see them in many books. Those members who propelled with the formation of the United Party, for instance, because that was one of the oldest parties that have served. They were returned as the first party in 1967. Their leader at the time was not returned, so H.L. Stout was able to come in and be the first chief minister under the ministerial system, the first ministerial system that we've had. But it is those persons. You would have Brother Connor and a number of other persons that were part of that 544 persons who were never returned to this house. But in addition to those 544, you've had the founding members of the United Party, founding members of the Virgin Islands Party, and founding members of each of those 18 parties through the 70-year history. So the name that I know well, Randolph Mose Malone, will never show up in terms of in the political history. Mr. Robinson, when you look at Naomi Turnbull, and you look at Joseph Skelton, and you look at Donald Pickering, and you look at Mr. Leopold Smith, and you look at all of the founding members of these various parties, and when you go to the East and you have the actual powerhouse of the East behind all of the members, and you look at Mr. Beresford Smith, and there's so many. Brother Harold, his son is here. So I guess all of us have roots also in terms of those persons. We have grown up in homes that have made this society the true pillars of our society. Not merely the ones who were elected, but the one who stood, who paved the roads for the persons to take the spotlight. have this done. And this is critical for us to understand that behind each of these 70 persons that were elected are people who will never be mentioned, but they are the rock, they are the cornerstone of our society, and the books must be written, and when they're written, must include these persons who have labored and toiled. They must not be forgotten. And, Mr. Speaker, as we move towards the next 70 years, we have to remember from whence we came. Because I've always opined, and I've started this leg of my journey by making sure that we understand that it is the brilliance of the persons in the first, second, and third, and fourth, up to almost the seventh, that we are living on. Whether it was the decision, as was mentioned, not to join the new federation, whether it was the decision to have the US dollar as a legal tender, whether it was the decision to make sure that the hotel aids ordinance and to encourage the development of the tourism sector, the decision as it was to have the airstrip developed so that you can have international bodies, the decision to make the bridge and join east to west, moving the 12 miles of road into a whole network that I enjoy today, going around and not touching the same spot twice, because the road network is comprehensive and it is developing as we go. We must continue to be hard on each other in terms of critical and constructive criticism, because it makes us better. But we cannot for any moment opine that we have done nothing. That is not so. I have seen many lands that have more resources, more doctors, more academias in their stead. But when you come to the Virgin Islands, I am proud of the development of our people. We know that we can do more, but the fact is that there's a lot to be proud of. We have more persons per capita in the leadership of the civil service than most people. We probably have more lawyers per capita, more doctors per capita, more in terms of all of these different disciplines, because with our 30,000 that we aspire to, when you look in terms of a per capita rate of which we are developing our people, there's a lot more to be done. We spoke earlier of the investments that we've made, whether in scholarships, in education, making sure that we have, earlier when we started, we moved from grade school or church school, and we built our first set of schools, extended it to the primary school, extended it to the high school, extended it to the Age Life Restored Community College. And we're looking now in terms of having areas of discipline, areas of excellence that we've had. Because, as I opined just 2 years ago, coming on to the second full year, but 2 years ago, during the campaign, we were exporters of labor before. Now, that's a fancy way of looking at it. Yes, we were forced to go, as was mentioned before, to the U.S. Virgin Islands, forced to go to Dominican Republic, forced to go to way down in Panama, and throughout the Caribbean. Our people are there. But we exported our carpenters and built some of the best buildings in the United States Virgin Islands. You cannot get between us and the United States Virgin Islands. We are intertwined in our relationship. It cannot change. that kind of relationship that we have. This dreaded COVID-19 virus have put a pause in terms of how we can go back and forth. But that too shall pass. We should have that pass. But in terms of a relationship, in terms of what we have developed over the years, it is critical for us to move. Hope Stephen look at the charter of which members speak of all the time, the 73rd Convention, is it? And through the Civil League, moved in terms of, it was mandated by United Nations for us to move into self-governing states. A lot of folks back in when the Federation broke apart, whether it was Antigua, whether it was St. Vincent, whether it was St. Lucia, whether it was Barbados or Jamaica, you will see the anniversary centering around the formation when that broke apart and they all went separate ways. In the Caribbean, we have, what, 5 or 6 of the British overseas territories. We have others from the Netherlands, others from the Americas, others from the French, the Dutch. But there is a pathway in which we must explore. But it is critical, as members have opined, that we gain the confidence of our people, because for too long we have been told that someone else need to be administrators of us. We have to break that veil, but we can only break it based on confidence. We must gain the confidence of our people in leadership by our people. It is critical. It would not happen unless you do this. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when Barbados is now seeking to go the extra mile to become a republic, it's done, I think, in where? Guyana and Trinidad? Grenada also? Guyana, sorry? Dominica. All the others, when put to a referendum, they're still not going that extra mile. Even in Canada, the Queen is still head of state. They're not going the extra mile. Until you gain the confidence of your people by leadership of your people, that conversation will always be one in which we now have had since 1946. So it's nothing new in terms of this conversation. We have to be, as a member for the third sake, bold enough to take it to the referendum and bold enough to make sure that all the tenets of which we speak, because it is ill-advised and not appropriate for the representatives of the UK to make aspersions, just cast out some thoughts without being prepared to back them up in terms of the foundation of which it is. We know of Benny. He has a job to do. And you have to be responsible in the words that you speak, because there are folks who live for nothing else other than to find the faults and the criticisms. In fact, they will talk, some people, as they will say, they'll talk one group in, and as soon as they get in, they'll talk them out, because they shine best. It looks as if it is what they're purposed to do. But at the end of the day, we have to build each other up. We have to continue to build our nation by making sure that we get the confidence of our people. And you can only do this through the tenets we have set out to do, whether it's transparency, accountability, good governance, making sure that we incorporate the fields and aspirations of all our people. I happened and was privileged to have been part of that 2005 and 6 Constitutional Review Committee that produced the Constitution, the revised Constitution of 2007. So here we are, 13 years, is it? 13 years, going on 14 years later. We must be able to bring it up to speed in terms of what the next step is. We must be able to take that bold step and review it properly, enact it meaningfully, and get the confidence that we need in our people so that we can take the next step together in our time. In our time, we must be able to regain or gain the confidence of our people in leadership by our people. There's no other way. We have extended the roads. We have built the health systems. We have built the education systems. We have built the tourism sector. We continue to take our people into areas of education that is critical in our 70 years history. In the Ministry of Health, for instance, with the 36 or 40 pieces of legislation that guides health and social development, we must bring them up to speed so that when the next pandemic hit, as it would, because these are all cycles. 1914, we heard of the one. We had a number of other plagues that was before. The hurricane of 2017 was not the first devastating hurricane that hit our shores. We've had gales from way past. We've heard of the gale of, was it 1917 also? Way back. The honorable member for the 5th shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, whether it is the natural disasters, pandemics, or other economic cycles, because let us look at this. We had the floods, we had the hurricanes, we had Brexit, we had the disclosure, open registry, we had a number of hits, one after the other, coming at us. And we as a people have to withstand all of this. We can only do it together. And in our 70 years history, we have a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be grateful to God for, and we must continue as this being the 18th, 2019 being the 18th general election, as we move forward. As we move forward, we have to work together, resolved to move the territory in a direction which will have self-governance. And at that pace, we can then answer the question, what have you done to move it forward from 1950, 1967, the particular advancement in 2007? Honorable member for the 3rd again opined that you can only get baby steps under the political status that you are. Yes, you agree. So it is we can determine how big a leap our people are prepared to take, because the 13 of us alone cannot do it and withstand it. It has to be an all-inclusive part of our advancement. And Mr. Speaker, you play a role. The clerk plays a role. The entire House plays a role. The Attorney General plays a role. We must be able to move this to the next step. Leap it forward. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say thank you very much again for allowing me to offer my brief contribution towards this. And in celebration of our milestones, we must continue to do this. And yes, there are going to be a number of events. The members were told this before. The members know this. There are going to be a number of events that we will have to make sure we honor and celebrate our fathers and forefathers. With this, I say thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for his contribution. Before the Premier wraps up, I recognize the Attorney General, the Honorable Dawn J. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and my colleagues in this honorable House for carving out this time and space for us to pause, reflect, and take stock. My contribution will be very short, as in my humble opinion, I cannot surmount what has already been said by the honorable elected members of this House. And I would really just like to touch on 4 things, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, mine is to extend my warm and proud congratulations to the people of the Virgin Islands on the 70th anniversary of the Restoration Council. This is 70 years of peace and progress under locally elected leadership. Second, Mr. Speaker, I must call on all Virgin Islanders not to forget who we are, what we have achieved, and what we strive for. In the world we live in today, 70 years of peace and progress, Mr. Speaker, is an enviable achievement, and we must not play it down. Mr. Speaker, no one can have a greater interest in us as a people than we have in ourselves. That is why local government and local ministerial government and all its manifestations are so important. What we have achieved as a people since that march in 1949 is largely because we were able to take our interest in ourselves to an actionable political level. History bears me out when I say this, Mr. Speaker. For under local government, the rule of law has prevailed, and the Virgin Islands has made enormous strides in our standard of living, our economic development, health, education, and many other areas. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, and I promise not to be long, I encourage my colleagues in the discharge of their duties as the elected leaders of these islands. I also encourage our leaders in the public service, in industry, religion, families, and all aspects of our community life. Leadership of any kind is not just a privilege, it is a responsibility. And we must never forget that the manifestation and indeed the reward of good leadership is a peaceful country of happy, healthy, and well-educated people living in harmony with their environment and their fellow men and women. Leaders, do your part and do your best. Finally, Mr. Speaker, may God continue to bless our islands, guard our children, guide our leaders, and give us peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Attorney General for her contribution. At this time, I call upon the mover of the motion to wrap up, the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say these brief words in the wrap-up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been quite an interesting day, Mr. Speaker, because we just heard from a learned friend, the Attorney General. And Mr. Speaker, I go directly to being hearing from a learned friend, the Attorney General, as she made sure that she gave her contribution void of any politics, but stick with the reality on the ground of us working together. But, Mr. Speaker, her mere presence here today tells that we have done a lot since 1950. And no one should ever question what we have done. The presence of an Attorney General from the Virgin Islands here sitting tells that in the 2007 Constitution, when the then Premier Dr. D. Orlando Smith negotiated in the Constitution to have the Attorney General being a Virgin Islander once they have 10 years experience in certain other criterions. And once those are fulfilled, then the post must be filled by a Virgin Islander. So don't tell me that we have not done anything since 1950. But what even was more challenging is to know that that existed in the Constitution and we still had to fight. Because there were those who intended not to carry on in a manner that respects the intent of the crafters of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, Constitution Order. And Mr. Speaker, we had to insist. And Mr. Speaker, what I realize is that we do have a long way to go in some respect, because whenever you have to insist that the Constitution be followed, Mr. Speaker, we have those who intend to make it seem as if you're going down the wrong road. There's a lot of areas in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that has caused our people to evolve over the years. And Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to say that we do have plans already for the 75th celebration to be greater and bigger. But we do have a documentary this Sunday at 4 p.m., the 13th of December, 4 p.m. at the HLSCC. Mr. Speaker, a documentary that will bring out even more history of this 70 years. So this is not being done in isolation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a chance for us to even learn more on the 13th of December, Sunday the 13th, at HLSCC. We have to continue to let our people know our history. It is called Story of a Colony, and you can't afford to miss it. Mr. Speaker, today is not the day for us to choose sides and get into the political rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, because it's not a time for us to be involved in the criticism. Because there are things that opposition and government must do together, and that is to move the Constitution forward. That is how all of us are sitting in these seats, because the Constitution was moved forward from 1950 to now. Mr. Speaker, and if we see how far behind we are, then let's keep moving forward. If we feel that we're far behind, but a lot of good has come out of this legislature throughout the House of Assembly over the last few years. A lot of good legislation has been passed in the last 20 years and more, if we're talking about the current time frame. The vision is for opposition and government is to get this Virgin Islands to what Article 73 says. It is written in the United Nations Charter. That's the vision. And we must put all these areas of accountability in place. And we cannot shun it. And Mr. Speaker, over the years, there have been a lot of talk about putting certain measures in place, and we don't see them. But in our 22 months, Mr. Speaker, going into 2 years, I can trustfully and accurately say that in very short order, some further legislation will be put in place, like the integrity in public life and some others within that first quarter of the new year and the early part of the first quarter of the new year. We have to build our institutions. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not to say that a lot has not been done. And we thank our forefathers for what they have done for us. Mr. Speaker, we see that now that we have matured to the point where we start to follow our Constitution and we try to set things correct. And we get more pushback now than ever. To the point, Mr. Speaker, that the PR campaign makes it sound as if what's the matter with the Premier? What fight is he in? We're not in a fight. But we are trying to make sure that we follow the very Constitution that was last negotiated in 2007. And Mr. Speaker, if we read that Constitution carefully, a lot of the authority given to local government and to the people of the Virgin Islands, we continue to move as if it still is not within our grasp. Mr. Speaker, in our further constitutional advancement, we have to make sure that some of these areas are even further cleared up. I'm always amazed when persons get up, and even in this honorable house, and we pick on each other, and persons listening, they pick on just the elected officials. And Mr. Speaker, I won't say only picking, but they over-evaluate, and some evaluate correctly, and they do a lot of assessment on elected officials, and rightfully so, because you're working for the people and you should not be allowed to be here as an autonomous body on your own. But whenever I have to say that the post, the institution, in terms of governorship, persons become a little perturbed and say that it's conspiracy theories, this is that. It has nothing to do with that. Whatever legislation goes to bring accountability for elected officials in the 21st century cannot leave out that entity, Mr. Speaker, or public officers or boards. It must encompass all. And Mr. Speaker, now that we are trying to put a lot of things in place that exist in that 2007 Constitution, we get pushback and sometimes we get threats in certain places. We passed legislation in this House. We have seen the medicinal marijuana been passed in this House and not assented to yet with no logical or legal explanation of why not. except for that the Constitution does not put a mandate on the seat of governor to assent to bills within a certain time frame, or if not, to give the reason so we can deal with it. And we come and we say that we want to advance, but leave that alone. But the Constitution has that the elected officials must at all times give reason in terms of their actions with anything. That's an imbalance. And when we speak on that, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing that we are here waiting for ascension of a bill, Mr. Speaker, that was passed in here from and debated all the way up into June. And we're seeing now, Mr. Speaker, where the very United Kingdom is embracing medicinal marijuana and making sure it's part of their very economy and telling you how much billions of dollars it will be able to benefit from in the next 10 years or thereabout. But we were proactive in moving that direction before. And Mr. Speaker, we are now still sitting at the mercy of one individual where the Constitution is not as stern enough to require that a decision be made and be made in a more timely manner, and if it's not in favor, to give substantive reasons why. Anyone listening to this and tell me that this is an area that does not need addressing in the 21st century obviously is involved in personal hatred and not involved in true democracy. It cannot be. I do not want anyone, neither the premier seat, the minister's seat, governor's seat, or any seat, be allowed to have that kind of power without checks and balances. And when we speak of these things in the House, Mr. Speaker, persons take it the wrong way. But in 1950, what we're here celebrating this year, in 1950, they had issues then with the administrator. And they lobbied, they fought, they marched until their voices were heard. And don't for a minute think that while they were doing that, there were not those who were walking on behalf of the same administrator telling them to leave this thing alone. You're going to get in trouble. Relax yourself. Don't fight this. We don't like where we are, but we're not doing bad. There's always those persons who will come and tell you that some genuine and others out of fear and some just wicked-minded. They don't want to know that they're not the ones who do it and bring the people to the promised land. And you say that, Mr. Speaker, because had they not fulfilled purpose in 1950 to give us the first legislature, where will we be now? And the question is, what are we doing with the power that we have now? We did a lot. We passed legislation over here the last few years that says that a non-belonger cannot purchase land anymore that goes on auction by a bank without a non-belonger, we call it then alien holding license. That was significant because a lot of our people's property were up for sale. And the banks had a loophole where they could put it on auction, and there was a loophole in the law where it did not stop non-belongers from purchasing the land. And that was the only time they did not need a non-belonger's license. We passed legislation here to adjust that, to deal with that. And give a lot of our people the opportunity to purchase the land. We passed legislation here not too long ago to allow our people with a sunset clause to purchase land and not have to worry about the stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our people have taken this up and are benefiting from it. So a lot has happened, but we cannot reach to the point as a legislature, and the member for the third rightfully said that we shouldn't be under deputy governor, anyone, and he has been singing that song from the time he has been elected, and he has some merit. But today should not be a day when anyone says that we're not doing and not prepared. The Minister of Health said it correct. This day could not catch us off guard. It was coming from 70 years ago. And at some time, somebody would have known that this is the 70th anniversary of the labor of our forefathers to restore the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, I say these things because if you move with fear, you will not get the people of the Virgin Islands represent. Behind closed doors, I have heard many times that whenever we try to stick to the Constitution, I'm told that if you do A, be mindful that we'll do B. If you move this subject, whether it's disaster management, to the people, we will not assent to your budget. You pass the cannabis legislation, we will not assent to your law. How could one person have that kind of power in the 21st century and we not question it? Mr. Speaker, this is not picking on an individual. It is saying that we as a people have to open our eyes and recognize that we are the ones doing everything for ourselves. Yes, we have gotten some help here and there, and we welcome it. We are the ones who pay for everything in the government, in the governor's office, and what a governor would have. Everything we pay for. Same for the ministries. So if you have a Christmas party, a Christmas gift, that's your tax money. It didn't come from the UK. But they make you feel that way. You are in charge of your own destiny already, and we don't understand it. I agree with anyone who has fears of moving to the next level because of political mischief or victimization. But let us put the rules. Let's continue to strengthen this house, the institution, by passing laws to protect us. But also make sure that those laws incorporate everyone. Don't tell me that we have not done plenty since 1950. All the women that are in this house today, as I said before, could not be here if the laws were not changed to allow women to be in politics. Could you imagine that it was a norm and the law written so females could not be in politics? But let's look at all through the lens of that time again and recognize that during that time it was the law and everyone was comfortable with it just about, and persons were afraid to test the law. So ups come, according to the member for the 6 who remembered her well, Miss Mercer, Millicent Mercer, and she decided she's going to contest the election and ridicule because she was a woman. Women are not supposed to run for politics in the Virgin Islands. That was way back when, even before I was born. And she fought ahead, said no. And as I said all this, she did not win the election, but she was victorious because she was God's selection to start to get involved in the erection of prosperity for women in politics. And through her efforts, we have seen Honorable Irene Penn O'Neill, we have seen Honorable Dolores Christopher, we have seen Honorable Edwin Smith, we have seen Honorable Sherry DeCastro, we have seen Honorable Albert Maduro Keynes, we have seen Honorable Shireen Fax-Shaz. We have seen Honorable Eileen Parsons. We have seen Honorable Dancia Pensala. All because a lady in Barras Bay decided that I don't care what the administrators are saying and what the Constitution is saying. It is wrong. And we have to move forward. Could you see in those days that there were those even right there in Barras Bay telling them, listen, you don't cause too much confusion, go put that thing down, leave it, them men don't kill your downtown. You know how we just try to discourage people? You ain't going anywhere. Go by the doctor and check yourself out, see if you're crazy. You could imagine what all they were telling her. But today, I know her spirit is proud to see that her efforts have birthed a new generation which allow women to be in politics. So don't tell me that we didn't have progress over the 70 years. To the point there that not an elected but a female can enter this house as the Attorney General. Don't tell me that we don't have progress over the last 70 years. We've had more than progress. And that's why I say that in the next 70 years, we have to teach our children to aspire to be governors. Don't tell me it's impossible, because it is the same kind of fear that we would put in our children now not to look at that was put in Miss Mercer not to run as a female for politics. Because when persons care about you and they're working with you in a partnership, you never would feel that anyone is trying to get an edge. Because the intentions, the initiatives, and everything that you do will be mutually aligned with not your will, but the will of God for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I don't mind when I receive letters from the hierarchy threatening me that they won't assent to the budget, they won't assent to the cannabis, they won't assent to this, and then try to do PR to make the premier or anyone who disagrees feel like they're doing something wrong. I know that no matter what happens, once you're moving according to the will of God and you're moving according to the Constitution which we are following, the truth will float and the lie will sink. We have to continue to push forward for the people of the Virgin Islands, because it's not every time that you're leading that everyone's going to see where you're going. Parsons didn't see when H.L. Stout was building the college that it would be fruitful to all of us. He was ridiculed. So don't tell me that you don't have progress. He was told from the same hierarchy that the college is not necessary. It doesn't have enough people. It cannot sustain itself. Don't tell me that we have not made progress. Had he listened, as he would say, the 7 people saying the same thing 7 times a day is not 49. And listen to them, we wouldn't have a college today. Had R.T. O'Neill listened, there would be no Brigade of Flax today. And I remember when all those children had to come from Virgin Gorda to go to school, and they had to come down on a boat. Some of them would come down every morning, but the boat wasn't like how it was. It wasn't too big. It was a boat for us, so a lot of them had to sleep down in Tatola, and there were a lot of persons who treated them well, but Lord, some of the Tatola people treat them well and other people bad. And I feel for some of those children when they come to school, because I went to school with them hearing how they were treated. And when, in '82, R.T. O'Neill went and they opened those doors of Brigade of Flax, and I remember in school they were saying that it was a Plata school. But now look at Brigade of Flax Secondary Educational Center. Look at the primary. Don't tell me we have not made progress over the 70 years. Somebody have to tell me something different. Mr. Speaker, for us to get to the next level so that we don't be fearful that when we're doing something for the people, and there are those who can tell us and have the raise their Ebenezer to let us to know what they're going to do to us if we challenge them on behalf of the people. That's not democracy. Because the Constitutional Review is how do we get to Article 73? How do we advance to let our people know that the time is coming and we have to be prepared, because the future belongs to the prepared. And all people, those who have doubts, I can't blame you. And I respect your view. But at the same time, too, I know that you have to prepare the people. And to get strength as a leader, I try to make sure I stay level-headed and watch who's in the ballroom of my mind. Because I know I'm not a conventional premier, so There's some of the status quo still running around saying that he shouldn't be in the seat, as if they put me here. Because you're broken up some of these status quo, so the majority of the people of the Virgin Islands can have an opportunity and not be held back because of their last name, not be held back because they don't have money, not be held back because they couldn't get to college. In the midst of COVID-19, the Minister of Health has restarted the scholarship program. 32 persons have been awarded scholarships this year to go to college abroad. Don't tell me that we have not made advancement in the last 70 years. I listened to the Minister of Education read a documentary with a document from his grandfather, the late but great Dr. Willard Wheatley, in 1979 and 1980, where he was saying the same things that we are saying here now. We have to get our people educated so that they can take up all these positions in government and elsewhere. That was in 1980. And we have to look about our political advancement so that we can be mutually aligned with the UN Charter to decolonize colonized territory. 1980. In 1982, I heard the late but great Cyril B. Romney say the same things. In 1991, I heard H.L. Stout and the late H.L. Stout and the late Omar Hodge saying the same things. And when everyone was making pack about the college, I remember that the late Omar Hodge had a placard, and all he was saying is a college is a must. And he was backing up H.L. Stout, even from in the opposition. Had all leaders and all people been fearful of those who say that they have come to help us, and rather and truly it is about their agenda and not ours, had they been afraid of that and not stick true to the mission of the people of the Virgin Islands, where would we be? Don't tell me we have not made advancements over the last 70 years. We know about the time, and that was before my time, when there was 7 standard education, and only the rich and those in the town area could have gone to secondary school. Nobody from the country in Tortola, the sister island of us, could have get to high school. And a lot of our people finished school in 7th standard, not because they were not capable, but they didn't have access. And that's why you see our people stretch to get their children, to help them to get education, and they'll mortgage their home, they'll do anything because they want the next generation to have what they were deprived from having. That's what the kind of pride that the people of the Virgin Islands have, because we push to make sure the next generation is better. And then came H.L. Stout, who broke the glass ceiling and removed the borders and say, it is now comprehensive education for all. Come and go to secondary school. Don't tell me that we have not made progress over the last 70 years. We only sometimes like to look at the problems that we are experiencing now and say, well, Lord, nothing has happened. Not one of us would be in here had it not been for the work of those in 1950, because they even wouldn't have a legislature. So we are moving these Virgin Islands from a place of we need to do and move just to do. There are things that opposition and government must do together, and that is to move the Constitution forward together. I am not sitting in a seat. I'm now sitting in a seat, and I see how far behind we are, but I also see how much progress we have made. The vision for opposition and government to get this Virgin Islands to what Article 73 says is important. Ralph T. O'Neill used the Constitution as a daily document to guide his decision. Now you are using it, and this is where the tension is coming. When you know your rights, and the person who is victimizing you recognize that you know your rights, what I continue to see is a backdoor bullying. What they are showing the people in the public is not what happens behind closed doors. Now I see a headline that they are doing interviews and trying to tell the people that they can tell a story for the BVI. Do not let anyone rewrite your history. I was part of the legislature, and so was a member of the 3rd and a member of the 4th in 2007 when the Constitution was reviewed. Sat in the Constitution, and all 13 members agreed that the amendment to Section 49 of the Constitution, which state that one, we want to ensure that once the governor is not in the cabinet, there cannot be any other substitute. The premier is the one that governs. And if the premier is absent, then we see where we have the premier absent, then we see where we have the deputy premier in the same section is the one who will take over the reign of chairing the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, this is in our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, in Section 49 of it, we were crystal clear of what it says. And Mr. Speaker, I want to read it verbatim, Mr. Speaker. So I want to open up my Constitution because persons sometimes say that we're talking out of our head. But I know the section numbers, Mr. Speaker, like I know myself. Section 49. Thank you for giving me my Constitution, sir. Section 49, Mr. Speaker, says, and I quote, and a member of the 3rd will know this good. Proceedings in Cabinet, 49.1, the governor shall, so far as practicable, attend and preside at meetings of the Cabinet. 2, in the absence of the governor, there shall preside at any meeting of the Cabinet the premier, or in his or her absence, the deputy premier. Member of the 3rd would understand and know that that was put in there to say that we want to move to the point where the governor is all the way out of cabinet. That was what was the discussion in 2007. It's in the minutes of the meeting. I was in the opposition, but we agreed. Now you come and you're trying to implement what the crafters of this meant, which I was there as one of the crafters to find out. No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. And everyone else could chair cabinet now except the premier. And I've asked for this to have a court interpretation because I know my rights under the Constitution. I know what was crafted in the Constitution. So persons don't like you when you read and you can understand these things for yourselves. They feel that it's power you want. I don't want the power for Andrew Foy. I want the institutions to build on what it is we passed in the Constitution. And we see here, Mr. Speaker, now that you have to go court now for interpretation on this. And I won't stop until we get it. Because there are those who decide that that is not what it is saying. These are the problems we had in 1950. I've done extensive research. And whenever you pick up any document from Faulkner to Fonseca to Hope Stevens, who did a lot of work prior, to all of the modern day leaders, the issue was always the interpretation of the Constitution. And they never stopped fighting for the people of the Virgin Islands until that interpretation was cleared. Mr. Speaker, it states clearly, and sometimes we give away the power and think that we're speaking about persons rather than institutions. That's why the House of Assembly has to continue to build, and don't make it about the Premier, make it about the institution. Make it about persons following the institution. For example, Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have seen the office, not the person, because the current Deputy Governor and me are very good friends. The office has developed into one that holds different subjects and ministries. But, Mr. Speaker, these are things I am fighting behind closed doors to make sure that we do not have retrograde steps in our Constitution. In Section 38(1)(c), it says functions of Deputy Governor, not the individual. Forget the individual. Let's look at the law. Perform such other functions not of ministerial nature, as subject to this Constitution and any other law, may be assigned to the Deputy Governor at the request of the Premier by the Governor acting in his or her discretion. It says perform such other functions not of a ministerial nature. That means, Mr. Speaker, that nothing of a ministerial nature is supposed to be under the Deputy Governor, not the current holder of the post. We are talking about the post itself. Mr. Speaker, my family know when I hold on to a point, you better come good to throw me down, because I don't want to hold on to a point till I finish research, you know. Because I respect what our foreparents have fought for. I came up from a true mother that was a businesswoman, didn't went to high school because of the same 7 standard, and a father that taxi for 50 years. So in the eyes of some persons, I don't have that kind of royal family bringing up. But they send me school. And although I big, I didn't eat my school fee. I went to school and I learned to help the people. I didn't get I didn't become just educated. I didn't just get education, I become educated. Because a lot of people get their education, they get their bachelor's, master's, and PhD, and I love that. I encourage our people to do that. But they don't know how to use it to help mankind. And they come back and they take some high positions and they're worse than fuss. But when you get your master's, your bachelor's, your master's, and your PhD, and you know how to use your intelligence to help mankind to be better, that's when you are an educated person. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the advancement that we have made through the Constitution. And let's look at Section 60, Governor's Special Responsibilities. Because the Constitution tells us specifically who's in charge of what, where, when, and how. I don't have to get into these emotional arguments over whether it's a personal issue with the Premier and anybody. That is not my concern. I'm going to stick with the law. I'm going to stick with the Constitution that's supposed to be guiding us. And it says the Governor shall be responsible for the conduct subject to this Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including the administration of any department of government, with respect to the following matters. A, external affairs, subject to subsection 4. We stick a fork on that. B, defense, including armed forces. C, internal security, including the police force, without prejudice to 57. That's 57 dealing with national security, so there's some strict instructions in the national security section. D, the terms and conditions of service of persons holding or acting in public offices without prejudice to section 92. And E, the administration of the courts. The administration, not the running of the courts, just the administration, making sure that it has the manpower, making sure the furnitures are all right, making sure certain things, not the running of the institution. And the Governor shall keep the Premier fully informed concerning the general conduct of these matters. And the Premier may request information in respect of any particular matter. The governor, acting after consultation with the premier, may assign to any member of the cabinet responsibility for the conduct on behalf of the governor of any business in the House of Assembly with respect to any of the matters mentioned in subsection 1. What that says, the governor cannot come to the House to pass nothing. Nada. This is our political advancement. So anything that the governor needs passed in the House as a law must come through a minister. And it cannot be given to any other minister until it has consultation with the premier. This is the law. This is our constitution, I mean. And Mr. Speaker, when you read all of this, Mr. Speaker, and for national emergencies and what all will happen, and you look and see what all the responsibilities are, nowhere in this does it give the responsibilities for recovery, development, and disaster. Nowhere. It says outside of these responsibilities, all other things are given to the local government. But yet, Mr. Speaker, when we try to put disaster with the local government, we are told that if we touch anything that they don't agree with, they will threaten not to assent to the budget. Those are threatening language. And the question I ask all people, because I'm not taking some of this behind closed doors anymore. The question I'm asking all people, who do you turn to in the law through the Constitution when you know that the rights of the people are being violated? That is why a constitutional review is important, not just for local government, but for the whole gamut of all institutions. And I would be the first to tell anyone that we have to strengthen the House of Assembly more with legislation to make sure, like I said before, there's no rogue government. But we also have to make sure that the elephant that is in the room that we all want to continue to avoid, to deal with, has to be addressed. Not in a disrespectful way at all, in our most respectful, forthright manner. And Mr. Speaker, I read this Constitution, and the more I read it, the more I realize that the people of the Virgin Islands have more authority to do certain things than we think. But over the years, our minds have been programmed a certain way that we think that we are still under the old constitutional orders and don't recognize the liberty that has been allotted to us in this current constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's time that our people understand why they have to read the Constitution more. I challenge this House by photocopying constitutions and giving them to every single member in this House. And I made it available, and I asked them to do the people a favor, not me, and make sure you go in your constituencies and give them out. Mr. Speaker, I went through my constituency, Caribbean, Capons Bay, West End. I gave out the Constitution, and we had fruitful discussions, and some still call me, and we still have fruitful discussions. You have to know what it is governing you. You cannot fix something if you don't know what it is you have to fix. Persons jump on the British Nationality Act, and the very beginning of it tells you who it's for. But they jump on the local government. How it's unfair that the BVI is not giving my child a passport with. It was born there. But that's a British Nationality Act. That's not the BVI. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to aspire to all the offices in the future, straight up to Premier, Governor, and everything. Because the next generation coming up, Mr. Speaker, is not as accommodating as us. And they're not going to accept some of these things, Mr. Speaker, like we're accepting them. So we have an opportunity an opportunity to use the power that we have now to stop bickering each other over small potatoes. Stop it. But if you want to continue, I can't stop you. But let's move this agenda forward so that when you retire and you come out of this house, and ask any one of us in this house now, what it is that you accomplished while you were in the House of Assembly that we can turn to and tell you thanks for being there. What is it? Holding long meetings? What is it? We had some good arguments. We embarrassed the minister or the premier. What is it? That's not solid enough. That's not solid at all. But to know that we sit here together and we pass integrity in public life. To know we sit here together and pass the legislation and allow our people to purchase lands without the stamp duty in an era when they were hurting. To know that we were able to pass many suppression orders and many COVID-19 and pandemic laws to keep our people safe when the history is written about COVID-19, what this house did. And I have asked everyone around us to keep copious notes because there's going to be a story written on COVID-19 years from now. And when it is written and our people in the future read what we are doing now in the present and read what we did in the present, and they see that it was a legislature that was forward thinking, they would know that we didn't waste our time here in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago, some brave men, and I'm sure that they had some women mingling, but they had to do so little hiding because of how the law was. But some brave men moved forward. Moved forward saying that someday there are going to be some future generations that need to continue fighting for what's best for the people, but we have to give them the foundation now. I'm glad that this government said, let's pause today and let us recognize those people. Because we have a mindset in our islands of out of sight, out of mind. And we forget those who have paved the way for us before. But the majority of us are not that way. And we have to make sure that we pay homage to all of those who build the BVI. Mr. Speaker, because when we look at our people, the reason that most of our people own property in the hills is because in the days of the slavery, the hills was a disgrace. And when the cows go up in the hills and the cattle, they were too tough. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why the flat land that was available was known to be the elite who would have owned that, especially in the town area. And then they turned over the hill to the slaves when the slavery was over, and a lot of families end up with the land in the hill because it had no value. That's our history. But today, go buy a piece of hill land. You are tempted, especially if you had a good view. So we have seen, Mr. Speaker, things in the past that had no value, but all people saw the value of it and held on to it so that future generations could benefit from it now. And today we might not see the value in fighting towards self-determination with every step that we make. But once we stay true to the cause and stop looking about who is right and start looking about what is right, only then will the BVI move forward. So I thank all the members for the debate today. And I ask that our young people do research about our leaders before, not just the political leaders, because we had Noel Lloyd, who fought for Wicomski and led the charge with the Positive Action Movement. One thing I learned about the Bible when I read it is the Lord always use somebody that's considered to be a misfit in society to go do what he has to do. In a day, I just ask the Lord questions, and I ask the Lord, David, why you use some of these? Most of them are misfit, what society would consider misfit. And a day, I was lying down, and the Lord dropped that answer right in my spirit. He said, because some people too saved to hear from me anymore. And some fit in so much with the crowd that when the time comes for me to send them out to do certain things that say that ain't gonna look good in the public, for me to do that based on my stature. And they miss the blessings. So Noah was a drunkard and he built the ark. Could you imagine when Noah was building that ark? For all those years, when people would pass him, even church people, you building an ark? Yes. Who tell you build the ark? The Lord. You, a drunkard? You could imagine what all he heard? Could you imagine Moses who was stuttering? And could you imagine when Moses sent the people, the 12 people out and tell them, check to see if we can take over this land? And 10 come back saying no, 2 said yes. And the majority overruled the minority. And they missed their way for 40 years a generation. I asked the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening to my voice, do we want to miss the promised land that the Lord has for us by bickering over each other all the time, about trying to destroy each other just for power that we cannot go with when we die? What do you want? If you want to cross over, let's start the journey together. Let's further the journey even more from what our ancestors have done. Improve upon the Constitution. Hold those who say they're governing us, not only the elected one, but others, accountable for their actions. The eyes of the future are looking back at us, hoping that we do not get it wrong. And the eyes of the past are looking ahead of us and saying, please, do not get it wrong. And our present generation is saying, let's work together to get it right. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a chance with our government and with the people of the Virgin Islands who want to hold hands and hearts with God as our guide to say, let's move forward and get it right. Because every time we speak in these forums, Mr. Speaker, there are those who turn up the heat on the backside on the, of this political hemisphere and try even more desperately to come after persons and to try to get rid of them. So I know what I'm into. But one thing I know, Mr. Speaker, is the one song that we all know, that who God bless, no man can cause. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for this beautiful debate. And I thank everyone for who did their research to come forward, not just speak from emotions, but speak from facts and from proper research. And I ask us as we close this 70th anniversary special sitting of what our forefathers did 70 years ago, I ask everyone listening, I ask everyone in this house, what will be the legacy you leave for the territory so that 70 years from now when persons look back, they can say, thank God that you are in the BVI, whatever position you are in, and whatever leadership role you're playing. Once you keep this front and foremost in your mind, then you'll always remain laser focused on the purpose God placed you on earth to do. So long live our forefathers, and long live the people of the Virgin Islands, and long live our way forward together as one people moving with BVI love. I thank you.
I thank the Premier for his wrap-up. Honourable members, a motion has been moved and seconded recognizing the 70th anniversary of the restoration of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6.2, private members' business. Item number 7, other business. Item number 8, adjournment.
Call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House be adjourned sine die.
Motion. A motion has been moved and seconded for this House to adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House is now adjourned sine die.